Chapter 51, Tubrock's Birth. With a thought, the furniture of the living room was cleared away and the stocky male dwarf from the storage room. He was clearly muscular, arms bulging as if he was ready to strike a forge at any time. His brown beard fell halfway down his rounded chest, his mustache flowing with it and at some point merging seamlessly into it. His hair likewise fell down his back in a tangled mess, likely to need some grooming after he had a personality of his own. Courtesy of what I could only assume was Terra, he was wearing a thick furred vest over a white cotton shirt. His lower body was covered by black furred leggings, and on his back was a steel hammer easily as big as his entire body. The head of the hammer was a foot wide and tall, and perfectly flat on its surface. Likely, Terra intended for that to be his forging hammer, but did she have to make it so big? It seemed more suited for battle than forging. To my surprise, it was only Baena that appeared roughly 5 minutes later. She came walking into the room from the hallway, yawning with a hand covering her mouth. Finally getting to this guy, huh? She asks lazily, moving to a corner of the room. Her brows furrowed in concentration, and I watched as the floor started to warp, rising up and forming a small chair for her to sit in. Glad you're here. I let out a sigh, nodding my head. Wanted your opinion, since you are probably the most unbiased for stuff like this. She raised her eyebrows in slight confusion, so I explained. No clue what to give this guy for a personality. I need him to be loyal, for obvious reasons. But aside from that I'm drawing a blank. Baena curled her lips into a small smirk. And you want my help to make sure you don't give him a personality he could end up regretting. When I nodded again, she sank into thought for a long moment. Well, how does the whole thing work from your end? Basically, I just write down what I want on a mental notepad and submit it. Anything I don't specify, the system chooses. She blinked in surprise at that for some reason, but ended up nodding. After a couple of minutes of silence, she finally spoke. His first domain is the forge, and second was innovation, if I remember. Just write in that he is loyal to you, that he likes crafting and is creative. As for the rest, why not leave it up to the system? If he doesn't get a great personality, you can always work with him over time. She gave a satisfied nod as she came up with that idea. It's better than him realizing that his thoughts are artificial and wanting to rebel, right? I looked curiously at her after that last addition, and she shrugged her shoulders. Hey, it's not easy when you know that your thoughts aren't your own. Took me a bit of thinking to get over that little detail myself. I stand by what I said before, as long as you show me you are deserving of my respect, you'll have it. I shook my head at that, but didn't argue. As long as she doesn't cause any big problems, it should work out. Besides, it was nice to have someone to ask opinions who didn't have an urge to be a yes man just to make me happy. I know that Terra is likely the furthest thing from a yes man I could want, but she has her own quirks. As Baena suggested, I kept the listing short and simple for his personality. Inwardly, I was just hoping that he wouldn't have a personality that was difficult to work with. If that was the case, it would be for the best. Especially if I could leave the production of the artifacts to Tubrock and Reone, because that would save me a lot of time. Loyal, likes to craft and is creative. Well, time for the lottery. I closed my eyes and submitted what was likely the most simple personality request I had done so far. 20 points dropped off my balance, and I watched the telltale golden light surround the dwarven god. Baena, having not seen this before, raised her hand to cover her eyes while she let out a short sound of surprise. A long moment later, and Tubrock was still just standing there. Even after the light faded away, he did not show any signs of moving. For an instant, I thought that I may have somehow gotten a failure, and that a personality had not been assigned at all. However, just as I was about to look for a way to lodge a complaint, a low rumbling noise seemed to shake the living room. I cast a quick look over to Baena, who was looking down at her own stomach in confusion, and then looked at me to shake her head. It wasn't me. As she spoke, the noise once again roared out. Gah, what do you gotta do to get some grub around here? A gruff, male voice spoke out from the center of the living room. Turning my head, I saw the dwarf lifting one hand and patting his stomach. How he was actually hungry, I wasn't sure. Was it just because he had spent so long empty, and now that he had a personality it felt like he needed to eat? Questions without answers. Seeing that the two of us were watching him, Tubrock eyed us for a long moment. What's the matter? You got something to eat here, don't ya? Sure. Check the kitchen. There should still be some fish left over from when Tara and I last ate together. And I had no reason to believe that food would go bad in the admin room, or even that anything bad could happen if it did. Hearing my answer, the stocky dwarf gave a strong nod, before walking off towards the hall. However, as soon as he left the room, he appeared back at the entrance. Where be that, again? Biana gave a tired sigh as she stood up from her makeshift chair in the corner. I'll show him. You probably have other stuff to take care of, so I'll handle the briefing. She shook her head as she walked out, Tobruk giving a quick nod and following behind her. Thankfully, Biana was right. I had to go and find Re1 for more information on the market. In the midst of night, several of the self-proclaimed dwarven blacksmiths were noisily pounding away at their forge. Their strikes held little skill, yet still slowly molded the metal into simple shapes. Their mana burned constantly as they kept the fire lit with the drawn formation. Among these blacksmiths, one of them suddenly had a strange idea. He wasn't sure where it had come from, as it was not something he had ever considered before. However, he immediately called for his assistant, who was barely asleep in the nearby room. What is it, sir? The short boy said as he stumbled out of his bed and into the forge, the heat waking him fully as soon as he opened the door. Bring me some fire rock. The man shouted, an eager look on his face. Fire rock was the common name for a dangerous black stone that the miners often found while digging through the mountain. Naturally, the blacksmiths had tried to melt it down, same as they had every other type of rock that came from the mountain. Sadly, the fire rock did not melt into anything usable like they wanted. In fact, it did not melt at all. Instead, it simply broke apart, releasing a dark smoke. They named it fire rock due to its only special quality, the fact that it held a bit of flame even after the formation was disabled. The assistant did not know why his master wanted fire rock, but the look in his eyes offered no room for argument. Hesitantly, he left the forge to retrieve some from the village's storage. Naturally, the ones managing the warehouse were more than happy to be rid of this rock, which did little more than take up space. Carrying a leather pack over his back, filled to the brim with fire rock, the assistant returned to the forge. "There it is, sir," he said, setting the entire pack on the floor next to the blacksmith. He still had no idea what was going on, but he was surprised when his master suddenly picked up the sack and dumped half of its contents into the forge at once, completely obscuring the bottom. Good, the blacksmith said with a mad gleam in his eyes. Suddenly, he activated the formation in the forge again, letting the fire roar to life. He let out a crazed laugh as he saw the fire rock burning, causing his assistant to take several steps back. The sight of the blacksmith laughing like a man possessed, his figure obscured by a pillar of black smoke, scared the young man. It was only later that he learned that the blacksmith had only activated the formation for less than a minute, and that the fire had been sustained by that previously useless piece of debris. It didn't take me very long to find Re1, as she had gone back to the basement to resume her testing. I had been a bit surprised to not find her playing with Tara, but this was better for me. Before you get too into it again, I spoke up, watching her tracing a new spell diagram. She looked up briefly, waiting for me to continue. Mind helping me with the rest of the purchases? Would like to know if there is anything else I should take note of. Right. Re1 nodded, standing up from her kneeling position. Well, there are a few things that I've noticed cropping up on the market. Also, I forgot about it before, because I was surprised with how many points we had. But, Irina wanted me to remind you about the karma system if you got the chance to buy it. Right. I nodded my head. So, the new things I should take note of? Well, since I've started looking, I've noticed a couple of trends in new systems. First, systems are being expanded to add new possibilities. One example is the kingdom system I showed you before. These are systems that keepers are taking and adding new functionality to or expanding them to work on a larger scale. Another trend is new types of magic. Like with the stellar magic, a few other new systems have come out. Along with each type of magic, there are items or systems designed to accompany them. Re1 took a deep breath before continuing. Another one, which I think is the most directly relevant to you, is a trend concerning the inventory system. Some people have released smaller versions of it, based on specific possibilities. A bag of holding already existed on the market, but now new ones are being added with different options such as slowing time. There are also countermeasures being invented on the market, and even countermeasures to those countermeasures. She shook her head slightly, as if the whole thing had given her a headache to look through. Those are the primary trends that I've noticed so far, and I'm sure that they won't last forever. Now, as for the things that I recommend you buy. The Karma system costs 150 points, and would be good for Irina to have. Aside from that, I'll keep my suggestion to buy the Kingdom system and the blueprint for the inventory system. Why, was there something else you wanted to get? I looked down, thinking about the many options available on the market. Most of them weren't too important to use right now, because the world was too young for the item or spell blueprints. There is one thing that would be good to get, I think. Riwon smiled slightly, waiting to hear what I had to say. An enchantment or spell that obscures the properties of an item. That way, people won't just be able to reproduce any artifacts that we make too easily. When she heard my suggestion, she tilted her head in thought. I can see how that would help. Give me just a minute to look through the market and see if there is anything like that. The elven goddess closed her eyes, furrowing her brows as she focused. It was a good while later when she finally spoke. I managed to find two versions of that. One is a spell and the other is an enchantment component. As she said that, she made a hazy blue screen appear in front of me, showing the options that she found. Indiscernible enchantment. This enchantment component can be added on top of normal enchantments to add in the function of hiding the properties of the enchanted item. 40 points. Magic system required. Masked properties. This spell can be cast on any item or person, and will temporarily mask its aura. The duration of the spell is directly dependent on the amount of mana used when it is cast. 70 points. Magic system required. My eyes went wide when I saw the two entries, particularly the last one. The masked properties option. Would we be able to cast that with the infinite mana of the admin room and have it be permanent? Riwon blinked in surprise, thinking about it. On an item, maybe. But if you wanted to cast it on one of us, or yourself, I don't think that'd work. From what Terra told me, every time you descend, a body is custom built for your use. That should mean that any magic affecting you is wiped clean each time you travel between here and Earth. I clicked my tongue in annoyance, having thought that I had found a permanent answer to my God King aura. Well, either way, I think it'd probably be best to buy both of those. The spell will definitely come in handy at some point, but the enchantment will be useful more often. Riwon nodded her head at that. That's right. And we have plenty of points for both, in addition to what I already suggested. With that settled, I went ahead and found both of those items on the market, buying them along with the systems Riwon had suggested. In an instant, exactly 700 points vanished from my balance. At the same time, 3 blue orbs of light appeared in front of me, streams of strange characters flying around them. When I put my hand on one of the orbs, I felt my mind surging with information. This was information about the new enchantment component I had purchased. So, that's how the system delivers that information. I quickly transferred the information from the 3 orbs into 3 books and made copies of each to give to Riwon. She seemed excited to have new information to study. Chapter 52, Kingdoms United. The nearby residents have recognized you as their rightful leader. Please choose a name for your kingdom. This message appeared before the face of Cynthia Ryan, ruling Queen of Gander. It was not the first time such messages appeared, and many had even become a part of daily life. However, this was the first time that the contents of the message had anything to do with her kingdom. Gander. She spoke, hesitantly, drawing the attention of the 2 men standing in front of her. A pair of mages had arrived to deliver reports about their research when she suddenly spoke to interrupt them. Your Highness. The man on the right, an elderly elf wrapped in pitch-black robes, asked questioningly. However, she seemed to be looking at something else. Not only that, but a feminine voice spoke out in her mind, one she had never heard before. Yet, she somehow identified it instantly, causing a feeling of excitement to well up inside of her. The time has come, my child. Your efforts have been recognized, and we have bestowed this system to better help your rule. With every word that her goddess spoke, Cynthia's face lit up more and more. Kingdom name set to Gander. Please specify the method of governing and method of succession. Just as the elf queen looked confused at the new window that appeared, Riwon's voice once again spoke to her, guiding her through the process to set up the kingdom in the system in the same manner that it was already functioning. When it was done, another screen appeared in front of her, this one far larger than the others which had asked for simple information. Kingdom of Gander Management Window. Finances. 3,230. Military/security. 3. Art. 2. Religion. 4. Science. 2. Magic. 3. Population. 4,239. Territory. 4 cities. Appoint official. Issue decree. Declare war. Although she did not understand the meaning behind the rating system used in this window, and some of the text was unreadable, she was able to discover a few things. It seemed that not all of the cities had been accounted for, as Cynthia knew of 6 cities that should be included in her domain. When she focused on that part of the display, more information appeared, telling her that 2 of the cities had not recognized her rule. Cynthia was shocked with this discovery, and turned towards the 2 mages that had been waiting for several long minutes. Send messengers to Uriler and Krendel asking for an explanation. When the mages only looked at her in a confused manner, she took a deep breath and explained the situation. Such scenes were not uncommon at the moment, though only the elves had developed a writing system complex enough for the windows to appear. For the other races, they could only rely on voices speaking into their minds to relay much simpler versions. Still, every civilization faced an upheaval that day of various degrees. It was bound to happen that not every city would recognize the same ruler in this age where travel is a long and difficult process. Thankfully, for most of these civilizations, this conflict was brief. For the elves and the beastkin, they managed to painlessly absorb the territories that had not immediately recognized their authority. For the centaurs and the dwarves, they established separate kingdoms. However, the humans took this in a much more violent way. Perhaps it was because their culture was one in which the word war would not be unknown. Even with the previous warnings from Baena, several rulers went into a fit of rage at the knowledge that their outlying cities did not submit to them. War was declared immediately, and several armies had their troops mobilized. Damn it all. Are these guys looking to die? I heard Baena call out from the other room, before she walked in with heavy steps. For once, her anger did not seem to be directed at me, which was nice. What's going on? I asked, looking to the human goddess as she searched the still empty living room for somewhere to sit. I had just gotten back from the basement, where I had bought the new systems and information. Baena's glare turned to face me for a moment, before she took a deep breath to calm herself. The humans are being idiots, naturally. As soon as that kingdom system went live, they started to declare war. Fuck, I even warned them that I'd be back if they went through with stuff like this. I was honestly surprised that she wasn't mad at me this time, given the circumstances that caused her anger. Seeing my apparent confusion, she shook her head with a bitter smile. Not your fault this time. Riwan gave me a heads up earlier that this system would come in, so I had plenty of warning. Not opposed to the system or anything, just wish they weren't so battle hungry. I see. I nodded my head slightly, giving a mental thanks to the absent elf goddess. Well, if you can't get them to stop fighting, why not try to set down rules on how they can fight? Baena's head snapped up to look at me as I said that. Explain, quickly. Well. Her suddenly urgent tone caught me off guard, but I suppose she likely wanted to take care of this before the situation became irreparable. For instance, passing down rules such as not wantonly killing innocent bystanders. Fighting the enemy army is one thing, but killing people that aren't fighting is something else entirely. Baena listened closely to my idea, nodding her head heavily when I was done. I think I get it. If they have to fight, fight in a way that minimizes losses. With that said, she closed her eyes, focusing on something. In almost every human city, a statue of Baena had been erected. These statues became something that the people deemed as necessary, as if not having one would incur the wrath of the goddess of battle. Even though it had been some time since she descended upon the world, few dared to think what would happen if they truly angered her. And now, at the same time, every statue of Baena among the human cities seemed to come alive all at once. Each one spoke with moving lips, no matter how crude their design. Listen well, for I shall speak this only once. The moment the booming voice called out from the statue, it seemed to cover every corner of the city, as well as a considerable distance outside the walls. Men cowered in fear at the angry tone their goddess used. Kings and queens alike tensed up, remembering the orders for war that they had sent mere moments earlier. But no matter which city you looked at, none dared to ignore Baena's words. These are the doctrines of war, and shall be the rules by which you engage in battles. Any army found to break these rules will be treated as if they wish to defy my orders. The statue then began to spout several rules which must be followed. These rules were generally along the lines of preventing people from attacking the innocent in times of war. Although no rules were set to monitor the acts of individual soldiers, it was clear that any army openly committing heinous acts would have to personally answer to Bayana. Those who were able to were quickly writing down any notes that they could take from Bayana's words, unwilling to allow their people to accidentally break these doctrines in the future. It was at this point that a familiar voice rang out in their ears, notifying them that they had unlocked a new class. While Bayana was busy doing whatever it was she was doing, I started to put the living room back to how it was before I gave Tubrok his personality. Thankfully, she had positioned herself out of the way, so there was no need to disturb her while I placed the furniture and the TV back down. By the time I was done, Bayana still had not come out of the trance that she seemed to have placed herself in. It was only roughly 10 minutes later when she finally opened her eyes, letting out a long sigh of relief. Looking around the room, she blinked in surprise, before moving to sit down on the couch. Okay. That is taken care of. Hopefully, they'll manage themselves well enough that I won't have to take action anytime soon. I nodded my head, sitting atop a chair next to the couch. Would be nice. So, how did it go with Tubrok? Bayana looked at me questioningly for several long moments before something seemed to register. OSHT, I left him alone in the kitchen. Forgetting her earlier tension, the human goddess bolted to her feet and rushed out of the room, as if she were running to prevent a disaster. I could only let out a brief laugh, shaking my head back and forth as I watched her run out in a panic. Okay. What's left? I thought on it for a bit and decided to finally get the calendar from the market. It was only 5 points and would help me keep track of time better. Considering that I don't need to sleep anymore, it is very difficult to properly track days. Following that, I went ahead and started making a forge area for Tubrok. Thanks to Tara's teaching earlier on, I was familiar with the basic construction of a forge and could easily implement it into a new room. As for his own personal room, I'll let him create that himself. I'm not being less considerate because he's a guy, okay? I made him the forge after all. I'm not, okay? Anyways, with that taken care of, I started heading back up to my room again, so that I could take a look at the computer. It seemed like a good time to fast forward again, now that all the civilizations had a deity to watch over them. Not only that, but I was running out of systems that seemed like they would be good to add to the world. At this point, it was just a matter of watching their civilizations grow for a while. I looked at the culture options again, considering whether or not I should do something with them now that I had a surplus of points. This was not something to do with the market, so I wouldn't be breaking my own rules to let Re1 handle that stuff. It was just a matter of if I thought that it would help. Now, I admit that it would be fun to do something erotic with some of the cultures, but that was not really what I wanted with this. I mean, if I build their culture around sex, then what are they supposed to do when the games start? They aren't demons that get stronger through sex or anything like that, so it'd just be for the entertainment value. I could focus some of them on developing science, or magic, or building a stronger culture. After thinking about it, I decided to assign a few civilizations a 50-year secondary priority like I had initially done with the Elven Kingdom. This way, it would help balance things out a bit more. For the dwarves, I gave the Mountain Kingdom Flames Peak a 50-year priority on crafting sciences. For the humans, I gave them a 50-year priority on internal security so that they can better protect themselves from monsters. Halflings had only barely established what could be called a kingdom, with the mayor of one of the vagrant cities being appointed the ruler of the area around it. For them, I gave them the priority of developing language and communication. I didn't assign anything to the Diva, as they were basically getting the leftovers of all the other races combined, which would likely help them grow faster than any one race. But, for the Centaurs, I had them work on construction techniques for 50 years. That seemed like it would be the biggest hurdle for them, given their unconventional body type. And finally, I assigned the Kingdom of Terraria 50 years of developing their own culture. As they already had the advantage in numbers, and a significant lead in multiple fields of research, I figured that this was the best direction for them to proceed in. Nodding to myself, I committed the changes and spent the necessary 50 points to confirm them. And now, let's do a 50-year fast forward to see the results of those choices. Chapter 53, The Sky Danced. I watched the map as time quickly passed, notifications popping up one after another. Each race was diving into their own specialties more and more after the points had been spent. In under a minute, 50 years had passed already. Looking at each race's abilities now, I found that there had been several advancements. For example, the citizens of the halfling city seemed to have reached the next level of the language technology, meaning that they had given birth to a more flexible writing system than what they had before. However, most importantly, there was another technology that appeared throughout the world, which every race seemed to have learned over the last 50 years. Jarl Waterspout laid back on a tall hill, the grass around him soaked in his blood. On either side of him, the bodies of beasts could be seen. To his right, a tiger with spines running down its back. And to his left, a bird as big as a man. Both of these creatures laid unmoving, wounds covering their bodies. Having finally managed to flee one beast, the other had ambushed him, leading to a three-way fight to the death. And death is all that came of such a fight. Now, he could only stare at the night sky, praying to the gods that some miracle would save him. His right eye had been clawed out, his canine tail bitten off. His side had a hole in it large enough that he had to hold his insides in. Please. Anyone. He looked up at the sky, wishing for the gods to answer. However, no matter how hard he prayed, no matter how much he wished, no miracle would save him. He held on for several long minutes before his faith turned into despair. He knew that the gods existed, such knowledge is given to every man and woman at their birth. But at this moment, he had to wonder if they were really watching from that sky littered with shining dots. If those shining lights weren't the eyes of the goddesses watching over them, then what were they? Did they exist purely to taunt those people who existed beneath the heavens? As these thoughts occurred to him, a strange scene took place, one which had never occurred throughout all of history. The sky moved. The stars danced within the night, shooting to and fro under some unknown power. Lines of light littered the sky, painting a picture none had ever seen. Some lights flickered out of existence, while others fell, and still more appeared from nowhere. What is? This was the last sight that Jarl ever saw, as the lights of his eyes faded away while he watched the night sky dance. Throughout the world, people noticed the changing of the sky, and for the first time, people questioned what the heavens truly held. For 7 days, the nights danced. And 7 nights later, the sky fell. Kraisla sat beneath the trees, her tiny body watching the ever-slowing dance of the stars above. To her left sat her beloved companion, the wolf which had accompanied her through most of her adult life. Ever since the changing of the sky, she had been fascinated with watching how the mysterious lights moved about. Sadly, it seemed that the performance was nearly over. For the last 2 nights, the lights above had moved less and less, and now they were barely moving at all. The halfling girl was just about to turn in for the night when a strange whistling noise caught her attention. Quickly looking up, she saw the lights dancing again. However, this dance was not the same as what had been occurring for the last week. The lights drew a path along the horizon, upon which a bright light momentarily lit up. Several moments later, she could feel the ground shaking as if the world itself was angered with this performance. Kraisla didn't know what to do. How could she soothe the anger of the entire world? She looked up at the sky and quietly pleaded for it to go back to its former dance. Her words seemed to have some effect, but not at all what she was hoping for. Her wolf companion jolted itself awake, letting out a miserable howl as it tugged on her leather shirt. The halfling girl could sense the fear in the wolf, but did not know what was so wrong. Was she not supposed to ask the sky to stop angering the world? When she looked back up to plead once again, she saw one particular light growing brighter and brighter. A dreadful roar, louder than any beast, shook the area. Finally, when the light could go no brighter, the earth shook once again. Sadly, Kraisla was no longer able to plead with the sky. Cosmic Knowledge 1 has been unlocked on your world. The cosmos is now expanding beyond the world itself, and new planets may be automatically unlocked. These planets will contain all installed systems, but will be beyond the direct control of the keeper, unless they pay the appropriate cost. From now on, random cosmic effects may occur within the unlocked cosmos. Current cosmic scale, single planetary system. 1 planet has been created in your cosmos that has been deemed capable of supporting life. The price to purchase control over this planet will be calculated based on the planet's size, inhabitants, and civilization levels. I couldn't help but be surprised when I saw those notifications appear. Given that none of the options I selected had anything to do with watching the sky, I wasn't really expecting anything like this. More importantly, the map of the world had expanded dramatically. To be precise, I could now view the entire solar system when I zoomed the map out. Unlike what I had always been taught in science class, there were actually 13 planets in this solar system. Among them, Earth was the sixth from the Sun. I couldn't be sure if the gravity of this sun was especially powerful, or if the laws of physics had simply been tweaked to accommodate a planet of the size I chose for Earth. Either way, I naturally checked the dozen other planets in the system, looking for the one that the system had said was able to support life. What I found was that the seventh planet from the Sun, one that seemed far smaller than the current Earth, was locked out of time. It rotated extremely rapidly, and I could only zoom in to watch the desolate world slowly covering in blue and green. Ah, looks like you got lucky. I suddenly heard Tara's voice behind me, so I silently turned back to her for an explanation. It's pretty rare to get multiple planets in a starting system that can support life. You could say it's both good and bad, in a way. What do you mean? I could see the potential good in it, but why was it bad? Well, it can end up pretty bad if you don't actually buy the planet. But if you do, then you have to manage a second world. At this stage, few keepers are comfortable enough to actually get a second planet, which is entirely understandable. She walked over to sit on the bed, lounging back and stretching herself out. What happens if I don't buy the planet? She offered me a small, patient smile. If you don't control the planet, then naturally you can't determine how they advance. They could be wiped out by natural disasters, kill themselves, or any number of things. The gods you elect also have no power over a planet that you do not control, so we couldn't interfere if we wanted. Okay. That seemed somewhat reasonable. So, there was the chance that this planet could even develop to eventually be antagonistic with Earth. What's with the sudden acceleration of time on the planet, then? This time, she let out a small sigh before answering. The world is going to fast forward until some species evolves and develops sapience. However, none of these species are protected by the system, so it is entirely possible that they could simply be driven extinct before that happens. That's what happened to your Mars. A race on the verge of sapience was killed off by a natural disaster, and the world just continued to move on until the planet had no hope of developing new life forms anymore. Ah. Well, that sucks. But that's not the most important part, Tara said with a small grin. You haven't finished going through your notifications yet. I blinked briefly, looking back to the computer. She was right, but could you blame me? The whole Cosmos thing was kind of distracting. Once again, I opened up the notifications to see what was left. Some of your species have undergone a natural evolution and will have their base stats permanently changed for all successive generations. Humans, strength +1. Halflings, awareness +1. Okay, now that caught me off guard. They can do that? I mean, they can really do that. Nobody had ever mentioned anything about my races evolving past the point I set them at. Tara let out a small giggle as she heard me. It's only natural, isn't it? With every generation growing more and more powerful before they pass on their genes, it's bound to happen where a bit of that power is left behind. Of course, it won't show a notification like that until the extra power has had time to spread through the gene pool to show an effect on the entire population, rather than just a select few. I nodded my head slightly, still looking at the notification window. Why only those two races, though? I mean, I can understand why it would take longer for the elves with their long lives, but why not the beastkin, dwarves, or centaurs? Tara thought about it for a moment, before offering her opinion. The beastkin have a much larger population than most, so it will probably take them longer to show an evolution. The centaurs are probably not too far off from one themselves. As for the dwarves, they don't improve their power as quickly as the other races, so they are probably a bit behind on that. But you don't know for sure? I asked her curiously. I mean, her answer didn't sound very confident, and usually she would know stuff like this instantly. Hearing my question, Tara smiled slightly. If you want, I could do an in-depth investigation. But that would take quite a bit of time, and I don't really feel like volunteering for that kind of work. I mean, does it really matter? If they are going to evolve like that, they will. If not, then no amount of investigation would change it. Any actions you take would still have the same result as if you did them without that knowledge. After saying that, she once again laid back on the bed, letting her slender legs stretch out on it. Now, pardon me while I take a cat nap, she spoke in a happy voice before curling her legs up to her chest. I just sat there, staring at where she was lying down. She did have a point, looking up that kind of information wouldn't really help all that much. I was more surprised by the realization that she would actually have to expend some kind of effort in order to find it out. I had always been under the assumption that she just knew what was going on, like how she knew that the cosmos had expanded. Maybe she is just paying close attention to the major events of the system, rather than knowing everything that happens at all times. I shook my head, unable to really figure out what was going on inside her mind. When someone contained all the secrets of the Keeperverse, and yes, that's what I'm calling it, how do they actually perceive things? In my own mind, I thought back to how she behaved immediately after I got her from the system. Then, I compared her to how she was behaving now. At first, she seemed more like an obedient maid than anything else, to the point where her first form of address was calling me master. Now, there was hardly a trace of that left in her at all. To say that she matured would be an understatement. Is that because of all the knowledge she possesses that it just made it hard for her to keep that original personality? I tried to mull it over in my mind, but ultimately couldn't make sense of it. Chapter 54, A Guided Path. After thinking for a little while, I turned back to the computer screen. Looking at the levels gained over the last 50 years, it seemed like people were struggling to reach the level cap. Now, this was a good thing, since it meant that I had finally found some kind of balance that would let them grow without being too restricted. However, now I was not left with much to personally do, except for watching them grow. The world was still not advanced to a degree where it would greatly benefit from me going down myself to interfere beyond what I had already done. Aside from that, there also weren't many systems left for me to buy. In some ways, it might be better to just buy the second planet when it's done with the time acceleration, assuming that a species manages to evolve enough to keep it. But at the same time, I really was still new to this whole keeper ordeal. Getting a second planet already may be a bit too much for me to deal with. Hell, I was already having some trouble managing all of the different races on Earth. My next thought was whether I should just fast forward more, letting the world develop on its own while I trained myself. Aside from my training as a spirit tamer and spirit hunter, I was not very familiar with the rest of the abilities at my disposal. Even the classes that had originally been my favorite, the mage and ninja, I was sorely lacking in training. As such, I decided to go through with that plan for now. Raising my level wasn't so much of an issue as my actual ability. Since my level could very easily surpass my ability with my keeper powers, I needed to find the proper balance. And, for training magic, there was obviously only one person I could really go to. First, though, I set several alarms on the world. This way, if any natural events were going to happen that would cause a large number of deaths, the world could be immediately frozen in time. Then, when I was done training, it would only be a matter of reviewing the alert and figuring out how to deal with it. After I was done with that, I found myself heading to the basement, wanting to see if Ri1 had made any progress on her research. Of course, I was also going to ask her for help training. Hopefully, she'd be able to offer more help than Terra, since she wasn't restricted by any of the system's rules that would prevent the sharing of information. As expected, I found her diligently working in the basement, carving out new formations one after another. When she heard me walk in, her head snapped up to look at me, a wide grin forming on her face. "There you are, Dale. I was hoping you'd come down and visit before too long." Okay. I need you to help me with something real quick. It's about that enchantment concealing formula you bought before." Her voice were eager, eyes wide as if she was talking about her favorite toy. "Okay. What can I do to help?" "I need you to gather a couple of things for me. This enchantment doesn't actually have any new spell components, just material components that are used to mask the enchantments." Before I even had time to ask what she needed me to get, she was already listing the ingredients. "I need the bones of a creature at least level 50, which has been dead for 100 years. I also need water from the depths of the ocean, at least 10,000 meters down. Oh, you can't let the water touch any air when you gather it. Aside from that, I need a fist-sized gem from each of the 7 colors of the rainbow, and a similar-sized chunk of obsidian and diamond. The closer in size the gems and obsidian are to each other, the better. Oh, and do we have fairies yet? Wait, no. Since we can't use ground fairy wings, powdered slime residue was a recommended alternative. I could only stare blankly at Ri1 as she listed off one ingredient after the other. And I'm guessing that simply making the items wouldn't work, right? She nodded her head quickly, agreeing with that statement. "Do you need them right now, or?" "Oh. Well, I guess not," she answered, somewhat sheepishly. "But it'd be really cool to try it out." Maybe when we actually have an artifact worth making. I nodded my head at her compromise. Honestly, most of what she asked for wouldn't be that hard to pull out of the world. The only things that might be troublesome would be the powdered residue and the bones. Did you make any new progress with your research? Oh, right. Actually, I did kind of. Well, maybe. She was back to being excited again. I found out that we only just touched the tip of the iceberg when it comes to enchanting. What we're doing now has a limit of 8 options, all of them being passive abilities. But, according to the book about how to make the inventory bag, there should be ways of adding several times that, as well as triggering mechanisms for each option. I don't suppose you happen to figure out how to do any of that? I asked with a curious expression, not wanting to get my hopes up. Well, no, but just knowing it is possible is sure to help. I was just getting back to trying out new formula combinations again when you came down. By the way, was there something you needed? She finally seemed to notice that I had come down of my own will, rather than being summoned by her. That's right. I want you to help train me. I haven't learned much magic beyond the basic few spells, and I figured it would be helpful to fix that. Given that you are the goddess of magic and all, I figured you would be the best person to ask. Hearing what I wanted, Riwon let a grin emerge on her face. Not her usual coy smile as if she was wanting to tease someone, but a true grin. Okay. But if I help you, can you help me with my shopping list? I thought about it for a moment before nodding. It shouldn't be too hard. But, you don't have to get fresh ingredients each time, right? If we go through a fist-sized chunk of diamond every time we do this, eventually that would cause a problem. I don't think so. The gems are listed as foci rather than ingredients. But, we will need to get new water, slime, and bones each time. I won't know for sure until we actually test it out. And, we won't have anything worthy of holy artifact levels of enchantment until I figure out how to attach conditions to enchantments and some higher level spells. I nodded my head again. As long as we weren't constantly going through that many ores, it wouldn't be a problem. Speaking of which, just had a thought, but I should go ahead and buy some of the more magical ores from the market, right? Forgot to do that before, but it will probably make things easier to do it now than in the future. Riwon chuckled lightly at that. Probably best. You want me to look through the market for some suggestions, or you want to take care of this one? I furrowed my brows for a few moments before answering. I'll handle this one. I think that I'll get 100 points worth of new minerals after we're done training. That should be enough for now. If anything else is needed, I can always buy it later and have it placed on the undiscovered continents. Finally, Riwon seemed to regain a bit of her original flirtatiousness. Is that even a word? All work, huh? No time for any fun. She brought her hands behind her back, leaning forward slightly as she looked at me. I let out a low cough, turning my head to the side to avoid any distracting sights. We can have some fun later. But this training is pretty important, wouldn't you say? I heard a giggle from in front of me, and when I turned to look, Riwon was already leaning back in her original position. Almost got you all right then, Dale, let's see what you minus. Riwon suddenly stopped talking mid-sentence, her eyes widening slightly in surprise. I turned around to see if there was anyone that snuck in behind me, but the basement was empty, save for the two of us. Anything wrong, Riwon? I asked, waving a hand in front of her face. It was only when I started snapping my fingers that she seemed to come out of whatever trance she was in. Sorry. Someone just unlocked a very interesting spell. Mind giving me a moment to try it out before we begin training? I nodded my head slightly confused what was going on. With a happy smile, Riwon leaned in to give me a quick kiss on the lips, before turning around and walking a few steps away from me. Thanks, Dale. In the direction that she was facing, the basement suddenly shifted, forming a dozen wooden targets. Each one was vaguely humanoid, carrying a wooden shield in one hand and a sword in the other. They were not packed closely together, with each dummy being roughly 3 meters from either of its neighbors. Riwon confidently walked forwards until she stood 50 meters from the line of targets. Then, Riwon lifted up both of her hands, palms facing forward. The two hands were aligned vertically, one with the fingers pointed up while the other had them pointed down. Blue light radiated off her fingers, and I could feel a dense mana gathering in her hands. When she rotated her hands, blue light trailed behind in a line, forming a complete circle. Then, that circle began to fill in with various patterns, turning into what was obviously a spell diagram. However, it didn't stop there. After the initial diagram was done, 3 more diagrams appeared surrounding it, hovering in place. This was the first time I'd seen a spell use more than one diagram, and also the first time that I had seen the diagram itself appear as a result of casting the spell. But, even taking that into consideration, the effects of the spell left me rather disappointed. A red flame shot out from the original diagram in front of her palms, flying towards the targets. As it flew, the fireball split into 3. Then each of the 3 split into 2, and those 6 again split to form 12 fireballs. Each fireball accurately struck one of the dozen wooden targets, catching them on fire. Although there did not seem to be any explosive force behind this spell, it appeared to be a multi-target spell. Sadly, every time the fire split, it became weaker, dividing its power evenly among its parts. Nodding to herself with a serious expression, she then turned back to face me. As she did, a smile appeared once again. It worked a little better than what I had planned. The system called that spell Guided Flame. It uses a few new components that we haven't seen yet, so we should be able to create some interesting spells out of it. Seeing that I was interested, Riwon went on to explain the uniqueness of the spell. Compared to the basic flame spell, this one had a slightly stronger fire element to it. More importantly, it also had 3 new patterns. Those were the diagrams that appeared alongside it when it was cast, diagrams that would allow for guided control, splitting, and combining. However, there was another point that I was interested about. Why did the diagram appear in front of you when you cast it? That wasn't just to show me, was it? I couldn't help but ask after she finished explaining. That. Actually, from my understanding, once spells hit the second tier of their element, the diagrams become visible during casting. If I had cast that spell with only the basic fire element, you probably wouldn't have seen it. But at the same time, it wouldn't have had hardly any strength after dividing so many times unless I poured a lot of extra mana into it. I could only nod at that explanation, though I wasn't sure what the cause of that phenomena was. It was likely that even Riwon herself didn't know. After all, just because she's the goddess of magic does not mean she knows everything about magic. It just means that she knows everything that is known about magic. I think this whole god business gets confusing at times. Either way, it was time for some rather extensive magical training. I wonder how many of these spells I'll actually be able to memorize. Chapter 55, Doom. Doom. As I moved deeper into the basement following Riwon, the scene rapidly shifted. The floor marked with countless diagrams smoothed out into stone tiles, and a wooden table with 2 chairs rose from the ground ahead. Compared to Bayana, who seemed to have trouble making a basic stool, Riwon seemed much more adept at controlling the admin room. With a slight motion, the elven goddess turned and sat at the seat on the far side of the table, leaving the other one to me. Okay, there's not a lot that I can teach you about the magic system aside from the spells already discovered. But, with this new fire spell, I might be able to uncover a bit more of the secrets. She made a satisfied smile, waving a hand to create several sheets of paper on the table. Each one had a detailed spell diagram drawn on them in glowing red ink. These are some of the more important spells I've identified, as each one has unique aspects. First, starting with the basics. Tara said she wasn't able to teach you much at the time, due to her restrictions, so let's start with what I've learned. As she spoke, she lightly tapped the table with her slender hand, causing one of the papers to rise into the air. With the diagram facing me, I could instantly identify it as the basic flame spell. Seeing that I recognized it, she continued her lecture. Every spell discovered so far is contained within a circle. Why, though? The circles themselves aren't needed to form the basis of magic, as we saw with the enchantment diagram. While that does have circles, it does not have a single circle that encompasses the entire diagram. I hadn't actually thought about that, so I lowered my head in thought for a minute. However, I couldn't come up with a proper answer. What significance did the circles themselves play in the magic? When I looked up, Riwon saw my questioning gaze and smiled. My conjecture is that circles represent a variable field. Patterns stored inside of a circle are subject to change, while those not in a circle have to stay in a constant, fixed form. That's why you can draw custom shapes in the center of a flame spell to direct it. I nodded my head slightly as I considered that. Then, why are circles needed for all of these spells? I motioned to the other papers present on the table. Well, this is just my suspicion, but I think that part of the circle's functions are to help solidify the patterns you put into it, and help them conform to the proper shapes. People rarely have a perfect mental image, so the circle helps to correct things. But this means that there are also spells that could work with pieces outside the circle, or without a circle at all. With Riwon's excited hypothesis, another piece of paper appeared in midair, this one holding an unfamiliar design. It looked in many ways similar to the basic shield spell, but there were 4 triangles along the outside of the spell's outer circle. This is something I found that the elves had discovered a few decades ago. The spell itself isn't important, but this extra addition on the outside gives it a new purpose. When this shield spell is cast, the spell itself does not activate immediately, but imbues itself onto the target surface. Then, whenever that particular area is given a strong enough shock, the spell automatically activates. I'm calling this design feature the alarm trigger. From a brief experiment, the length of the individual triangles determines the amount of force needed to activate it as long as all 4 are the same size. I could only nod as I looked at the different diagrams she had laid out. Before she got carried away with her explanations, however, I wanted to cut in and ask something. Then, how do you use multiple patterns for a single spell, like you did with that new fire spell earlier? Hearing my question, Riwon's smile only grew wider. As the 2 pieces of paper floating in the air fell down, 3 more rose up. These seemed to make up the same spell she had recently displayed for me. That's actually really easy. I'm not sure if it will stay true later on, but for this level of spell all you need to do is picture all 3 diagrams in your mind. Then, place them in any order you wish as long as the primary spell is placed last. From there, run your mana through each diagram in turn, before settling it on the final one. And the controlling aspect? How does that work? I glanced at the 2 unfamiliar diagrams. Well, I haven't had time to study the specifics on what makes them do what they do yet. But, from a practical standpoint, you are able to feel the spell with your mind, as well as the options you have to work with. After that, Riwon helplessly shrugged her shoulders. That's really the best that I can do to explain it. I'll need more time to study and experiment in order to get detailed information. I nodded my head again. From there, Riwon began to give me a much more detailed lesson on the various aspects of magic she had discovered. However, unlike Terra who had given me the spells directly, Riwon only gave me the individual pieces. Though, she did explain in as great of detail as she could what each piece meant, and how it could change depending on where it was placed in a diagram. To compare the 2, Terra was having me dissect a complete puzzle to figure out where the pieces fit, whereas Riwon was giving me the pieces of the puzzle and explaining what to do with them. The 2 of them were teaching me in pretty much opposite directions, but I honestly found it easier to understand Riwon's methods. Maybe that was because she was able to give me more direct help than Terra was, but it was easier to remember. I lost track of just how long I spent down there, but after we were done studying, we naturally spent some time playing. What? I hadn't been able to have any fun with her or Terra since before we even gave Riwon her personality. Anyways, after that was done, I got what she had asked for to make this special enchantment. All in all, it was roughly a day or so before I was ready to get back to check on how the world was faring after the time skip. Judging by the information window, it had been roughly 150 years since the last time I looked, and had only stopped because one of the alarms had triggered. Which, of course, meant that someone was about to get the short end of a very big stick. Tsunami detected, traveling towards inhabited continent. Sapiens within path of tsunami, 1390. Yikes. Why did it have to be the elves? I wasn't really playing favorites with my concern, but the elves were really the worst ones to get hit by a natural disaster. After all, they had the lowest population of any race. The problem was, how am I supposed to save them from a giant wave of death? Opening up the map, I saw that the aforementioned wave was only a couple miles out from the continent at the moment, but its scale was simply massive. In length, it had to be thousands of miles long and at least 5 miles tall. If not for the fact that the southern tip of it was striking the northernmost area of the elves' explored continent, it might still be bearable. But as things were, they had an hour at most before the wave breaks through the coast and reaches them. I was thankful that the elves hadn't yet explored all the way to the coasts, otherwise the people in danger would be much greater. Still, I couldn't help but send a mental page to Riwon, which likely came across more like a blaring alarm. At least, if her wincing appearance a moment later was any indication. What's going on, Dale? Also, you really need to practice thought transmitting. W. She reached up and rubbed her head as if it was hurting. Sorry, but we've got an issue. I moved my chair aside to let Riwon have a look at the screen, letting her see the situation with the tsunami. Oh. Wow. Boom. Okay. Her eyes went wide as she saw the massive wave frozen in time, heading towards her own people. So, is there some special keeper option you can use to make that go away? Disaster be gone or something like that? Maybe. But, I was hoping we could do something different. Something less cheat. Why? For the first time, Riwon sent a rather fierce glare at me. Obviously, she didn't like the idea of not sparing her people from an imminent disaster. Don't worry, I'm not suggesting we simply abandon them. Maybe warn the people that you can to get out of the way, first. After that. Do you feel like showing off? Riwon stared blankly at my question, before turning back to the screen. You mean? Well, you are the goddess of magic, after all. Do you have any spells that you could use to slow the tsunami down, just long enough for it to wear its energy out before it has the chance to reach them? Riwon took a step back and crossed her arms in front of her, lowering her head in thought. Maybe. From what was explained to me, each god or goddess should have near limitless ability in their domains. For Irina, that means she can do pretty much whatever she wants in the underworld. For me, that should mean that my mana pool should be practically unlimited if I descend. But, I haven't really tested it out much, yet. She seemed to be running a few different scenarios in her mind, before she looked at me and resolutely nodded her head. Okay, I think I've got an idea. Give me a couple of minutes to prepare, and then you can restart the world. In the city of Hiren, several hundred elves came together to enjoy a fairly peaceful life. Monster attacks were few and the air had a certain quality to it that couldn't be enjoyed in other cities. Due to this, Hiren was one of the most populated elven cities, but it had also been one that hadn't immediately recognized Gandor's rule. This could not be entirely blamed on them, however, as they were several months' travel away from the capital city. This seemed to be a normal day, when suddenly birds could be seen taking to the sky en masse. Animals and monsters alike panicked, going so far as to ignore the hunters to run in a particular direction. Many residents saw this as a bad omen and were preparing to follow when a voice appeared in their minds. Do not flee. You will be safe within your walls. Though they had never heard this voice before, everyone knew who it belonged to. With the assurance of their goddess, nobody dared to leave the city. Soon, people could be seen scrambling towards Hiren's walls, hoping to make it inside as quickly as possible. Anyone that had been out of the city for hunting, or farming, or even people that the residents had never seen before. Amidst the chaos, few people noticed a lone woman standing atop the walls, wearing a pure white dress. However, soon they noticed. Everyone in the city had their gaze drawn to that woman, as torrents of magical energy surged around her. Those particularly sensitive felt as if they were suffocating under the pressure of this power, while others questioned if such a level of power were even possible. As if in response to her power, the very ground itself shook in defiance. In the distance, a massive shadow covered the horizon, slowly growing larger as it approached them. At this time, a soft-spoken voice echoed mysteriously through the city, its origins clearly the same as the one that spoke into their minds a moment ago. Stand behind me. As the power surrounding the woman, no, the goddess, grew even stronger by the moment, so too did the impending shadow of destruction. Within moments, it had grown to a size that everyone could clearly make out what was causing the shadow. Water, on a scale that none of them had ever known. Raising a hand that seemed as if it would break from the slightest touch with that ever-growing wall of water, Riwon released the power she had been storing. Part of it surrounded the city, forming into a translucent shield of light, while the rest shot towards the wave in scattered blasts. Explosions could be heard within the wave as her spells impacted, blowing sections of it back. Still, more and more could be seen as it drew closer. Raw power won't work, huh? Barely anyone could hear the voice that sounded from the woman on the wall. Guess we're going to have to do this all at once. Again, unimaginable power erupted from Riwon, far quicker than the previous spells. This time, when she released her spell, there was no explosion. There was only silence as the encroaching wave had stopped in its tracks. As far as the eye could see, the towering wall of water had been frozen into a solid sheet of ice. However, that ice was still crashing towards them, albeit without much of the driving force it had before. As if to relieve their fears of being crushed to death by the wall of ice, it exploded into shrapnel a moment later. As the shards of ice rained down from above, they crashed into the shield of light protecting the city, shattering harmlessly and falling off to the side. Some people thought that the crisis might be over with this, but the shield remained standing. Minutes passed before they had their answer, more waves crashing towards them from every direction. Although these waves were far smaller and carried far less force than the one that had terrified them previously, it was still enough to strike fear into their hearts. Thankfully, Riwon simply remained on the city wall, pouring more and more power into the shield to prevent it from collapsing. Soon, it seemed as if the entire city was underwater, the dome shield being the only thing between them and a quick death. This continued for several long minutes, before finally the water started to lower. When the waters around the city barely reached the elves' ankles, the barrier disappeared, and some of that water poured in. Still, getting their feet wet was nothing compared to what would have happened had their goddess not appeared to protect them. Looking to the walls, people soon discovered that she had vanished without a single trace. Though she may have left quietly, her actions would be remembered forever. Chapter 56, A Fox's Fright. I let out a deep breath when I saw that the wave had been stopped. Although Riwon wasn't able to save everyone, she still reduced the casualties by a lot. The rest were people that had been too far away from the city to get back in time, or those that did not listen to the warning. All in all, from over 1,000 potential casualties, it had been reduced to just under 100. Just as I was internally celebrating getting through this without losing a large number of the elves, Riwon appeared back in the room, rubbing her head in annoyance. Okay, that was harder than I thought. Was the result worth the headache? I nodded my head to the goddess as she sat down on the nearby bed. Aside from a few, you managed to protect everyone. But do you guys even get headaches? Companion physiology is not my strong suit, okay? Riwon raised an eyebrow at me when she heard my question. That's right. Though, I wasn't sure either until just now. Maybe it's something that only happens when we descend? Or it just needs me to push myself more to get one. Don't know, don't care, going to hide in a dark hole for the next hour or so. If there's nothing major, don't have anyone bother me. Alright. Oh, by the way, was going to have the next goddess awakened. Want to attend, or no? I didn't even get an answer as Riwon simply faded from view. Guess that's a no, then. Well, at least this way nobody can claim I didn't invite her. Next, I began sending out a page to the other gods, letting them all know what was going to happen. Or, I at least hoped that was what I was doing. Given Riwon's previous interpretation of my attempts to page someone, I might just be setting off firecrackers in their mind. Either way, at least I'll be getting their attention. Sure enough, a few moments later a piece of paper appeared in front of me. It seemed to just materialize from thin air and land in my hand without a sound, and there were several words written on it. Given the complexity of what happened, and that Riwon was excluded from the group page, I figured that Terra had sent this. Until you learn how to do the mental messaging properly, use this. Just write what you want to tell us, and who you want it sent to. I wasn't sure if I should be happy or upset at this. On the bright side, this did make my job easier, but it was also just short of blatantly telling me that I was still a mental alarm. Nonetheless, I did write on the paper. Send to all gods but Riwon. Did not want to take the risk that this paper could also work as a broadcast to the planet. That would be a fuck up of epic proportions. About to give Udina her personality. Anyone that wants to attend can meet in the living room. I waited for several long moments, unsure if the message had gone through. However, soon the ink seemed to seep down through the paper, forming more words on a separate line. Udina? Which one is that? The fox, wolf, or the bear? Unfortunately, there was no real way for me to identify which one sent that message. So, I once again sent the message to all of them, letting them know that Udina was the kitsune goddess of life and entertainment. Now that I think about it, that might be a rather strange combination of domains. On the one hand, it implies that life is all about having fun. On the other, it encourages people to live life to the fullest, I guess. Either way, I folded up the piece of paper and put it in my pocket, then went to the living room. By the time I arrived, there were already a few people present. Once again, Baina was there to watch the ceremony, as was Oravi. To my surprise, Tubrok was also present. I had almost forgotten that we had already woken him up after spending time with Riwon. Looking around, I gave the three a small smile. Okay. So, going to do things a little differently with this one. I want everyone here to help me come up with the personality to give her. The only thing that I would insist on is some form of loyalty, so that there isn't a bunch of drama that could divide the planet or anything like that. Agreed. Baina gave a small nod, sitting on the couch. Oravi ran over to sit next to her, leaning against the taller woman. Given their appearances, it was almost possible to see the two of them as actual sisters, though there was quite the age gap for appearances. Surprisingly, Tubrock was the first to speak up. Personality, you say? What sorts of things can be used? Given his honestly curious tone, it was likely that he either didn't suspect or didn't bother with the implication that his own personality would have been granted in the same way. Biana glanced over to the dwarf in the corner, one hand reaching up to rest on Oravi's shoulder. Anything within reason. As for my suggestion, why not use a filial bond? Although the rest of us may be a bit too different, but if she has the setting of Terra's younger sister, it would make things easier without putting unwanted thoughts in her head. After her came Oravi, whose hand shot up quickly. Ooh. Why don't we make all the Beastkin goddesses sisters? That could make things really interesting for their culture, if they know that their goddesses are all one family, right? Biana looked at Oravi, taken aback by the suggestion, but ultimately nodded her head in agreement. Turning to look at Tubrock, I saw him crossing his arms, seeming to give this some serious thought. That could work, maybe. But as for the other stuff, no clue what should be given to this one. You said in your note that this one was the goddess of life and entertainment, yeah? I nodded my head, waiting for him to continue. However, after a few moments, he simply shrugged his shoulders in defeat. Got nothing to help you with, then? I'm not sure why I was expecting anything different. Tubrock was literally born yesterday, so he naturally wouldn't have many opinions to offer on this. Letting out an exaggerated sigh, Biana took the lead. Why not just let the system decide, aside from the family bit? I nodded my head lightly, pulling the paper back out. Summoning a pencil to write with, I sent a message to Terra. We decided to use the setting of the Beastkin goddesses all being your sisters. That okay with you? This was a rather major decision, and I didn't want to go through with it without getting her approval. A few moments later, I got a message from Terra, verifying that she was all right with having more sisters. Alright then, let's bring her in. Closing my eyes, I focused on moving Udina from the storage room to the living room. Her arrival was accompanied by a small popping noise, and when I opened my eyes I could see the golden-haired kitsune standing in front of me. Like the last time I saw her, she was still wearing a dress of animal furs, her eyes still carrying that same vacant look. Her delicate features appeared very attractive, combined with her hourglass curves. Although her chest was smaller than Terra's, it would still be the envy of many women back in the earth I came from. After looking into her jade green eyes, I closed my own and focused on the personality that I wanted to give her. This would be the first of the girls I made that did not have an instant love towards me of one sort or another. In a way, this was a test to see how things went without that added in. If Udina caused trouble for everyone and wouldn't listen to reason, then I would reset her. It's regrettable, but it was something I had to be ready to do. Once again, the golden light descended, making Udina's hair seem to glow brilliantly as it set about its work of breathing life into the goddess of life herself. Tubrock seemed especially attentive to this process, eyes shining as he watched from beginning to end. Only when the light began to fade away did it even register to him that he should be blinking. Biana was also staring intently, but her gaze seemed less focused on the light, and more on the person within it. When Udina stepped out from the pillar of light and looked around, it was Biana that was most focused on her. However, her first words were, "Not what I was expecting. Where am I?" she asked, looking around, her eyes wide and showing fear. Biana leaned forward in surprise, bringing both her hands down into her lap. She quickly shot a look over to me, and I was already writing in the paper to call Terra. If the system really did make Udina see her as a sister, that should calm things down before she freaks out. Sure enough, Terra arrived a couple of minutes later, only to find all of us looking at Udina, who was crouched down in a corner with her arms around herself. Her body was visibly shaking, as if she was barely restraining herself from running away. However, when Terra arrived, Udina happened to look up and see her come in. "Terra!" she cried out, running quickly over to the catgirl goddess and hugging her tightly. Taken aback by the sudden charge, Terra was stunned for a moment. It was only a short while later, after her eyes unfocused for a split second, that she wrapped one arm around to pat Udina's back. "What's wrong? Where are we?" the kitsune goddess asked, looking up into Terra's eyes. Even though I was off to the side, I could see the wetness on her cheeks. "We're home, Udina. Where else would we be?" Terra seemed slightly confused by the question. At least that meant she didn't know about whatever memories or personality quirks the system gave Udina. Home? She looked back towards the rest of us in the room, then to Tara again. This is home. But then, who are they? Why are they in our home? Tara simply sighed, shaking her head. Of course, it's because this is their home, too. The fox girl seemed confused by that, looking at us again. Tara glanced in my direction as she continued to hold Udina with one hand. Mind if I go explain things to her for a bit? She's not going to be much good to you in this condition for anything anyways. I nodded my head and Tara smiled, turning to lead Udina out of the room. From how they were walking, the Kitsune goddess was constantly doing her best to walk in front of Tara, standing on the opposite side of her from all of us. When they were no longer here, there was a period of silence from everyone left until an awkward cough came from Tubrock. Well, I think it's safe to say that doesn't normally happen. He glanced at the rest of us who shook our heads in unison. Well, that's good at least. Glad I didn't end up like that one. With that, he shook his head and left the room. Oravi glanced between Bayana and myself. Is Udina going to be alright? She'll be fine. Bayana assured her, patting Oravi's shoulder again. She just had a bit of a shock, is all. After Tara's done explaining things and getting her adjusted, she should be fine. She's the goddess of entertainment, so maybe she'll be able to come up with some fun games for you to play together. Oravi's eyes practically glowed at that moment, and she nodded her head vigorously. Right. I'm sure she'll be lots of fun later on. I just hope she gets better soon. And it'd be best if neither of the other two had reactions like that. Maybe we should make them a little familiar with us when setting their personalities later, so that can't happen. Bayana blinked in surprise, but soon nodded her head. That sounds like a good idea. She then put on a sarcastic grin as she reached up and pinched one of Oravi's cheeks. You know, you're smarter than you look. Mew. Oravi flailed her arms pitifully as her cheek was pinched. Stop it. Bayana just laughed, releasing the girl's cheek and standing up to leave the room. Oravi sat there, rubbing her cheek with her head lowered. As for me, I was thinking about what I should do next. Things were definitely starting to get interesting in the admin room. And also, I had to ask myself why Irina wasn't present. I had expected her to be here for this event, but instead she was absent. I made up my mind that my next course of action would be to visit the underworld again to meet her, and see what was going on. Chapter 57 Underworld Woes. It didn't take me long to find the door I had created that lead to Irina's room in the underworld. In fact, I wasn't even entirely sure how this door worked myself. Whenever I normally descend to the world, I have to have a body created for me. However, when walking through the door that is not the case. Perhaps, a body is automatically created based on whatever form I possess at the time. What I see on the other side of the door is the normal scene of Irina's bedroom, which still almost perfectly mirrors mine and Tara's room in the admin room. Disregarding that, I turned down the hall to quickly make my way towards the throne room where Irina handles most of her business. Of course, I pressed my ear to the door to listen for a moment in order to ensure that I wouldn't be interrupting anything by entering. Come on in, Dale. A tired, yet pleasantly surprised voice called out to me from the other side of the door. Nodding to myself, I pushed it open and walked in. Thankfully, there really wasn't anyone else here aside from myself and Irina, who was sitting atop her throne with a weary expression. Everything all right? I took the initiative to ask, seeing her current state. From the looks of things, she has been quite busy. Her shoulders are sagging slightly, and her expression seems as if it were a normal person that hadn't slept in days. Yes. Sorry, but things have been pretty hectic here. I got your message, but couldn't afford to leave at the time. Well, that didn't sound good. What's the matter? Surely, it shouldn't be something too bad, given your status here and all. She looked at me, slightly surprised. No, not really bad. It's just been busy. Some of the spirits coming in are trying to form their own factions and avoid mingling with the others, and our total population is nearing what we need to start sending out regular squads to the living world. I blinked in surprise, my mouth hanging open for a moment before I came to my senses. I thought it was going to be a while yet before that was ready. The goddess on the throne smiled in a tired manner. It was, originally. I failed to take into account the centaur's appearance and the population increase of the living world. Either way, The population is nearing the point that we need, but the standards of the spirits and deva are still far from what I would be comfortable sending. Ah. I think I get it. Do you have a plan for that? I had to assume that this was the main reason why Irina was so busy, having needed any time she could get to set up this plan she was working on. Yes, I have something, but it's not quite ready yet. I had planned to slowly build up to it for another 100 years, but my plan had to be accelerated. With a slow wave of her hand, the floor of the throne room exploded in a gray mist, slowly reforming into a new shape. What appeared was a scale model of a wide building with many floors. At a glance, it reminded me of a pagoda, though one dimension had been considerably widened. This is my Spirit Academy, where I am setting up the foundations for the future patrol squads. Right now, each floor represents a different difficulty. As she spoke, the first floor of the academy seemed to glow green. On the bottom floor, I have pulled in the weakest monsters that would be encountered. From there, the second floor began to glow as the light from the first floor faded, and the light continued to climb to the highest floor. All the way at the 13th floor, I have one of the Chimera souls trapped. That set off alarms in my mind, and I quickly turned to look at her in shock. Isn't there a chance of it getting out and destroying the nearby area? However, Irina simply shook her head. No, that is one of the things that has kept me busy lately. I have anchored it to that location, and am preventing it from leaving. Originally, I had wanted to assign instructors to the academy, and turn the floors into classrooms and training areas. Perhaps, in time, I can do that. Saying that much, Irina let out a sigh. However, it seems I don't have that long to wait. Disregarding the need to send patrols to the living world, we have need of our own police force. The racial factions are causing unrest to spread throughout the underworld. Already, some have split off to form their own kingdoms. Although they will bow their heads to me, and will associate reluctantly with the Deva, those kingdoms will not work together with the other spirit races. Irina glanced over at me, seeming to understand what I was thinking. Yes, I could simply eliminate them if I wanted to. But doing so would set a bad precedent of me abusing my power. At the same time, if I do nothing, then I will seem to be silently agreeing to the formation of those kingdoms. Instead, my answer is to build a police force formed from all the different races. Not only will they patrol the living world, but they will also keep the peace in this realm. I nodded my head, understanding her reasoning. So, the higher level someone reaches in the academy, the higher their position within the spirit army? At that, Irina smiled bitterly and shook her head. If it were that simple, perhaps I could have been there to see Udana. The academy merely acts as a starting point. It tests someone's raw combat ability. However, there is still more to consider when assigning ranks. Most importantly, their loyalty and ability to command troops. For the former, I am working with a merit system. The more missions they accomplish of varying difficulties, the more merits they accumulate and the faster they qualify for a promotion examination. Taking a deep breath, Irina continued. The promotion examination requires 3 things. First, they have to be able to challenge a particular floor in the academy. For the first rank, which everyone starts at, they must be able to defeat the simplest monsters on the first floor. The second aspect of the examination measures their accumulated merits. The third is a test of command. I am still working out the details for this one, but so far I am setting up tests for each rank that offers questions to prove their ability. I had to admit that I was impressed by how she was handling this. I get it, I think. How far has anyone gotten in the academy? Right now, the 6th layer is the highest anyone has managed to go on their own. Those monsters should be around level 80 or so it is no surprise. Once the standards are raised a little more, and we have some suitable teachers, I will set up a proper learning facility. I've spoken at length with Tara about the types of schools and colleges that your world had, and think that we could benefit from something similar here. I see. Well, at least the situation was mostly under control, it looked like. If you need any help with anything, just ask, okay? Irina smiled gently, nodding her head. I know, Dale. This is just a matter of time at this point. Once our army is set up, I can begin working to integrate the various kingdoms back into the fold. Thankfully, the arrival point for the spirits is still this city, so it isn't so easy for them to recruit. Alright. I've got some things I need to check on back at the admin room, so I'll head back now. Depending on how things go, there might be another world under your jurisdiction soon. When I said that, Irina's expression froze, looking at me questioningly. Another world appeared in orbit around the sun that is capable of supporting life. I've got to go check on it when I return and see if anything became of it. Irina slowly nodded her head. I see. Please, keep me informed about that world. If we suddenly have another set of area to govern, and more spirit races to manage, things will become more difficult on this side. Will do. I smiled to her, walking back towards the door at the back of the throne room. Honestly, I was glad that the issues keeping Irina from visiting the admin room weren't more severe, but it was still quite a lot for her to handle on her own. Next time I see Tara, I should see if there's anything she can think of for me to help with. Nodding to myself, I returned to the admin room and sat down at the computer. Given that time was flowing normally in the underworld, it stands to reason that the weird flow of time because of the new planet should have ended. Pulling up the map, I found that that was indeed the case. However, the notification that appeared dampened whatever hopes I may have held towards this planet. Extinction level event supervolcano has eradicated life on this planet. Planet deemed no longer suitable for the development of sapient life forms. Planet may be purchased at any time for 160 points. Why would I even bother spending the points to buy the planet now? Unless it's possible to have events altered afterwards to make it habitable again. Still, right now it isn't worth it, at least. Shaking my head, I closed out of the notifications and moved towards the training area in the basement. Tara should still be talking with Udina now, so there was no real point in trying to find her. Instead, I might as well see if I could come up with anything in my magic training. To my surprise, Riwon was not in the basement this time. Most likely, she was either in her own room, or she had descended to the world to try out a new spell. From experience, I could say that it was hard to measure exactly how much mana you were using and how much power a spell had when you had unlimited energy. At most, I could limit myself to a small trickle of mana being released at a time, and measure the amount used by how long it takes. Regardless, I found a corner of the training room that had not been covered with her spell diagrams, and created a small chair to sit in. Closing my eyes, I focused on one of the more complicated spell diagrams I had learned. This particular spell was a variant of the homing fireballs, except that it used the first-tier lightning element instead of fire. Just when I was going to pull the mana to test the spell for errors, I noticed something strange. Not with the spell itself, but rather with my own energies. According to what I had learned, in the admin room I should possess 3 energies. Ki, representing the training of the body. Spiritual energy, representing the training of the soul. And mana, representing the training of the mind. However, what I currently felt was not 3, but 5 energies lurking within my bodies. 3 of them I could easily identify as the ones I was already proficient with. The last 2, though, were far more mysterious. One felt like an all-encompassing glow that permeated my entire being, but seemed difficult to grasp. The other seemed to well up from inside my body, yet felt foreign. As if I was simply a conduit for a larger power. Great. More questions. Likely, these 2 energies were somehow related to new classes that had been unlocked in the world below. However, I could not think of 2 classes that would use new energies. Perhaps the cleric class might, if one of those energies was divine. If so, it would probably be the energy that made me feel like I was simply channeling it from elsewhere. But, out of all the classes I could remember selecting, there did not seem to be another that would use a different source of energy. Mentally, I opened up a notepad window in front of me and began writing down my questions. They were starting to pile up, and I felt like I would surely forget something if I did not take such measures to prevent that. Hopefully, Tara is able to take care of Udina soon, and I can figure out what is going on. Chapter 58, or really. After practicing more combinations of the various spell components that Riwon had shown me, I got up and left the basement, still curious on those 2 new energies and their uses. However, since the information fairy known as Tara was still busy, I had to wait before getting my answers. Instead, I went to the most unlikely of places. The sharp sound of metal striking metal rang in my ears long before I actually reached the isolated area where I had established Tubrok's forge. The dwarven god was bent over an anvil, striking what looked to be a long slab of black metal into shape with a wide, silver hammer. I wasn't sure why he was doing this, aside from maybe practicing with the materials. After all, I knew for certain that he had not used actual ores from the world below. While it is possible for him to go down and mine ores himself, it would use quite a lot of energy to do so, given that he'd be operating outside of his field. Judging by Irina's condition after fighting the spirit in the living world last time, it uses far too much energy to act outside of a god's domain. And for him to gather ores, he would have to go down and actually mine them out by hand. Sure enough, Tubrok stopped hammering at the sheet of metal not long after I appeared. Once he had stopped, it seemed to have vanished into nothingness as if it was never there to begin with. What can I do for you? He asked, looking at me. He seemed surprised by my visit, almost as much as I was myself for coming here. Well, a question and a favor really. I thought my answer over carefully. There was something I actually wanted him to do, I just wasn't sure if now would be the time for it or not. First, how is everything working out for you? Anything you can think of that you particularly need? Tubrok's thick eyebrow shot up, and he looked at me for a long moment before answering. Not off the top of my head. Maybe something to actually do, but I can entertain myself well enough. He pointed his thumb back at the forge, where the fire was still blazing. I can see that. Which brings me to the favor. I cleared my throat, an old habit from before this whole mess started. Would you be able to make weapons and armor for each of the gods and goddesses? Stuff that would serve to be iconic to them. I can ask Riwon to help with the enchanting, if need be. The dwarf thought about this again, but his answer came much quicker this time. I'd need to consult with each of them to figure out what kinda stuff they'd want made, but I don't see why not. Though, I'll need proper metals if you want them to be more than just props for around the house. As he finished saying that, he waved one thick hand around to indicate the admin room as the house. Yes, I was planning to get some new metals through the system soon. Once I've done that, I'll see about delivering some to you to use for your forge. While you're at it, I'd like a weapon of my own, as well. Something that wouldn't stand out too much. Once swords become more common, that is. Right now. Anything made of metal would grab everyone's attention. After hearing my additional request, Tubrok sank into thought. This time, his answer did not come, at least not verbally. After nearly a minute of waiting, he gave me a gruff nod, and waved me out of the forge. Apparently, he had some kind of idea or something he wanted to try, and didn't want to wait for the inspiration to pass him by. At least, that's what it looked like to me. Shrugging my shoulders, I exited the forge, thinking if there was anything else that I needed to take care of at the moment. I could probably head down to the world, see exactly what new classes had been unlocked recently. That could help me understand what the two new energies I felt were. I didn't really want to try testing them out until I actually understood how they are used. Just because I can't die in the admin room doesn't mean I can't get hit with bad statuses. Right. I should probably confirm that later. As I was walking back to the main area of the admin room, I bumped into Bayana. Literally, she came out of nowhere, and I stumbled over her, falling flat on my face. Whoops, sorry about that. She spoke, seeming genuine in her concern. Still getting used to moving like that. Yeah. I can see that. I groaned lightly from the floor, working myself up to my feet. I take it you were looking for me for something? Ah. Right. I wanted to get some help with something. I was looking at the system settings for the world, and I saw the martial artist class. Normally, I wouldn't have thought much about it. But something in my mind told me it was important for me. As she said that, I could see a somewhat troubled look on her face as if she herself didn't entirely understand what she was talking about. Mind explaining a bit more? I knew what the martial artist class was, but I couldn't understand why her mind would have an instinctive connection to it. Ah. Well, this is kind of difficult to explain, but I'll try. Bayana took a deep breath and began. At first, it's hard to realize, but after seeing the other gods and goddesses being born, I've discovered a few things. Each of us have a set of very vague memories and ideals, based on whatever information you put into the system when you buy the personality. Like with Udina, she probably had memories of Terra, and the idea that she was family. Sometimes, these ideals and memories will conflict, like how I realized the feelings you put in some of us were fake. I was able to tell that I should not have felt that way about you, given our history. Other times, the memories are hard to confirm. Like this, with the martial artist class. My mind feels strongly attached to it, but the only information I can put with it from what I know is peaceful fighting. As she finished, she grimaced, looking like she said something that made no sense at all. I scratched my cheek slightly, thinking about it. I really didn't know enough about how the companions were created. But the way she described it did make sense for how to bestow a personality into something that was essentially a living doll. Well, that is kind of how martial arts are. I was never an expert on the subject by any means, and didn't learn any martial arts myself. But, from what I understand, several different martial arts were created to help the weak defend themselves and stand on even ground with the strong. Bayana's eyes practically glowed as I explained what I knew. Can you teach me anything about it? Anything at all could help. Sorry. All I know is that martial arts are special types of fighting that let you use more of your body's strength. Tara would be able to tell you more than I could about it. When I said that, Bayana's face fell and she looked at the ground. And she's busy helping Udana adjust still. She said, shaking her head slowly. Yeah. I've got plenty of things I want to ask her myself when she is free. When Bayana heard that, she looked at me curiously. Anything I might be able to help with? I thought about it, and decided that there really wasn't any harm in asking. Well, the first thing is about Irina. I slowly explained what I had heard from Irina about the situation in the underworld. Ouch. Didn't know she had problems like that. I'd go there to help if I could, but we can't exist outside our domains for too long when we aren't here. The human goddess explained sadly. Aside from what she's doing, I can't think of a better way for you to help really. If it were me, I'd probably just trash those factions, but I can see why she wouldn't want to do that. You can be really violent at times, you know? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Who was it that made me the goddess of battle? She smirked, looking up at me. Anyways, what else did you need help with? Right. I found 2 new energy types when I was practicing my magic in the basement. I wanted to see if she could identify them. When I explained what the energy types felt like, Bayana had a strange expression on her face. I think I can help you with one of those. I'm just surprised you have it. You didn't set yourself as a god without telling anyone, did you? Bayana looked at me with an accusatory gaze. I could only shake my head in response. Too much work, I really don't want that kind of responsibility. But, I take it that one of them was divine energy after all? When she heard that, she chuckled, nodding slightly. True. Anyways, yes. All of us gods are constantly generating divine energy. It's the energy we live on, and the reason we can't act much outside of our domains. The way Tara explained it to me was that each of us have our divine energy attuned to a domain, so using it for anything else spends it far faster than we can produce it. Why you were suddenly able to feel divine energy, and what it means, I'm not sure. Well, I had a thought about that part. I think someone unlocked the cleric job. It is supposed to work directly with divine energy, but I'm not sure how it does so. Bayana's eyes seemed to frown when she heard that. It wasn't a human. None of my people have unlocked that class yet. You could ask Riwon, since she deals with all the mystical stuff. Maybe it was an elf that got it. I was looking for her earlier, but she wasn't in the basement practicing. Ah. The human goddess nodded. She said something about going to her dungeon while you were out earlier. She seemed really excited at the time, but I wasn't paying much attention. She probably discovered a breakthrough in some aspect of magic if she was excited. I see. Well, thanks for the help. By the way, Tubrok is going to be making everyone special weapons here in a little while. Something to serve as an icon for your people. She seemed surprised when I told her that, but then sank into thought. Really? I guess I'll need to go through my catalog again later to get ideas. As she mumbled that to herself, she slowly faded out of view. I kind of wanted to ask what catalog she meant, but I figured that Tara probably made her a book showing off different kinds of weapons. Either way, there was still something that I could do while I waited for Tara to get done counseling Udana. I hadn't yet bought the more magical minerals that could be used to make those iconic weapons. All of this planning would be for naught if I didn't at least do that. Making my way back to the bedroom, I sat down at the computer and looked through the market for the various minerals listed. Honestly, there were too many to count, and I had to narrow it down considerably before I could even browse through it with any hopes of finding what I wanted. Even then, there were several options. Orichalcum. Often found intertwined with copper ore, this ore is able to hold roughly 30 times the amount of mana as silver while being 5 times as durable as steel. 6 points. Mithril. Easily mistaken for the purest silver, when forged this metal is able to hold a large amount of mana. However, its natural strength often lacks much to be desired without enchantments. 9 points. Holy silver. Only found in locations where a god or goddess has personally descended and stayed for an extended period. Holy silver will naturally retain a trace of divine energy even after being forged, allowing it to channel the wills of the gods. 18 points. Magnardum. When an ore vein of this mineral appears in a sufficient size, it will often cause the ground above it to rise into the air, becoming a floating island. Once forged, the metal will have a natural magnetic field, making it a great choice for shields. 15 points. God's iron. Grown only in the deepest regions of a planet's crust, where the magical energies of the world converge. Once forged, this metal is all but indestructible, and can hold immense amounts of mana. However, only a single vein of it exists in every world. 20 points. Worldstone. Found only at the heart of mountains, the worldstone is the very essence of the mountain itself. 1 cubic meter of worldstone weighs roughly 100,000 kilograms. When forged into an item, that item will in turn weigh 100 times normal. 5 points. Lightning ore. This ore can only be found in areas frequently visited by lightning storms. After the electrical energy seeps into the earth and forms this ore, the lightning ore itself will summon the storms. Lightning ore possesses its own natural mana, which can slowly recharge over time. 12 points. Numbasic. This crystal forms in dark caves, and gives off an eerie chill. Useful for storing large quantities of mana, but will become more fragile as more mana is stored. 13 points. The way minerals were priced confused me. Other systems would be priced by some multiple of 5, but most of these just seemed like random prices. They were also some of the cheapest prices I had seen so far. Did it not change much in the system to add a new natural resource? Either way, some of them looked interesting. I immediately dismissed God's iron as a possibility, because there could only be one vein per planet, near the planet's core. Maybe if my people were traveling through space already, and they could mine out planets easily, it would be different. But right now, that would just be a useless ore. Holy silver looked interesting. But I had to dismiss it for fairness. If I really did buy holy silver, I could almost guarantee that the only pocket of it would be in the Centaur continent. A lot of the different resources seemed to just be there so that people could get their name on the market, and didn't offer much in the way of usefulness. Out of all of them, the only 3 that I was considering at the moment were orichalcum, mithril, and magnardum. The last one was a name I had never heard before, but the first 2 were common tropes with fantasy genres. Though, I was surprised that this mithril was listed as naturally weak. However, given that it is more expensive than orichalcum, it likely has properties to make up for it. I went ahead and bought both mithril and orichalcum, but decided to hold off on magnardum for now. Floating islands are cool and all, but it would be a bit sudden to have them appear out of nowhere. Maybe I'll add them as an ore for my second planet. After buying the 2 new ores, I was given the option of how to distribute them. I could either do so manually, choosing the exact coordinates for each vein, or choose to let the system place them automatically in suitable locations. Given the size of the new Earth and my desire to not sit here for weeks finding places to put an ore vein, I chose to let the system take care of that. Chapter 59, Sad Truths. Roughly 10 minutes after I had bought the pair of ores, Riwon suddenly appeared in my room. In the manner that she loves to manipulate the admin room, she simply appeared from thin air. Her face seemed somewhat tired, making me think that she had just returned from having descended down to the world. Dale. I found it. Judging by the wide grin on her face, I knew it was something important. Found. What? That still didn't stop me from asking what it meant, though. The pronoun game shall not be played today. Riwon blinked in confusion, but then seemed to realize that I had no way to read her mind, and that I hadn't been spying on her to figure out what she was up to. I found the next level of enchanting. It's one of the key requirements to build the inventory system we bought. OH. I nodded, understanding why she was so excited. For Riwon, this must seem like a major breakthrough indeed. So, what is it? The elven goddess took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down before she began to explain. It's 3 dimensions. I figured out 2 different ways to do it, though they have different results. The first is to make a sphere and carve the enchantment diagram on the bottom, with the pattern mirrored at the top so that they meet in the middle. Then you put the enchanting object inside. This seems to work best to slightly increase the efficiency of enchantments, but the increase isn't by much. The main method is a shape with hard sides like a pyramid or cube. Then, carve an enchantment pattern into each side. Doing it this way lets you vastly increase the number of enchantments you can apply to the same item. Though, naturally that makes each enchantment weaker. I let her finish explaining before I gave a nod. I was much calmer about this discovery than she seemed to be. Okay. What about how to make enchantments triggered? For instance, voice activation or specific actions. Riwon raised a finger as if she was about to give a further explanation, and then paused for a long moment, slowly lowering that same finger. I haven't figured that part out yet. But this is still a major discovery. It's a big step towards getting advanced enchantments, she declared, as if pleading her case. I gave a slight chuckle, again nodding my head. I know. Listen, Tubrok is going to be working on making godly items for everyone. I'd like you to help him with the enchanting side of it. You might even be able to learn something by working with him on this. For instance, what happens if you enchant the raw ore before it is refined? Or the bars before they are made into items? As I gave these suggestions, Riwon's eyes seemed to light up. She seemed like she was going to leave immediately, but before she could I stopped her. Don't go just yet, I have a question for her. I could see an impatient look on her face right away, as if urging me to get on with it so that she could go conduct more research. How much do you know about the use of divine energy? Riwon's face went blank for a moment in confusion, seeming surprised that I had asked that. You mean, how we send it to our priests? No, I mean the raw use of divine energy. I think someone unlocked the cleric class, because I can suddenly use that energy myself. When I said that, Riwon furrowed her brows together. I can't help you there. A god's divine energy is naturally attuned to a specific set of domains, which limit their powers. I've never gone out of my way to force my divine energy to do something it shouldn't, because of the implied cost. I see. You can go meet Tubrok now. Be sure to let me know if either of you need anything. As soon as I said that, Riwon gave an eager nod, vanishing into a black mist that dispersed into the air. The mist was a new touch to her transportation. In the plains surrounding Tri's hold, a large herd of centaurs were gathering. Among them, there were only the normal breed, not a single variant. This was not unusual, as the variants were still much less common than a normal centaur. This particular herd was composed of nearly 50, all of whom were armed with stone spears or wooden bows. One among the crowd seemed to be arguing with the rest. A young centaur who had just turned of age a few moons ago. Please, there must be another way. He begged, looking to the older members of the herd for assistance. This can't be the answer. This is the only answer. The eldest says, his hair starting to gray. He walked unsteadily on his 4 legs, clearly showing his age. A scar crossed the right side of his chest, a wound from an earlier battle. They are an abomination to our people and our god. Grayman. The youngling pleaded, looking to the elder that spoke. Grayman was not the man's name, but a title he earned for living as long as he had. How can they be an abomination to our god? You've heard the stories. Trival once stood with the cursed, sheltering them. Silence, boy. The elder snarled out, reaching for his bow. You don't know what you're talking about. Those are just stories made up by them to buy acceptance. As he spoke, he grabbed a single arrow from the quiver on his back. They preach of following Trival's teachings, to accept one another, yet they hide in their walls to disguise their shame. The boy wanted to continue talking, but he saw that the Grayman was knocking the arrow on the bow, clearly intent on attacking him if he did not stand down. I can't agree to this, he said simply, turning his body away. I will follow the teachings. The plains are my home, and its people are my people. As he spoke, he began to trot away. Not in the direction of the nearby city, but out into the open plains. He refused to look back, to choose either side in the coming battle. At least one knows. A quiet voice seemed to be carried on the wind. The remaining centaurs all quickly turned to find a new person standing only a dozen meters from them. His blonde hair flowed down his back, his muscular body untainted by scar or dirt. Who are you? The Grayman asked, his hand still holding the bow and arrow. He had come too far and prepared too much for this attack to let it be ruined by an outsider. Nobody important. The man spoke in a solemn voice, his steps slowly advancing. In his eyes could be found a trace of sorrow and reluctance. Seeing that the newcomer had no intention of identifying themselves or leaving, the Grayman pulled his bowstring back, aiming at the man's human heart. Forgive me, Trival, for what I must do for your people. As he finished his prayer, he let the arrow loose from the bow, watching as it flew straight towards its target. However, it was doomed to never hit. Just before the arrow arrived, he seemed to disappear, crossing the entire distance in a moment. No, he looked to the Greyman, his hands covered in blood. Suddenly, two of the closest centaurs fell sideways to the ground, their heavy bodies crashing down. Each of them had two gaping wounds in their bodies. One was located at the left side of their human torso, while the other was at the front of their horse underbelly. The locations of the two hearts of a centaur. Kill him! The Greyman shouted, causing the others to all rush towards him. Men, women, even some smaller ones like the centaur that left earlier charged to the man. Arrows flew, spears were thrust, but the man simply stood there. I'm sorry, he said in a small voice, his figure once again vanishing to appear in front of the Greyman. This time, the blood covered all the way to his shoulders, and one of his hands were sticking through the Greyman's chest. I can't let you start a war. If they did it, I would do the same. As his voice fell, nothing answered him but the crashing of bodies. Every centaur that had gathered for this raid, regardless of age or gender, now littered the field. Like before, each had a pair of identical wounds on their bodies. For a centaur, losing one heart was crippling, but not lethal. They still had a chance to maintain their bodily functions to a degree. Losing both hearts or the head guaranteed an instant death. Instant and painless. Faint tears trickled down the man's face as he released the Greyman, who similarly crashed into the ground. For seemingly no reason, he turned his head to look at the sky. I guess I have to leave for a while, now. Without removing the gore from his arms, he turned to walk off into the distance, nobody left to see his departure. Some hours later, a herd would pass over the area, concerned by the bloodstains littering the ground. By then, the bodies would have long since been lost, moved to a place where they could not cause trouble for either side. But this was not a true solution. Whether it was the variance in Trival's hold, or the centaurs that wandered the plains, tensions were rising. Hey Dale. I turned and saw Tara greeting me as I sat on the couch in the living room of the admin room, not feeling the desire to do. Well, anything really. Hey. Finally got Udina settled in. I asked, only to see a trace of guilt crossing her face. Not quite. I had to tell her a harsh truth, and she'll probably need a couple days before she is ready to see anyone. But, Bayana said you were looking for me. She smiled sadly, moving to sit next to me on the couch, leaning her body against me and holding me close. Yeah. Is there something you need to talk about? Right now, she looked like someone desperate for a friend. My curiosity could wait until that was taken care of. The system can be a real jerk at times, you know? She looked up to me, her eyes slightly watering. You wanted her to be our sister, so that's what it gave her. Memories of me, her, Calliope, and Akalia growing up together. Always alone, depending on each other. She had never known anyone besides the three of us, and in her mind the other two were already awoken. Tara gave a slight sniff, bringing a hand up to wipe her eyes. And I had to tell her that none of that was real. That it was just something the system gave her to set a personality. That I had never spoken with her before today, and that her other two sisters had never said a word to anyone since their birth. I reached up, gently rubbing her back as I listened to her. I'm sorry. I didn't know that it would do something like that when I asked your permission. I thought it'd end up like any of the other gods. Tara nodded her head slightly. I know, Dale. I don't blame you. If I knew, I wouldn't have agreed to it. But I had to tell her. Otherwise, she would have hated all of us once she found the truth out herself. At least this way, there's something left to salvage. I gave another nod, still rubbing her back. Do you need to talk about it more? It was obvious that doing this hurt her, and the fact that she might have to do the same thing 2 more times didn't make it better. Just let me stay like this for now. She buried her head in my shoulder, speaking with a weaker voice than I had ever heard from her. In this kind of circumstance, I really couldn't deny her this, so I let her silently cry against me for as long as she wanted. My questions could wait a little while longer. Chapter 60, The Pantheon United. Tara and I stayed like that for over an hour, before she calmed down enough to talk to me. From there, she was happy to answer my questions about divine energy. She had just needed some time to get over what had happened with Udina. Apparently, divine energy such that I can feel is not the same divine energy that the gods and goddesses wield. Rather, it is the raw power from which they draw strength. Likewise, divine energy can't be obtained from worshipping any single god. From what she said, it is only possible to unlock the cleric class, which uses this energy by equally praying to and drawing energy from multiple gods. To no surprise to anyone, it was actually a beastkin that earned this class first. Though, not a felon like I had been expecting, but a kitsune. According to Terra's search, only 2 clerics had been born into the world, and of those only one was still alive. As for the other energy, which I had no clue about at all, Terra identified it as karma. When I bought the karma system to help Irina before, I had caused the world to begin creating karmic energies. But this was a rather strange energy, from what she said. For a mortal, karma is not something that can be controlled. Even for those that feel it, it is simply an omnipresent force at work in the background of the world. Even for gods, it is difficult to directly affect karma. I might be able to do it with my fate domain, but none of our others would. After saying it like that, Terra seemed to sink into thought. For this game system, think of karma as an invisible multiplier to luck. Someone with terrible karma, such as a mass murdering villain, will eventually have terrible things happen to them even if they have a high luck stat. On the other hand, someone who goes out of their way to help anyone in need, at no regard for their own safety, might be incredibly fortunate even without a high luck stat. Before I could ask what I wanted to, she gave me a small smile, nodding her head knowingly. Yes, as the keeper you are able to directly change a person's karma through the system. But why would you? What could one tiny mortal do that would merit that attention? True. I nodded in response. Still, it's good to know exactly what these energies are. Though, I have to ask. If divine energy is gained by drawing power from multiple gods, then why don't I have the cleric job already? I mean, I did quests to become a priest for all of you. Terra's smile faded slightly, shaking her head. Because you've never actually drawn power from us. You never had to. With your own power, you have never been in a really difficult situation that made you ask us for help. Thanks to that. It's unlikely if you would have ever gotten that job without someone else appearing to show you how. She did seem to have a point, and I had to agree. The most difficult situation I've been in was my fight against the Pride of Lions. And even then, I had massively outclassed them in levels. Had it not been for the fact that my keeper levels are all over the place, I would have been able to take care of them all without getting injured at all. I see. I was just about to continue asking when I heard slow steps approaching the room. Turning out of curiosity, I saw Udina, still holding her arms close to her chest as if to protect them. When she saw who had entered the room, Terra immediately jumped up off the couch with a worried expression. Udina, are you alright? She had already said that. She did not expect the Kitsune goddess to come out of her room for a while, yet here she was in front of her. Udina gave a bitter smile to Terra, but did not shy away from her when she approached. I'm okay. No, I'm not, but still. I wanted to ask for something, if that's alright. The catgirl goddess nodded her head quickly. Of course, anything you need. Just ask. Udina giggled slightly, her face relaxing momentarily. No, sis. Terra. Not from you. Then, she turned her head to look at me, her body tensing up slightly. Him. I want to ask him for something. This surprised both myself and Terra, but the catgirl quickly looked to me with pleading eyes, so I nodded my head. What do you want? I asked, honestly curious what could get her out of her room so quickly. I want you to awaken Akalia and Kelia. You should be able to do that, right? As she asked, she saw Terra's worried expression, smiling slightly to her. Bringing one arm away from herself, she pulled Terra in for a gentle hug. I know that we're not really sisters. Still, I can't help but be sad if I know that the two of them are standing there like mindless puppets. Besides, this is all I really know. So, for now at least, can I keep treating you as my big sister? Terra looked at her in surprise, her eyes watering slightly. However, she soon gave a brief nod, smiling happily. Of course you can. I'd love to have you as my sister Udina. But we need to be careful with the other two. I don't want to have to make them go through what you did. I don't want to go through having to explain it all again like that. Udina seemed to understand this, pulling Terra in for a closer hug. I know, sis. I wouldn't want that either. Do you know how to make it so that it won't be a problem? Tara thought about it for a long moment. There might be a way. They won't have any memories of a past together like you do, but they'd still see the two of us as family. Her words made Udina's expression falter, though she quickly recovered. I see. It's probably for the best, isn't it? I couldn't imagine just what she was going through in her mind right now. But I could at least agree to this request. The only reason that I had been awakening one god or goddess at a time was to give each a chance to adjust to the situation before bringing in another. With Calliope and Acalia being the only two remaining, and their setting being that of sisters, it made sense to awaken them together. Though, seeing how Udina had initially reacted, I was glad that I did not awaken them all at the same time. Tara squirmed her way out of Udina's arm, albeit reluctantly, and moved over to me again. Okay. I'm going to write down some instructions to use as a personality framework. In order to not give the system any chance of implanting false memories to create the personality we want, we have to be as specific as possible, and not leave any room for interpretation. Compared to when she was talking to Udina, or even me before she showed up, Tara's voice right now was serious. A clipboard appeared in her hands, on which she began rapidly writing with a pen she materialized. Only when she was finished did she hand it to me to read. Going through what she had written, I honestly did not understand most of it. If I had to compare it to anything, it would be the notes of a psychiatrist regarding a detailed study on their patient. Rather than an outline for a personality to create, this read more like a description of someone that had already been interacted with. Though, strangely, any reference to a past was cut off. Their physical age was listed as 1 month, while their mental and emotional ages were 20 years for Acalia and 18 for Calliope. Still, I continued to do my best to read through it, wanting to at least partly understand what I would be putting into the system. There were repeated references in both of their reviews that mentioned a strong familial connection to both Udina and Tara as well as each other, yet no mention of memories or past experiences with them. Perhaps, most surprising to me, each one also had an entry where they held a high degree of trust towards myself. Glancing up to Tara, I saw that she nodded with a confident smile. The system decides things too randomly to be 100% sure, but this should eliminate the options for it to add in troublesome memories. I included basic information into each one that they would need in order to manage their domains. I had noticed that, and it seemed well written. Okay. Go call everyone here. This is the last time we'll awaken a god for the foreseeable future, so it's a special occasion. Meanwhile, I closed my eyes to focus on the world menu, so that I could pause the world as a whole. That way, Irina would be able to attend as well. Once that was done, I began expanding the living room so that I could accommodate everyone easily. This would be the first time that everyone was truly in the same place at the same time, after all. The closest until now would be when we had our meeting the other day, but now we had even more gods, some of whom wouldn't even have met each other. I created a small, wooden stage in the center of the room, watching it rise from the floor. Around it were several sets of stairs leading up, with plenty of illumination both on the stage and around it. I thought about making chairs, but given Trival's appearance I decided against it. Having only one person unable to sit down would seem a tad unfair in my mind. As I finished setting the stage, the guests began arriving. To my surprise, the first to appear was Trival, though his hair had changed from black to blonde, going down the middle of his back. His eyes seemed to cast a dark shadow over his face, showing that something had happened to him while he was descended. I'd have to look into that later, see if there was anything major. He didn't say anything to me as he silently moved to stand next to the stage. Next was Oravi, no real surprise there. She came skipping in with a smile on her face, and practically tackled Tara with a hug. Hey, sis. How's it? Oh, sorry. She quickly backed away with her hands over her mouth when she noticed Udina standing next to her, the kitsune having flinched from the halfling's sudden approach. Are you feeling better, miss? Udina did her best to relax after Oravi calmed down and addressed her, nodding her head somewhat. A bit. I just want my sisters to be together. When she heard that, Oravi had a rather sad look on her face, glancing between Tara and Udina. Then, she approached Udina with her hands held together in front of her legs. Udina, if you'd like. Would you let me be your sister too? The kitsune goddess was surprised by the sudden question and didn't seem to know who to go to for advice. She alternated between looking at Oravi, Tara, even more or Trival. Though, I could see why Oravi was doing this. For this entire time, Tara's been her unofficial sister. Now a real sister for Tara showed up. And not just one, but three of them. Even if she herself had been one of the ones to suggest it, I'm sure that Oravi couldn't avoid being afraid that she would be abandoned from the little family they were creating. After a little while, Udana let out a soft sigh, seemingly able to read the mood from looking at Tara. Kneeling down, she put herself at eye level with Oravi, and did her best to give a soft smile. Okay. We can be sisters, too. But give me some time. Okay. This is all just so much. Oravi nodded, a smile breaking out on her face as well. Without saying anything, she walked over to my right side, grabbing my hand and holding it gently. The next to arrive was Bayana, who looked around the gathered audience. Her gaze stopped on the Kitsune goddess with some surprise, but she chose not to say anything that might frighten her. Instead, she gave a simple greeting as she went to stand between Trival and Tara. After Bayana, Irina appeared, stepping through the doorway. Her expression seemed to have improved slightly since I saw her, and she gave me a slight smile and a nod. While Oravi was on my right, Irina went to stand at my left. Although she didn't grab my hand like the halfling goddess, her wing flexed slightly, the lower feathers rubbing my back. Honestly, the feeling sent shivers down my spine. Not bad shivers. Just the kind of shivers you normally get once someone runs a finger down your spine. Finally, the last two arrived. Ri1 and Tubrok walked in together, excitedly talking. I wasn't able to make out the exact topic of their discussion because they stopped talking as soon as they noticed they had arrived. But, if I had to guess, they were talking about enchanted weapons and artifacts. Finally the last one, huh? Ri1 asked with a grin. She looked at Tara and Udana standing together, and her smile faltered for a moment. Then, she moved to stand next to Oravi. Is she alright to be out here? Ri1 asked me in a voice barely above a whisper. I could only nod in response. This was her request. Really? Tubrok spoke up, moving to stand between Ri1 and Trival. Last didn't strike me as the type to be making requests of people so quickly. Maybe Tara had an impact on her after all. He nodded to himself, obviously deciding on his own that his assumption was correct. Can we begin now? Udana asked, looking at me hesitantly. Right. I closed my eyes, focusing as I called up both Akalia and Calliope from the storage room. I guess from now on, we'll be able to use that room to store artifacts or something. Anyways, soon the two of them appeared in front of us, standing like motionless puppets on the stage. Udana covered her mouth with a gasp as she saw them, and I could see her eyes watering. Rather than being happy to see them, she appeared hurt by their current state. Akalia was slim, just a few inches under 6 foot. Her hair was black and unkempt, going all the way down to the small of her back. Her chest was modest, small enough that it would not interfere with her movements. Just below the bottom of her hair was a bushy tail that came out from her lower back, hanging limply behind her legs. Finally, atop her head were a pair of long, floppy ears that hung off of either side of her skull. For her outfit, she was dressed in a black shirt that hung over her body loosely, and matching pants that seemed to be held up by magic and fairy dust. Calliope, on the other hand, was practically a toned Amazon. Her body was firm, yet slim, standing even a bit taller than me. Her chest was much larger than Akalia's, and contained within a tight leather armor. Like the lichen goddess, her hair was black, but it was much shorter, only going to her shoulders. The only obvious characteristic that Calliope had to distinguish her from a human were the small, semicircular ears atop her head. I knew that she also had a tiny black tail at the base of her back, but with her armor on that was almost impossible to determine. Holding my hand out, I called the notes Tara had made to myself. Carefully, I entered the information from the pages into the system for how to grant these two their personalities. Afraid that I'd mess something up, I made sure to include every detail. Repeatedly going back and making sure that I didn't miss anything. The entire process took over 10 minutes to complete, by which point Udana had her head buried in Tara's shoulder, unable to watch her sister standing on the stage. Once I confirmed the purchase of the two personalities, 40 points vanished from the balance. At this point, the familiar golden light descended from the ceiling, seeming to mix with the ambient lighting I had set up to make the entire stage appear to glow. This glow easily attracted Udana's attention. Looking up, she watched as her sisters slowly opened their eyes for the first time. Akalia's hazel eyes and Calliope's deep blue eyes shook slightly as they looked around the room. For some reason, the light that normally took a while to finish on a single goddess only took a moment to completely awaken the two of them. I was worried that something had gone wrong, that they might freak out, or that how their ages were set would cause them to regress to being children. Thankfully, none of that happened. Once they had looked around to see everyone gathered, their eyes landed on Udina and Terra. Calliope was the first to act, jumping down from the stage in a single motion to appear before the other beastkin goddesses. Udina, are you okay? She saw the teary-eyed kitsune, and asked in a worried voice. Are you hurt somewhere? Akalia saw what was going on and quickly ran down the stairs to stand next to the Ursa goddess, inspecting Udina. However, before she could say anything, Udina spoke up with a somewhat broken voice. And no, I'm just really happy. I finally get to be with everyone. Saying that, she threw open her arms, wrapping one around each of the girls, and finally broke down. Her sobs loudly echoed through the large room, making the rest of the audience feel awkward for seeing this moment. Akalia began patting Udina on the back gently, trying to comfort her. It's okay, Udina. We're here. We're all here together now. But, could we maybe do this somewhere else? I think we're attracting a bit of attention. She smiled bitterly, looking around at the different people trying their hardest not to pay attention to the reunion. Udina sniffled, nodding her head. Oh, okay. Can we go to my room? I just want to stay with you guys for a little bit. Is that all right? The two new goddesses quickly nodded their heads, as if looking for some excuse to get out of the room. Seeing that, Udina's lips curled up in a slight smile. Looking back, she asked Terra. Can you join us later? I'd like us to all be together for a little while. I understand if you can't right away. I'll be there soon, sis. Terra said, a warm, gentle smile on her face as she looked to the kitsune goddess. There was a coughing noise, and I turned to see a rather embarrassed-looking tribal slowly backing up to the door. As soon as he saw me, as if afraid I would ask him to stay behind after that touching scene, he vanished into thin air. This caused a small laugh to rise up through the rest of the gods, even Udina finding it amusing. The three Beastkin sisters walked out the door, sharing a small smile as Calliope and Akalia each held one of Udina's hands. Well, I think the show's over. Riwan said with a knowing smile. Time for us to get back to work. Though, it is nice to know that we are all awake now. After she said that, she walked to the doorway, Tubrock following shortly behind her. Ah, lass. Wait for me. He called out desperately, not wanting to be left behind. Bayana simply shook her head with a small smile. Looking to Terra, she spoke up before excusing herself. If you get the time, I'd like you to show me some of those martial arts. I'll probably be in my room if you need me. And with that, she too left, leaving only myself, Oravi, Terra, and Irina. Terra gave a nod to Bayana, before turning to Irina. You should talk with him. She gave a glance towards me, obviously pointing out who she needed to chat with. You don't have to spend all of your time in the underworld, you know. After saying that, she walked off, heading towards the same direction that the other Beastkin goddesses left in. Irina smiled bitterly, noticing my gaze had shifted to her. It's okay, let me explain. It's not as bad as you think. Well, that certainly made me think it was even worse. I was a bit unsure of what she needed to talk to me about so much that she didn't feel like she could say when I visited her, but I guess I was about to find out. Chapter 61, Irina's Revelations. Listen, it really isn't as bad as you are thinking. Irina said with an awkward smile while I quickly set the living room back to the way it used to be. It's honestly a little embarrassing that Terra brought it up. But, well, I can't think of anything else she could be talking about. It was honestly refreshing to see the normally businesslike Irina flustered like this. Once a couch existed in the room, she immediately went over to sit on it, and I sat down next to her, causing her to direct a soft smile at me. Naturally, Oravi decided to sit in my lap, leaning her back against me and closing her eyes. I wasn't sure how, but she managed to fall asleep like that almost immediately. You know how most of the gods live in the admin room, but I don't, right? I gave a brief nod at Irina's question. Yeah, because you need to be in the afterlife in order to properly manage things, right? Right. Irina agreed. However, there are certain problems that come up with doing so. Problems that the people in the admin room don't really need to face. Seeing the confused expression on my face, she continued explaining. Primarily, the passage of time. From my understanding, the gods here split a portion of their consciousness in order to track the prayers and events of the world in real time, so that they aren't strained too much when you fast forward. But me. Suddenly, it hit me. You're not in the admin room. So you don't fast forward with the rest of us. Irina nodded her head. Right. I've been going by the world's time since the underworld was created. Don't get me wrong, it's not bad or anything. She waved her hand quickly, as if to dismiss that notion. It's a bit lonely at times, but I'm kept pretty busy, you know. I couldn't help but sigh when I heard that, reaching over and patting her hand on the couch gently. You know, you could have told me sooner. We can work out a way for you to stay in the admin room without causing the work to stop in the underworld. Can't we? Irina gave a bitter smile when I asked that. I've thought about it a bunch, believe me. I was actually planning to tell you all about this later after I settled the faction issue. I've got a plan, I think. I raised an eyebrow at that I think. Explain, please. She nodded obediently and began telling me the plan. I want to create an illusion. A great castle in the sky of the underworld where I will live. At least, that's what everyone will think. At the same time, I'll set up a system for someone to take over the day-to-day jobs in the underworld so I can come live here. But there are some requirements before this plan can be put in place. Irina took a deep breath, returning to her typical business mode. First, the underworld has to be united. We can't be on the brink of a civil war when I install what is essentially a new system of government. Second, we need to have enough patrols to regularly monitor the living world and prevent an overflow. If I am staying in the admin room, then I can't hop down to the world every day to collect souls during a fast forward. The second part of that we have just about covered as long as we play it right. By my estimation, a soul should have no problem staying a week or so in the living world before it is brought over. Even a newborn soul could last that long. So, after the civil disputes are settled, I am going to set up a program to patrol the world in shifts. Every day, one of two groups will patrol a section of the world, and then spend the next day resting while the other group patrols the other section. Like this, it'll be pretty thin coverage for the first few years, but will steadily grow as the population increases. Hearing that Irina already had a plan to address the issue, my worries were relieved, for the most part. Well, now I kind of feel like a jerk for only visiting you twice in over all those years. I said with a self-deprecating smile. No, not at all. Irina shook her head. You had a lot on your own plate, and were realistically unable to visit me more than you had. Due to the advancement of the world, there was a need for skipping ahead. Honestly, I believe we are due for another one. It would help greatly if the world was able to advance further than it already had. I gave a nod to that. I had been planning to do a fast forward for a little bit now, but I wanted to get these things out of the way first. By the way, on the topic of putting someone in charge of the underworld. Why aren't the spirits able to become priests? It was something that I had noticed back when I first became a deva, that my class levels for that class had not transferred. I could understand most of the other classes, but that one didn't make so much sense. Irina pursed her lips when I asked that. It took me a little while to understand it as well. From what I believe, almost none of the classes gained in the living world can be taken to the afterlife directly. This is because the bodies and energies used in the afterlife are completely different than what they would when alive. Everything is handled with spiritual energy, rather than mana, or even their muscles. When their entire body is essentially made of mist, they can't apply the same muscle control techniques they had in the living world. Naturally, if they don't have mana, then they can't use that either. The same thing applies to priests, and I am guessing clerics. Priests use mana in order to channel the divine energy of a god. For clerics, maybe spiritual energy isn't compatible with raw divine energy. As for purely mental classes like leader or scholar, I'm not entirely sure what stops those from transferring. Maybe something about the brain itself. It did make sense to a degree. Ever since I made chakra, I knew that the base energies would often repel each other unless they were mixed in the proper amount. It would only be reasonable then if raw divine energy and raw spiritual energy couldn't coexist in the same body. Though, that made me wonder if there might be a mix that would allow that. I see. How long do you think that it will take to finish dealing with the factions? I asked, believing it would be best if I set my fast forward to match her predictions. That way, she could move right into the admin room as soon as she was done getting stuff ready. Irina sank into thought at my question, going silent for quite a while. 30. No, give me 50 years. That should give me time to train the army, deal with the factions to a satisfactory degree, and then appoint an intermediary leader. I couldn't help but wince when I imagined her living another 50 years alone. However, this 50 years was nothing compared to what she had already been through. And from what I could tell, just the talk of being able to live with the rest of us has brightened her mood, bringing her out of business mode for a little while. Okay. You go take care of your business. I'll set a room up for you so that you can move in once everything is taken care of. If you get done while the fast forward is still going through, feel free to go ahead and come in. After I said that, Irina gave a small nod, slowly fading into mist. With her smile the last thing to disappear, it reminded me of a certain cat from a certain fairy tale. Well, I spoke to Oravi, still leaning back against my chest while sitting on my lap. Are you actually asleep, or are you just having fun? I couldn't be sure, but I thought I saw her lips twitching when I asked that. Reaching up, I pinched her cheeks, causing her to immediately start flailing her arms. Nobody sleeps that peacefully while people talk around them. She cried out, tried to pull her head away from my hand. That's cheating, you know. You're supposed to wake me up nice, right? Like gently shaking my shoulders, or telling me dinner is ready. Or even just carrying me back to bed. Why do you have to go and ruin it like that? What are you even talking about? In my confusion, my fingers loosened their hold of her cheek, letting her pull away from me. Quickly, she jumped forward to her feet in front of me, spinning around on one ankle before pointing a finger at me. It's in the rules, you know. She held up her other hand, and a thick blue book materialized in it. On its cover, in big red letters, Big Brother Rules was written. Quickly, she opened it up to the first page, which had a crudely drawn Oravi sitting in an equally crudely drawn me's lap. Next to the picture was the words "Thou shalt not pinch the sleeping sister. Absolutely never, ever." As if this proved everything, she pointed at the line, and looked at me. See, the rules. Her head nodded heavily as she closed the book, causing it to vanish again. You've been spending a bit too much time watching anime, I think. Maybe I should have Tara cut you off for a while. Although I said it under my breath, Oravi's eyes went wide in pure terror. She immediately lowered herself to her knees, wrapping her arms around my legs while looking up at me with watery eyes. No, please. Not that. I'll be good. You don't have any idea how boring it is with nothing to do but listen to prayers all the time. I need my anime and my manga, and my movies and my stuffed toys and my tea set and... She began listing off, well, basically everything she had, and then some. I'm pretty sure some of the items she made up purely to list as things that she needed. You are pretty spoiled, aren't you? I asked with a raised eyebrow, to which she pulled back, having a look of mock insult on her face. Me? Spoiled? She asked, making a dramatic gesture of pointing at her chest. Absolutely not. Honestly, I couldn't understand what Oravi was thinking sometimes. But I finally got Big Sis to agree to making a big library of shows and movies for me to watch when I get bored. I could only give a helpless sigh, shaking my head. Anyways, you heard what Irina and I were talking about, right? What do you think? From her input back when we were creating Udina's personality, I knew that Oravi was a bit smarter than she let on. Even if the plan didn't work out exactly as we intended, it wasn't her fault. Well, I think Irina's handling it, right? Is there anything you can even do to help? She asked, looking at me in genuine curiosity. I thought about it, but honestly, I could not come up with anything to help with either. In terms of raw power, my keeper levels give me enough strength to flatten most resistance. But personally, I haven't trained in any classes enough to make me truly strong. My highest level was still 15, only a fraction of what other spirits or deva would have. And in terms of politics or army management, I was even more clueless. The most I'd ever commanded people was a Boy Scout group when I was a kid. Even then, I managed to get us lost for hours, and they had to send people to find us. Okay, I get it. I'm not really that useful for things like this. Oravi grinned mischievously when I said that. It's okay, Dale. You're still good at a lot of things. You're a thinker, not a doer. And, from what Big Sis says, being a thinker is perfect for being a keeper. Just don't forget to do when the doing needs done. She nodded her head to herself as if that last line made any real sense. Yeah. Well, go on. You've got shows to watch, don't you? I smirked down to the halfling goddess and she smiled back. Oravi hopped to her feet, waving to me once before running off in the direction of the bedrooms. Seeing as I was now the only one left in the room, I went ahead and headed for the bedroom. I checked a few things with the world map, seeing if there were any issues that needed cleared up. Once that was over with, I set the world to fast forward for 50 years. Hopefully, Irina's little rebellion will be taken care of by the time this is over. Chapter 62, The Fallen Shall Rise. By the time the brief fast forward was ended, I had already set up Irina's room in the admin room. It was really just a copy of mine and Tara's room honestly, since that was how her room looking like in the underworld. The only difference was that her room did not have the computer I had in my own room. As soon as the fast forward ended, a figure appeared next to me. To my surprise, it was not Irina, but Riwan that appeared. "Hey, Dale." She called out happily, causing me to look over at her. "Hey. Thought you'd still be messing around with Tubrok. What brings you here?" I was honestly curious, since I figured that they'd be working on the enchanted items for the next few days. Well, actually two things. First of all, you asked me to send you a message. Well, if that wasn't one of the most confusing sentences ever, I'm not sure what would be. The world host you, I mean. Now, that made more sense. When I saw the state of the centaurs after coming back to my room, I had sent a world host down, briefly taking control of it to meet a young centaur with the hopes of salvaging the situation with the variants. Although, I didn't spend much time down there as I wanted to quickly come back and take care of things. What did he have to say? I took a quick glance at the map and noticed that my world host had died sometime over the 50 years. Well, he wanted me to report that the person he was watching over found a rather interesting way to use ki. Riwan explained, crossing her arms in front of her chest. From what I understand, it's something that you would want to know about immediately. That certainly caught my attention. By all means, don't stop there. Riwan gave a knowing smile before continuing her explanation. Anyways, according to the method that was discovered, it is possible to tune your ki to an element. The method that they used was to spread all of their ki out into the surroundings, and let it begin to disperse. As the ki fades, natural energy moves in to take its place. Then, while the two are connected, pull the ki back into the body. At this point, Riwan furrowed her brow. The method had to be repeated over 100 times before it finished transforming, but in the end, that's what happened. And, apparently each person only has a single element that they are attuned to, from what your host saw. He managed to unlock water ki, so there's a good chance that your own ki would show the same transformation. While she was going over this all, I felt something nagging away at the back of my thoughts. It took me a moment to realize what it was, but soon I pulled up the market window on the computer, going back to a listing in the advanced class section that I had seen a while back. Elemental Monk. Combining the energy of the body with the energy of the world, the elemental monk gains the ability to imbue their physical form with aspects of nature. 10 points. From Riwan's description, it seemed like my world host and the person he was watching over had managed to find the secret to using the powers of an advanced class. At the same time, I noticed a blinking message in the top corner of the screen showing I had notifications waiting. Most of them were just the generic technology unlocked or royalty notifications, but there was one that caught my eye. Congratulations! You have earned a world achievement. For manually unlocking the abilities of an advanced class, Earth has earned the advancement achievement. Plus 15 points education trait unlocked. So, world achievements can give that kind of reward. I remembered the education trait from back when I originally created this world at the very beginning. It had been attached as a trait to the technology world. From my understanding, it affects the understanding of the inhabitants to help them grasp more difficult concepts, which will be immensely helpful for any world. When I looked back to Riwan, I saw her smiling patiently at me, waiting for me to finish looking over what I had found. Yeah, I made the connection to the advanced class too. Though, the class probably has some more efficient training methods and unique techniques, but those will probably be discovered eventually whether or not you buy the class. I nodded my head, agreeing with her. Just the fact that they had managed to unlock the abilities of the elemental monk class meant that there was hope for other advanced, or even the legend or special classes to be unlocked naturally. Though, I imagine anyone capable of unlocking a legend class would truly be a legendary figure. I was starting to imagine what kind of person might eventually unlock the false divinity's powers, becoming a figure with powers just short of the gods. What was the other thing that you wanted to talk about? I was honestly a bit worried, given that Irina had not arrived yet. I'm sure that nothing bad could happen to her in the underworld, but there is the possibility that her plans had been delayed. There's a new system that I discovered on the market, and was going to run it by you to see about getting. I think that it would be a big benefit for us in the short term as well as the long term. As she spoke, she waved her hand, causing a blue screen to appear in front of me. The person that submitted it chose two versions. Personally, I lean more towards the second one for obvious reasons. Heavenly incarnation. By placing the mind of a god into the soul of a fetus, you can have them experience life as a normal mortal. They will have no particular benefits aside from the godly knowledge that they retain and possible communication with their true self. 30 points per incarnation. Heavenly game. This system grants a special option to all occupants of the admin room. This option is the ability to log into any world they manage as an incarnation born to mortal parents. This causes their mind to temporarily split, one section remaining with the true body while the other lives among mortals. The incarnation will have no benefits outside of knowledge and communication with the true self. As this is a system purchased to alter the admin room itself, it does not need to be purchased multiple times for different worlds. 300 points. Reading over this, I opened my eyes wide. In a way, this seemed like an expanded version of the world host system, marketed towards the gods and other companions. I get why you might like this, but what did you mean about benefits? I asked, curiously. Honestly, I planned to get it no matter what the benefits were, once I saw what the details were. The ability to have the gods living mortal lives down in the world would essentially give me agents that I could use to affect history. Well, the biggest benefit can only be seen in the early stages of the world, like we are at now. Re1 began. Right now, the thing that we are lacking most is knowledge. As an example, if I created an incarnation of an elf, I could gain at least 80 levels in either mage, archmage, or enchanter. Doing this would let me have a much deeper understanding of the laws of magic. Likewise, if it were someone like Baina, they could gain practical fighting experience that she simply can't gain in the admin room. The new Beastkin sisters could be born as an actual family. Any one of the gods could use this system as a way to stealthily interact with their people. To finish it off, Re1 grinned knowingly. And one more reason that I know you would like. Here in the admin room, it is impossible for you to have kids, even with the goddesses like myself. The only way would be to buy a baby companion and slowly alter their body as they grow. But with this, you could descend to the world while we are logged in, and have a relationship with one of us. Like that, you could actually give one of the goddesses a child, and live with them as a family. I had to admit, most of that was appealing. Honestly, I didn't feel like I was ready to have kids yet, but I could definitely see myself doing something like that in the future. There really didn't seem to be any reason not to get the system, unless you were the kind of keeper that didn't want to let your gods descend, like the previous Earth Keeper had been. From what I had heard, at least. I took a look at the point balance. After the royalties and new technologies had been taken into consideration, we were sitting at almost 1,000 points again. Maybe this is why Grimmer's Guild is able to host so many regular events where they hand out point-based prizes. As long as you don't mess up too much, it's easy to keep a steady amount of points. Of course, I hadn't seen the price tags that went with some of the truly powerful systems, so I couldn't say for sure that things wouldn't get more expensive in the late game. But, for right now, this seemed like a good investment. I nodded my head, making the purchase for the system. Using this, even if a time came when Irina couldn't find a suitable ruler for the underworld after one passed away, she could have an incarnation handle the job until someone better came along. In the underworld, there was a massive gathering, the likes of which had never been seen in history. Anyone with the ability had made an appearance, and those without had tried to get help arriving. Even the former faction leaders, who now held their heads in shame, appeared with the rest of the spirits and Deva. Their factions had been taken apart. Not by force, but from within. With the introduction of the Underworld Alliance, the only way for them to gain any real influence over the afterlife had been to submit. Yet, such was impossible without first disbanding their factions. Naturally, none of the faction leaders had been willing to do that. They had long since gotten used to their power, and were reluctant to give it up. Yet, when the members of their own faction began leaving to join this army, they were left alone in their empty palaces. No longer were they faction leaders, instead being nothing more than vagrants. In the face of a true god, they held no power, politically or personally. If the goddess had wished it, She could have wiped them away with a thought. In the last half of a century, things had changed. With the founding of the Underworld Alliance, there was no room for people to stick to their racial supremacy. The best training, the best services, they could only be received by those that joined the Alliance and received a suitable rank. Not all in the Alliance were part of the army, as there were many craftsmen and scholars as well. Yet, they all served a single purpose, the unification of the Underworld. And now, on the day of unification, the goddess Irina had called for a mass gathering. This was a ceremony, both to celebrate and indoctrinate. As she stood there, she gazed out to the crowd. Her voice, when spoken, amplified to encompass the entire underworld. Even those that had been unable to attend could hear her. In death, there was only one language, and in the afterlife the same held true. No matter who they were, they could understand the words of Irina, and even each other as if it were only natural. I thank you all for gathering today. And to those who were unable to make it, I apologize. This is the dawn of a new age. For the underworld. An age of justice, of unity. An age of exploration and providence. No longer are we bound by the ties we had to the world of the living. By my right as goddess of the underworld, I declare this a new age. Irina swiftly raised one hand, pointing it towards the sky. Everyone gathered felt a massive surge of power, and could not help but look up. In the misty skies of the underworld, a shape had taken form. A giant floating castle, one beyond the reach of any spirit. In this age, I shall watch the world from my new home. Show me that you are truly ready. Show me that you are not children, still clinging to the youth of your past. Show me that you are worthy for the trust I now place in you. For no more shall I appear in my palace. Instead, you will lead yourselves. As she spoke those words, an uneasiness fell over the crowd. Many wondered why Irina had made this sudden declaration. It did not seem like she was abandoning the underworld, as she would still be watching from above, and yet at the same time she would no longer be a part of normal affairs. It was at this point that her voice rang out again. Dalen Waterman, come forth. When she called the name, the crowd glanced around curiously. This was not a name that they had heard before, yet now they were being asked to appear before the goddess in front of everyone. The figure that flew up from the crowd was that of a centaur. One with golden fur, and a horn stretching out over 2 feet from his head. It glided over the crowd to land in front of Irina, lowering its horse body to bow deeply. You called, my goddess. Irina's gaze softened slightly as she looked at Dalen, a fact that only few managed to catch. However, she hardened herself once more as she spoke. From this day forth, I appoint you governor of the fallen. You shall be the greatest authority of the underworld, beneath only myself. Before you fade into the mist, you shall find a successor to pass along this title. She then turned once again to watch the crowd. The governor of the fallen shall have final control over all matters in the underworld, unless I myself appear. The council shall remain intact to serve as advisors as they have always been. In a matter of grave need, the governor and the council each possess the exclusive right to call for my aid. But be warned, this right is not to be used lightly. If I am summoned for matters of no import, a punishment shall be imparted on the one that called me. Now. The goddess raised her head to look with longing towards her new home, her body floating higher above the ground. Let this be an age to remember. Let this be an age that we can proudly show those that fall and join us. Let this be an age that will never be forgotten. As her final words rang out, the figure of the goddess vanished into the mist, presumably to appear in her palace above. Few could properly accept what she had said, yet none could reject her words. She had placed this Dalen in charge, to be treated as she would be treated. The governor of the fallen was now a position that none could afford to offend, whether they had heard of the man before or not. And in truth, there were many who knew of Dalen, and they all had a good impression of him. Even though he had only recently fallen, he had great powers from the moment he appeared. He had quickly risen through the ranks, going so far as to become one of the highest-ranking officers in the Underworld Alliance in a short 5 years. To those that knew him, it was only fitting that Irina left this position to him. Yet, none knew just why her gaze had softened so the first time she saw him. Chapter 63, Like Fish in a Barrel. Not long after Riwan left, Irina appeared in the room. On her face was a small smile. Her wings pulled back slightly. Good evening, Dale. She gave a polite nod to me as she appeared. Has everything been prepared on your end? I nodded my head in return. Hey, Irina. Yeah, everything's ready. Your room is just down the hall. It should look just like the one you had in your castle. How did everything go on your end? When I asked that, Irina's smile grew a bit wider. It went very well. I have to thank you for sending your host to the underworld. Without Dalen, it would have been far more difficult to choose an intermediate ruler to replace me. Pardon me? I asked, surprised by the sudden thanks. Sent the host? I've only ever used it once, so it could only mean the one I sent down to the centaurs. Irina blinked in surprise as well, tilting her head slightly. The world host. That was the system you created and an entity you sent down to the world just before fast-forwarding, right? I assumed you had sent it to help me take care of matters, as it arrived with the highest spirit hunter level any new spirit has had so far. It made it considerably easier for him to climb the rankings. Ah. I wanted to pretend that I had sent it on purpose, to help her as she had guessed. Trival's people were on the verge of a civil war that could wipe out the population, so I had to send a host down to handle that. Though, I am glad that he was of help to you after he died. As much as I wanted to look good for the people under me, that didn't mean I wanted to lie and pass of an accident as intentional. However, Irina seemed unfazed by the admission. Is that so? Still, it was much appreciated. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to visit the other gods. Due to my past circumstances, I have not received some of the same education as they have, which is now necessary. After she said that, Irina bowed deeply, giving me one last smile before leaving. Once she left, I went ahead and turned to the map, taking a look at the situation in the underworld. To my surprise, there were already hundreds of small cities scattered around, though they gradually became bigger as they neared the center where the capital was. And at the capital, there seemed to be a great many people singing and dancing, with representatives from all the different races. There were even a few people who began flying up into the sky, heading towards the castle that Irina had constructed above. Of course, there was an invisible barrier to stop anyone from approaching. It wouldn't be too good for people to enter the flying castle and find that she wasn't even there, would it? Thinking back to what Riwon had explained to me, I decided that it was time to pay another visit to the world below. Though, there was no pressing matter that would require my intervention, and no plot that needed to be set in motion. Rather, I wanted to enhance my ki. If it were possible to do this in the admin room, I would happily do so. Sadly, according to her explanation, it required you to expel your entire ki pool into the surroundings. How was that even possible in a situation where all of the energies came in an unlimited amount? Grabbing the piece of paper that Tara had sent me to communicate with the others, I wrote a simple message saying that I was going to descend for a little while. I wasn't sure how long it would take, but I would probably need to stay down there the entire time until the process was complete. After all, if I came back up to the admin room, the unlimited raw ki might wash away the partially refined energy. It would only be stable once my body began to naturally produce elemental ki on its own. Considering my last experience releasing large amounts of energy down in the mortal world, I decided to set myself somewhere far away from civilization. I did not want there to be another incident where I accidentally created a holy site. As such, I chose one of the uninhabited continents, the one directly west of the Centaur continent. For my race, I left it as a default human. Humans were well suited for training as a monk, and it took less effort for me to simply select my normal body to descend in, rather than create a new one. Once I was ready, I received the normal messages prior to descent. Body verified. Human race selected. Beginning descent. May you work for the betterment of your world, Keeper. When the blue light faded, I could hear the sounds of various insects and birds as well as the sound of running water. The area I chose to place myself was at the edge of a forest, next to a large lake. I wanted to make sure I chose an area that would be easy to live in, just in case I ended up staying here for a while. With this spot, I would have easy access to food, fresh water, and some easily constructed shelter. Well, I said to nobody in particular. Might as well get started. Riwon said the method needed to be repeated over 100 times before it could work. Even if I managed to speed up the process by using my keeper mana, I couldn't see me being done before I needed to eat. At the same time, though, I did not know how to clean and cook any of the animals I could find in the forest. I could pray and discover if fruits were edible, but I had a different idea. Tilting my head up to the sky, I sent a silent prayer. Tara, mind sending one of my swords down? No sooner had I finished wishing for it, than a flash of light appeared beside me, my sword appearing stabbed into the ground. One look at it confirmed that it was one of the swords that was enchanted to increase both sharpness and strength. That was good, considering what I planned to do. Though, before I got started, I wanted to take a look at my stats, seeing just what I had to work with now that I didn't need to hold back. Name: Dale Mitchell. Race: Human Keeper. Health: 130 130ths 36,250/36,250. Mana: 99 99ths 11,449/11,449. Strength: 7 108. Ki: 125 125ths 10,630/10,630. Stamina: 6 120. Intelligence: 893. Dexterity: 12 118. Wisdom: 13 177. Luck: 629. Charm: 543. Class list: Alchemist 125. Archer 052. Architect 023. Archmage 026. Armorer 03. Artisan 010. Assassin 020. Bard 013. Berserker 029. Blacksmith 019. Carpenter 029. Chef 032. Cleric 05. Druid 073. Enchanter 520. Engineer 02. Farmer 039. Guard 047. Herbalist 232. Hero 15. Hunter 048. Jeweler 03. Knight 013. Leader 140. Leatherworker 036. Mage 260. Merchant 05. Miner 038. Monk 540. Monster Tamer 233. Ninja 535. Noble 015. Painter 012. Priest 135. Rogue 039. Scholar 024. Scouter 040. Sculptor 016. Shaman 025. Spirit Hunter 1523. Spirit Tamer 640. Swordsman 05. Tailor 016. Warrior 260. Weapon Master 014. I was surprised by how many more classes had been unlocked since the last time I came down, but that just showed how quickly the world was beginning to discover them. By my estimate, almost all of the classes had been acquired by now. Most of the ones that were left required special conditions to receive, like the Black Knight and Templar. Still, it was only a matter of time. Picking up the sword, I gave a brief swing to confirm the effects it had on my strength. Without tapping into my keeper reserves, it caused my normal strength to triple. If I did tap into those reserves, the increase was far less notable. Still, what I wanted right now wasn't really a weapon of great power. I just didn't have an axe or a spear. Walking over to a nearby tree, I studied it for a long moment. Like many other trees around the forest, it stood tall, almost 100 meters by my guess. The lowest branches were about 5 meters above me, so I crouched down slightly. Using only my normal level of ki, I jumped into the air, a small explosion erupting from where I stood. In only a moment I had reached one of the thicker branches, and with a full-powered swing of my sword it was easily chopped off. A bit overkill to cut down a single branch, but I didn't have much that was less powerful. If I used my Spirit Hunter powers to create a spear with the Lion Spirit, I doubted I'd ever get what I wanted. Instead, I landed on the ground, and picked up the branch that was thicker than my arm and longer than my body. Okay, so it was heavy, but I managed to lift it without too much trouble thanks to the enchantment on the sword. After which I carried it back out of the forest, setting it on the ground and began carving with a knife I had delivered via prayer mail. Thanks to the training I went through with Terra, I was well versed on how to make a wooden spear, though this was my first time doing so outside of the admin room. The carving of the spear itself took roughly 10 minutes, likely shortened due to the high-quality carving tools, and when it was done I had a passable wooden spear with a sharp tip. I gave the work a quick appraisal, making sure that it wasn't too fragile. Though, at the same time I also received an annoying message pop up in front of me. Carpenter class unlocked. Wooden spear recipe acquired. I had not wanted to get any levels in this class, given that I had a very limited supply of levels. In fact, I would prefer not to get any levels at all until there was someone suitable to train me in the classes. Even if the levels carried the same statistical value now as they would in the future, the knowledge on how to use the classes was indispensable. Just imagine if I already had a proper monk to teach me how to use that class. I wouldn't have to blindly stumble through the abilities. Regardless, I could only accept the level. I wonder if there is a way to remove levels. I'll have Re1 check the market for something like that later. If there was, it would be a big help. I'd also probably need to raise the level limit again soon, since people seem to be approaching it. Shaking my head, I stopped distracting myself and stabbed both the sword and dagger into the ground. Before coming down, I had confirmed that there were no giant monsters or anything like that hiding in the lake or the nearby forest, so I didn't have to worry too much about self-defense. Rather, it was more important to take the spear with me so that I had a chance to catch the fish. This is also the same reason I couldn't use the lion spirit for this job, as I had no doubt that it would scare away any fish I might catch. Channeling ki into my eyes, my vision increased drastically. I was able to see deep beneath the surface of the water, watching the movements of the fish as well as the different smaller monsters that inhabited the lake. Steadying my breath, I held the spear at the ready, making sure to keep my keeper powers fully locked down. If I could make normal people nervous with my aura, it was likely that sensitive creatures like fish would get as far away as possible. I stood there, waiting for a fish to swim near me. I didn't bother keeping track of how much time passed. To my surprise, my ki did not seem to deplete when I used it in this manner, so I was able to maintain my state of super sight all the way until one rather large fish swam near me. Finally, I thought to myself. Adjusting slightly, I watched the direction the fish was swimming. There were no larger predators near it, so I didn't have to worry about my dinner being stolen. Just before I threw the spear, I fully released my keeper abilities, enhancing my speed and strength to the very limit. I knew that there was a large chance of me missing the fish if I used my normal stats, due to me not being very experienced fishing like this. But, like this, the wooden spear flew from my hands and instantly stabbed straight through the fish. The tip of the spear even continued to stab into the lake's floor. Although the strike had not hit the fish in a vital location, evident by the health bar above its head only emptying halfway and it flailing around madly, it was thoroughly pinned on the spear, unable to escape. With a simple hop, I was standing before the fish, reaching down to grab onto it. Together with the spear, I lifted it up and threw it onto land. Okay. Dinner's taken care of. Chapter 64, Dale's Camping Trip. Taking a deep breath, I crossed my legs, focusing on my ki. There was a good chance that this process would get me a level or two in monk, but that was alright in this instance. This was experience gained through study, so at least I am gaining information while I level up instead of just gaining the experience in battle. This method would at least help build my foundations a little bit, though I will likely need a refresher course once monk techniques develop more. Anyways, back to focusing. I could clearly feel the ki flowing through my body. According to what Re1 said, in order to convert my ki I would need to expel it from my body. From what I've learned through practice, ki does not drain as you use it inside of your body, like how I used it to enhance my sight. It only drains when you bring it out of your body. Though, when using ki to enhance a throw or a jump, it's natural that you will leave some of it behind on the object you are throwing or leaping from. If this is true, then ki can be considered a valuable resource. Until it mixes with another energy, it won't disperse on its own, but that probably also means that it takes longer to recover. Then again, I've never taken long enough to experiment with how long it takes ki or mana to recover, because I'd always level up before that happened. Well, with this thought in mind, I began pushing my ki outside of my body, keeping it close to the outer layer of my skin. I could feel that pushing it much farther than that would push it outside the range I could draw it back in, so I wanted to be careful. Keeping an eye on my status bars, I saw a yellow bar representing ki rapidly depleting. Once the depletion hit the halfway mark, I pulled all of the ki back into my body, stopping the process. With my ki back inside my body, I closed my eyes to carefully examine it. I wanted to find any irregularities that would show the progress of converting my ki. As I worked my way through my own energies, I spotted a tiny portion, likely only 1 or 2 units, which had a different feeling. Still, those 1 or 2 units of ki showed a clear change, and I was rather eager to see where it would lead me if I continued. Of course, that would have to wait a little while, as I needed to give time for my ki to recover. Keeping my pose, I waited patiently for my body to produce more ki. The process took a lot longer than I had planned. After what felt like half an hour of waiting, I had only recovered 5 ki. If it continued like this, wouldn't I only be able to use this method once a day? Groaning in frustration, I decided to go ahead and prepare the fish that I had caught, using my knife to clean it. Once it was ready to be cooked, I carved a basic fire spell diagram into the ground. Skewering the fish on the spear I had used, I stuck one end into the ground and had the other end leaning over the formation. From then, I just used a bit of mana to trigger the formation, letting it slowly cook the fish. Of course, before I did this, I had confirmed that the fish wasn't poisonous or anything by praying for guidance. Though, even if it was poisoned, my keeper health would help me last long enough to make it to the admin room before I could take any serious damage. I waited patiently for the meal to cook, and as I did there was some movement out of the corner of my eye. Turning to look, I saw a blob slowly rolling towards me. Its size only came up to my shins, and inside I could see two tiny balls, looking almost like eyes. It felt strange seeing a slime with two cores, but I easily confirmed that that was what it was by checking its name. Moreover, it was only a level 2 slime, so it did not pose any danger to me. I thought about simply wiping it out, keeping the area clear for me to train in. However, if this was going to take as long as I was fearing, having a weak monster around to entertain me wouldn't be all bad. Just to be safe, I sent a prayer up to the admin room. For anyone listening, there anything I should be concerned about with this slime, or is it fine to just let it hang out around me while I train? The response that came back was, surprisingly, Akalia, the lichen goddess of the hunt. There shouldn't be a problem. Slimes at that level can only burn through weaker substances. Although your clothes might melt if it hugs you long enough, it won't be able to melt through the skin of someone at your level. If your skin starts to burn while it is touching you, just go ahead and smash it. Also, it seems like that one is getting ready to split, so it is probably looking for nutrients. The detailed answer from the new goddess surprised me. Though, she did have hunt as her domain, so maybe information regarding monsters was a part of that. However, a moment later Oravi spoke up into my mind, the childlike voice a stark contrast for the more adult lichen. It's pretty weak right now. If you feed it, it'll probably be a good pet to keep you company. I considered her words while waiting for my fish to cook, but ultimately the slime took matters into its own hands. Even though it moved at a snail's pace, it eventually made its way to the discarded waste materials from the fish, things such as the head or guts that I had removed before cooking it. Its small body slowly moved to encompass the pile of trash. The small body of the slime gave off a little shake as I could watch the materials inside it slowly dissolving, one little piece at a time. Just like Akalia said, the slime really had been preparing to split, as by the time it had finished there were two slimes sitting there. Each of them had a separate core in their small bodies, and they slowly moved in my direction. Part of me thought they might be seeing me as just a larger meal, but that thought disappeared when they stopped a couple feet behind me. I wasn't sure what was going on until I saw a message appearing in front of me. You have tamed 2 green slimes, level 1. Okay, so apparently they are now my pets. I had gained the monster tamer class back when I fought the pack of lion monsters, but I still didn't really know how it worked. Oravi, Akalia, what am I supposed to do with 2 slime pets? Again, it was the lichen goddess that spoke first. Slimes are simple-minded creatures. However, their key aspect is mimicry. If they watch something long enough, they will start to replicate it as best they can with their bodies. And once again Oravi chimed in with some extra info. Some halflings have tamed slimes before, and it doesn't really go well. They are really dumb, and won't follow any orders. They act like they're driven entirely by their instincts. How about, once you leave this time, you send the slimes over to my dungeon? It hasn't been able to attract many monsters, so I'm sure it'd enjoy the company. I had almost forgotten about the first dungeon, which Oravi had volunteered to take care of. I'd need to check in with them later to see if they had placed any other notable dungeons in the area. Alright, that sounds like a good idea. Better than just killing them when I'm done here, at least. With how close the slimes were staying to my body, I couldn't say that they would be entirely unaffected by me pouring my ki into the area around me. The worst case scenario is that it triggers an evolution down the line, but still. Slimes able to use ki would probably be pretty scary. Once the fish was done, I grabbed the makeshift skewer and ate my meal. Honestly, I did not like the taste of it at all. Flame-cooked fish with no seasoning or anything would not be my first choice of a meal under normal circumstances, but right now I needed to endure long enough to finish this. After eating the fish, I tossed the leftovers behind me for the 2 slimes to finish off what was left. They happily consumed the cooked fish while I began to get back into my training. To my surprise, my ki had actually completely refilled by the time I checked. By my estimation, It should have been at least another 10 hours before my ki had entirely returned. A quick prayer call to Re1 and Bayana confirmed that ki recovered like stamina. While resting would bring it back slowly, the best ways to recover it were to eat, drink, and sleep. Bayana also added in a rather interesting piece of information that I had not known about before. Among the humans, some have found ways to increase their ki recovery. They set up a path within their bodies and make the ki follow that path in a regular motion. Doing that makes it a bit harder to use the ki once it has adapted to the flow, because it is already moving in a set pattern, but it increases the recovery speed by a lot. I considered her words and debated doing something like that for my own ki while I was down here. However, I decided against it because I already had enough on my plate dealing with this. If the ki became harder to control, then shortening the recovery time would be pointless. I could just wait, and in the future they will likely develop more advanced ki methods to use, ones that weren't as restrictive. Since my ki had recovered and I confirmed that the small portion which changed had remained intact, I went ahead and repeated the process of sending my ki out to mix with natural energy. Once again, when I pulled it back in, I found that a few more units of ki had been changed. However, this time I decided to try my own method of recovery. Briefly tapping into my keeper abilities, I channeled a very small portion of that ki over to my normal ki pool, causing it to instantly refill. Immediately afterwards, I once again locked my keeper powers and checked the status of my ki. I hadn't done this earlier because I was worried that the quick recharge of ki would destroy the portions which were already changed. However, that worry vanished when my ki was fine after having been refilled while eating. Like this, I was able to repeat the process again and again. Each time, I would add between 1 and 3 units of ki to my altered pool, setting it aside while I let the rest of it repeat the cycle. And every time, the 2 slimes behind me would shake their bodies excitedly, letting out strange warbling sounds. By the time that the sun was setting, I had converted 80 of my ki. However, at the same time I was also getting tired, finding it too hard to focus on continuing my training. Giving a wary glance at the 2 slimes, I used the spell formulas that Re1 had taught me to lay a trap on my campsite. If anyone stepped too heavily into the area, it would set the whole place on fire. Though it would be a weak flame, giving me plenty of time to wake up and take care of it before it caused any problems. To my surprise, I managed to actually sleep through the night without a problem. When I awoke, I felt the 2 slimes sitting down on my chest. The simple wool shirt that I had descended with now had 2 circular holes in it where they had chosen to make their camp, but otherwise I could not feel any discomfort. As I sat up, they harmlessly rolled off, falling to the floor and squishing against each other before returning to their previous positions. With skewer in hand, I once more set out to repeat the cycle of fishing, training, eating, and then more training. And again, the slimes all too happily ate up any of my scraps. Chapter 65, Waterfall. To my surprise, it took the entirety of the second day before I had been able to finish converting all of my ki to elemental ki. This was because the process slowed down the further I went. Since I was only sending out the unconverted ki, the amount that actually did convert became less every time. When it came down to the last 10 points, I had to spend multiple attempts just to progress a little bit. Next came the part I had been most unsure about. According to Re1, the method my host mentioned ended with this. Yet, would my body just immediately adjust to the new ki? That didn't really feel right. As an experiment I knew I'd regret, I sent about 10 points worth of elemental ki into my surroundings, letting it fade away. Then, I waited patiently for it to return. At the time, I wasn't hungry, so eating wouldn't help me. Sure enough, half an hour later, I had regained 10 points of normal, unmodified ki. This led me to thinking about what my host might not have mentioned. Something that would seem obvious to someone figuring the process out themselves, yet might get lost when giving instructions. Of course, this was while I was working on getting those 10 points converted again. Ultimately, I was able to come up with one answer. I had used the world to refine my ki, yet every time I had kept the changed ki inside my body to prevent it being wasted. This meant that I had not really done anything with it at all. I had refined my ki with the world, but now I needed to refine my body with the ki. For a moment, I thought about how I would refine my body in a way that would make it automatically produce elemental ki. My host had mentioned that the only step for the entire process was to channel the ki out of the body, and then pulling it back in. If that was the case, the important step should be to have the elemental energy flood my body in a repeated fashion. I thought back to what Bayana had said about the humans creating ki paths in their bodies to increase the recovery. Doing that would certainly accomplish my goal, but I was not sure how high the cost would be later. Bayana. I prayed in my mind, calling the human goddess. Yeah? Was the response I got, her voice seeming somewhat distracted. Is it possible to undo the creation of a key path? If they can be made, it should be possible to unmake them, right? This was my main concern. If that was not possible, then I'd have to do this the hard way, which might take several more days before it was completed. Don't get me wrong, I loved hanging out with Slime 1 and Slime 2. Okay, maybe that was a lie, but still. I miss the comforts of a modern home. It is, though it requires the same amount of effort as creating the path in the first place. With that reassuring answer, I could get on with my plan. Okay, walk me through the process of setting up a key path. As she spoke into my mind, I focused myself, making sure to listen to her instructions. First, I pulled back all of my ki, hiding it all within my heart. According to her, this was where ki originally came from. I considered simply letting the ki rest there and have it change naturally, but doing this should make it much faster. The second step was to design my ki path. According to her, the easiest key path to design was one that was kept entirely in the chest, since limbs move around frequently and would need extra focus. For my path, I opted for a figure 8 which passed through both sides of my chest, with the heart at the center point. Next, I had to carefully guide a single strand of ki along the path I imagined, preventing it from wandering outside the area I designate. This was the only hard part of the process, as controlling one individual strand of energy so precisely was something I hadn't done much. In fact, I failed repeatedly because of that, having to start from the beginning. I forgot how many times I actually tried, but by the time I finished making one complete cycle, the sun had already fallen. The problem was, I didn't just need one cycle, I needed 10. Each cycle would bring with it a little bit more of my energy, and also flow more easily. Although I still had to restart from the beginning a couple times, I did eventually get to the third cycle. After that, it seemed to be more natural, my ki following it even without my control. Yet still, I continued to control it for the remaining 7 cycles, until my full ki pool was constantly circulating in that figure 8. And that's how you do it. Good work, Dale. Bayana said with a proud voice. Now, when you want to stop it, you'll have to do much the same thing. But, instead of making it follow a new path, you will want to stop it a little bit at a time. If you try to force it all to stop at once after a key path has been created, it could cause internal damage. I mentally thanked her for the warning, glad that I asked in advance. My keeper health likely would have been able to save me from dying like it had when I blew myself up experimenting with chakra, but I had no doubt it'd hurt like a bitch. Seeing that there was not much for me to do but wait, I decided to go ahead and sleep, allowing the key path to work overnight at it while I slept. Once again, I set up the fire trap spell I had used to safeguard my area the night before. Though this time, I made sure to remember about it when I woke up in the morning. Almost roasted the 2 slimes before I managed to throw them out of the area. Surprisingly, they did not splat on landing, and were able to recover just fine. More surprisingly, they did not run away after being burned, and slimed their way back to me. After making sure to throw the slimes out of the spell area before I set it off, I once again inspected my ki. As planned, it was still following the same pattern as before, flowing through the path as if nothing had changed. So, to test it out, I forced some of my ki away from the path to send it out of my body. Bayana wasn't lying when she said that it became harder to access the ki, since it felt like I was trying to pull a boat upriver. Nevertheless, I did manage to send that ki out of my body, letting it disperse naturally into the air. Then, I waited for my ki to recover to see whether it had changed or not. My host had said that this process would take hundreds of attempts before it worked, but he didn't know about the ki path methods of the humans. If he did, it might have only taken 2 or 3 attempts, and then letting the converted ki follow a path like this to stimulate the production. Of course, that was only a theory. Sure enough, just a minute or 2 later, my ki was back at full and it was still entirely converted. Now, it was time to see just what it meant to have elemental ki. I assumed that it brought changes to the normal applications of the energy, but I wasn't sure how big the changes were. First, I once again pulled up my status window to see what changes had taken place. While I had been converting my mana, I had managed to gain a total of 2 monk levels. Name: Dale Mitchell. Race: Human Keeper. Health: 157 157 36,250/36,250. Mana: 99 11449/11449. Strength 7 108. Key 153 153 10,630/10630. Stamina 7 120. Intelligence 893. Dexterity 13 118. Wisdom 13 177. Luck 629. Charm 543. Class list: Alchemist 125. Archer 052. Architect 023. Archmage 026. Armorer 03. Artisan 010. Assassin 020. Bard 013. Berserker 029. Blacksmith 019. Carpenter 029. Chef 032. Cleric 05. Druid 073. Enchanter 520. Engineer 02. Farmer 039. Guard 047. Herbalist 232. Hero 15. Hunter 048. Jeweler 03. Knight 013. Leader 140. Leatherworker 036. Mage 260. Merchant 05. Miner 038. Monk 740. Monster Tamer 233. Ninja 535. Noble 015. Painter 012. Priest 135. Rogue 039. Scholar 024. Scouter 040. Sculptor 016. Shaman 025. Spirit Hunter 1523. Spirit Tamer 640. Swordsman 05. Tailor 016. Warrior 260. Weapon Master 014. Overall, not much changed, so I was not expecting too much. Especially since the status window still read the energy as key rather than elemental key or something like that. Maybe it just doesn't recognize it on the status windows since I didn't buy the class. I briefly considered that, nodding my head. It was definitely a possible answer. Before I could begin my experiments, I had to take apart my key path. Following the instructions Bayana had left previously, I grabbed a little bit of my key at a time, slowly making it stop at my heart with each passing cycle. Doing it this way took roughly 10 or so minutes, and then I was done. Honestly, I think that I may have rushed it a bit for two main reasons. One was the slight chest pain I was feeling after I was done. -10. -10. The other was the fact that my health began slowly ticking down whenever I grabbed a slightly larger cluster of ki. Thankfully, it only lasted for a brief moment, but even that had caused enough ticks of damage to remove half my health. Anyways, now I can get on with it. For my first test of elemental ki, I decided to go with one of the most basic ki techniques I knew. Walking. Normally, channeling ki into my feet would cause a literal explosive burst of speed, propelling me through the air for a distance dependent on the amount of energy I used. Logically, I did not expect this to be much different. However, once the energy was channeled to my feet and I took a single step, my entire perception of the world changed. As if everything I knew was turned upside down. -5. Mostly because I fell back and hit my head on the ground. The moment my foot touched the ground, it began sliding forward as if I was walking on ice, causing me to lose my balance. I felt my brows knit together as I worked my way back to my feet. This time, I channeled ki into both of my feet, that way I wouldn't lose my balance so easily as I had before. And indeed, I began sliding forward as soon as I made the slightest movement. It truly felt as if I was skating on ice, my speed increasing or decreasing with the amount of movement and the amount of ki I put into it. My only concern was that my initial direction had been facing the forest, which at the time was the largest straight shot available to me. Now, however, those trees were looking awfully close. My second discovery about moving with elemental ki, or at least what I assumed was water element ki, was that directions could change far too easily. The moment I tried to adjust my legs to turn slightly and avoid one tree, my body rapidly changed directions, my movement instead propelling me into another tree that I should have passed right by. A moment later, I was once again seeing stars as I looked up to the morning sky. -15. Note to self, water ki requires very fine control when moving. I was suddenly very glad that I would be able to go to the admin room soon, where pain was practically non-existent. The only test I had left to make was the ki punch, another basic technique for monks. If I could understand the changes to these two techniques, I might be able to use that to understand the overall change of water ki. Before I could get on with that, though, a window appeared in front of me. Congratulations, you have earned a personal achievement. For training in the ways of the elemental monk, you have earned the advanced training achievement. +1 wisdom, advanced trainer's talent. Well, that's something. I'll have to take a look at that later, probably just an upgrade to the basic trainer's talent. Releasing a short breath, I slammed my open palm into the bark of the tree, using the full force of my normal body to propel the energy from my hand into it. I waited and waited, but nothing seemed to happen to the tree. I could clearly feel my ki entering it, and even flooding all throughout a large section of the tree. I had honestly been anticipating an explosion of some form, but nothing happened. Thankfully, I also didn't feel any backlash from hitting the tree as hard as I had, or I might be seeing another damage value appearing over my head. Choosing the tree that decided to get in my way before while I was walking as my target, I brought myself back to my feet, bring a single hand back. Since this was my only opportunity to test this attack right now, I decided to put the entirety of my remaining elemental ki into my palm. With this, I should easily see what the difference between the two techniques would be. Knitting my brows together once again, I decided to ask Trival later if he had noticed anything in regards to the uses for water ki. Although it had only been a few years since its discovery, he should have been able to see how my host used it, and some of the effects that it had. In the meantime, I went ahead and selected the option to head up to the admin room, letting Oravi know that she could take the slimes to her dungeon. On a deserted continent, between a vast lake and the massive forest, one man and two slimes seemed to disappear with the wind. Shortly after, though, the wind caused another change. One of the shorter trees in the area, standing only 30 feet high, started emitting cracking sounds near its base. Birds flew from the tree and all others nearby, noticing the change. Chapter 66, No Rest for the Weary. After returning to the admin room, I first went to check in with Terra. I had been gone for almost 3 full days, so there should be an update on the situation with the Beastkin goddesses. Unsurprisingly, I found her sitting with Oravi in the living room, watching another animated show. Well, this makes it easier, since there was also something that I wanted to ask Oravi. When she saw me enter the room, Terra smiled towards me. Hey Dale. Heard about your training plan from the others. Learn anything useful? I nodded my head slightly in response. I managed to convert my ki to elemental ki. Though, I have to ask, is it possible for me to still use normal ki in the future? There might be times that I want to make people believe I don't have it converted. She thought for a moment, and nodded with a wider smile. You can set it any time you create a body now. Your base element will vary with each body though, as it is different with every person. The important thing was that you were able to first feel how the enhanced ki felt. Otherwise, you wouldn't know what changes you needed to make to your mortal body to allow it. That did reassure me slightly, though it also raised another question. My base element. Does that mean I could use more than one? She chuckled slightly at that. Did you forget, Dale? You are able to use every power that exists in your world. It's the perk of being a keeper. If you use the keeper ki, you can choose which element you want to use, as long as it is one that someone in your world is currently able to use as well. That's right. I had forgotten that basic fact, given that I still needed to train to use most of the techniques of the world. Although I could use the energies themselves in the same way, it took skill to use them properly. I see. By the way, I wanted to ask, are you able to tell me what water ki does for its ki punch? I tried it earlier, but I didn't see any results. Terra frowned for a moment, closing her eyes and focusing. You punched a tree with it. With water ki, larger targets will show a reduced effect. It invades the target, spreading out through them. Typically, it tries to cover the skin of the target, and when it's done it will attack inward from all directions. Kind of like a submarine that goes too deep in the ocean, it gets crushed under the pressure of the water. I knit my brows together when I heard that. If that was the case, then it would make sense that I didn't see anything happen when I hit a tree. Thanks, that had been bothering me. Also, how is Udina doing? Better now, I hope. Not only Terra, even Oravi had an awkward look when I asked that. However, the halfling goddess was the one to answer. Big sis Udina is taking a unique approach to her domains. Judging by her careful expression, she had been looking for the right way to word that without sounding insulting. Terra, on the other hand, she's decided to be a shut-in. She's still managing all of her godly duties just fine, and I even check on her periodically. To the mortals, there is nothing unusual about her. But I kind of regret using your Earth's culture as a way to help her cope with the whole family trauma. Hearing her say that, my eyes widened slightly. On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad we talking? Tara briefly closed her eyes and then smirked bitterly. She's currently hiding inside a pillow fort, munching on potato chips and watching a detective show. Oravi blinked her eyes in surprise. It was dragons last time you checked, wasn't it? Tara chuckled again, nodding her head. Okay. Well, this'll be interesting. She does know that she still has to show up for any important meetings and stuff, right? Tara nodded her head, a relieved smile on her face. She said we can call her whenever we need and she'll join in the meetings. Even said you can go to her room if you need her for something, since I explained you're still getting used to using the mental communication in the admin room. That last part sounded as if Tara herself found that to be a surprise. Alright, what about the other two? Are they getting along okay? I had spoken briefly with Akalia through the prayers when I was down on the planet, so I could guess that she wasn't doing too bad. But I wanted to be sure. Yeah, they're doing great. This time, the smile Tara wore when she spoke seemed happier. Akalia wanted to test out the heavenly game system you purchased. But, unless you feel like waiting a while, her incarnation won't be born until you fast forward. As for her main self, she's checking out the library I set up for everyone. Calliope, last I checked she was sparring with Bayana. They're sparring. Martial arts training, or just because they both have more violent domains and wanted to test each other? You can't blame me for being curious there. Martial arts. The two of them each wanted a different martial art, so I made some manuals for them. Bayana wanted something to promote peace, so I gave her the basic teachings of Qigong. Calliope wanted something that would take advantage of her people's inherent strength, so I gave her a manual from the earth before yours. It has a lot of similarities with kickboxing, but also incorporates throws. Well, that did sound useful for a race as large and strong as the Ursa. Okay, but they can't have made any real progress in it yet. I wasn't gone that long. You're right. Tara agreed with a nod. They're just practicing the basic movements right now. I wouldn't be surprised if the two of them plan to use the heavenly game to speed up their training. Again, that made sense. Qigong, does that have anything to do with monks? Judging by the name, the two did not seem unrelated, even though monks did not exist in quite the same way for my Earth as they do here. Not directly. Tara grinned. But the teachings from it do benefit that class as well. I chose it because it was the calmest, most peaceful martial art I could come up with, which still held just enough fighting ability that her people would be interested. If I used one that was purely peaceful, then her people would not bother with it even if Bayana herself commanded it. I had to nod at that. The current stage of humans in the world seemed very warlike. Alright. Hey, Oravi, got a minute? I asked as I looked to the lowly goddess, who nodded her head with a wide smile. I wanted to see how that dungeon's been going, maybe see if you guys placed any more since the meeting. Oravi's smile turned into a full-blown grin when I brought up the dungeon. Oh, it's growing really well. It still is pretty small, because there aren't any monsters that regularly appear on its island, but its intelligence has improved a lot. I managed to teach it the current written language of the halflings, though sometimes it gets a few words mixed up. I'm hoping that it grows faster now, since we moved those two slimes in there. Of course, none of the people will discover it for a really long time yet. That was true, too. I remembered seeing aquatic travel mentioned in one of the technology updates that I skimmed through lately, but it was only the lowest tier. My guess is that they are just learning about rafts and canoes. Getting to an island far removed from any continent is still a long ways off. Even in modern times, there could still be largely unexplored islands like that. Though, if it goes too long without anyone finding it, we could always arrange for something to guide them there. As if she saw that I was distracted with my thoughts, Oravi was patiently waiting for my attention to shift back to her before continuing. As far as other dungeons go, I think everyone's placed one in their area but Trival. Not sure why he never took the chance, but oh well. After saying that, she shrugged her shoulders, indicating it wasn't really her responsibility. I could understand why the centaurs might not be that fond of dungeons that typically grew underground. Alright. If either of you two need anything, I'll be in the room. There's a new system I've been wanting to make for a while, and I think the world finally made it far enough to use it. I couldn't help but notice Tara's ears twitch when I mentioned that, and a small smile form on her lips. I hadn't told her what kind of system this was that I was making, so most likely she was just happy to see me taking an active part in developing systems. Leaving the two of them to continue watching their show, I walked back towards my room. When I passed the series of doors belonged to the other gods and goddesses, I was tempted to take a peek in to see how Udina was doing. However, given that Terra had just given me an update on her, there really didn't seem to be much point in that. Instead, I continued on my original path until I was sitting down at my computer. Pulling up the notepad, I began writing down the details of this system. The system itself was fairly simple, a new type of expanded class system. My name for it was Legacy Classes. With the Legacy class system, people could combine their understandings of different techniques, sometimes ranging from entirely different classes, and combine it all into one class. Although it would not create an actual class within the system, it would act as a training manual. For instance, say a mage who has trained as a warrior wants to pass on a way to fight using close-ranged magic, they create a muscle wizard legacy class. Then, for that class, they write down their teachings for someone to learn from, and that person follows along in the legacy. The only real restrictions on this system are that you can only pass on techniques you actually understand and can use, you need to pass them on via writing of some kind, and the medium used to pass the legacy is consumed upon use. With this, there should be some interesting combinations that appear in the world, as mixed classes are more encouraged. Of course, with how the system is written, a legacy can't advance beyond what the former generation had. But that just means that they need to combine it with more teachings to keep the legacy strong. After I chose to confirm the system I wanted to design, I took a look at it in the market. The total cost of the system was 150 points. Given my promise to leave the bigger purchases to Ri1 as she was my accountant, I wrote a quick message to her to look the system over. It didn't take her long to write back to me, though the reply was simply a drawing of a thumbs up. Like that, I went ahead and spent the points to buy the Legacy class system, enjoying the 10% discount that comes with having designed the system myself. I considered making another announcement to the world to let everyone know about the new system, but decided against it. Written languages were still new enough that the change shouldn't be too obvious. Compared to that, I'd rather not increase my reputation as a god king any further than it currently was. The mountains had been a rough journey, some going higher than the skies themselves. Yet, journey was the very reason that halflings lived. One family, composed of just under 20 small halflings, had made the journey. With them were several large birds, bears, and even a creature with 3 long spider-like legs and a tiny body. Its mouth was a narrow tube extending forward, half a dozen sharp teeth lining the edge. This was a pukajuk, the name that the halflings had given the odd species. With their small horde of animals, they continued south, past the known lands. Far in the distance to the east and the west, their birds had reported oceans on both sides. This was the first time any halfling had ever ventured so far south, but even further still was a landmass that stretched as far as the eye could see. A whole new land, untouched by halfling hands. One of the halflings smiled at the news, wanting to share it with others. Kriya, he called, his high-pitched voice summoning one of the birds. This particular bird was yellow, with one larger pair of wings and one smaller. Kriya was often used to send messages to nearby towns, but this time it would be going further than it had ever gone before. The yellow bird landed on his shoulder, rubbing his head against the halfling affectionately. At the same time, a gentle voice entered into the halfling's head. "What is it?" The halfling was not at all surprised by the voice. He pulled a small strip of leather from his pouch, and began writing crude symbols on it. It was a message, the best he could write with his ability, about a new land to the south. "Can you send this back to the rest for me?" The bird chirped sadly. Arrest was the halfling's name for their cities, often left uninhabited unless a wandering soul wishes to stay for shelter and, well, rest. The reason that Kriya was sad, though, was because the last rest they passed was over a week's flight away. He simply didn't wish to be away from his hunter for so long. Still, it nevertheless agreed to the request, its acceptance registering in the mind of the halfling. The halfling hunter rolled up the leather scrap, giving it to Kriya, who clutched it in one of its claws. "Fly well and true. You can find us when you return." And with that, Kriya flew into the sky, moving to the north to faithfully deliver the message. Even without the parchment, it was possible to convey the message as long as a strong enough hunter was staying in the village at the time. With Kriya having left, the family resumed their journey to the south, eager to explore the new lands. Chapter 67, Bloody Gathering. After my previous excursion to the world below, and my look at my status sheet, it was pretty obvious that people were already hitting the level cap. A quick check with the system confirmed that, and I was even able to get a chart. According to the computer, roughly 30% of people that lived longer than 40 years managed to hit level 100. For people over 50, the number improved to 50%. As such, it was time to raise the cap again. I was considering doubling it to 200, but that would probably be a bit much for all at once. Instead, I simply increased it by another 50. Maybe in the future when the levels are higher, a 100 level increase wouldn't be so major. Next, I went ahead and checked the maps, seeing how much territory each race had covered thus far. Most of them, like the humans, elves, and dwarves, had expanded to explore roughly 5% of their total continent. Beastkin were a bit better at 10%, while centaurs had stayed mainly in one large plains. From what I could tell, they had never even really tried to move beyond it very far. As for the halflings, they had explored over half of their continent. Not only that, but according to the map they were working on crossing the thin strip of land to the centaur continent. I was curious to see how their interaction would work, so I set an alarm for my next fast forward. This time, it would stop if the halflings and centaurs ever met in the living world. Giving everything one final check, I looked to see if there was anything that I was missing. This was a significant step, the first meeting between two living species. I was excited to see how it would play out, even though I knew that there were only a few possibilities. Deep down, I was hoping that they would be able to get along, but I knew that the odds of that were low. Especially given the level of advancement in the world, and the fact that the centaurs just got done with a civil war of their own. Either way, I wrote a message to everyone to tell them that I was about to fast forward, and that the halflings and the centaurs would come into contact soon. After that, I went ahead and chose to fast forward by 100 years. Surely, within that time the halflings would be able to cross through the forest to meet them. The news of a new land to the south spread quickly through the rests of the halflings. Over half of the population in the southern area had begun to grow bored, no new lands left to see. But, with this information, it was as if their prayers had been answered. Any that could immediately began to pack up their belongings and set out. Within 6 months, there was already a steady influx of halflings passing through the mountains between the seas. Some chose to scale the mountains, while others chose to go around them. However, the end result was the same as more and more arrived in the land beyond. What awaited them was a vast forest, crawling with new monsters and beasts that they hadn't seen before. Within a year, there was a rest built as a forward camp at the edge of the forest, which would guide arriving halflings on where to go for adventure. Creatures small and large, flying and walking alike would often be seen running in and out of the rest. These creatures were messengers sent by the hunters and the monster tamers, sending back news of new creatures, new lands, or even a new fruit. The halflings were eager to explore this new area, and within 2 years they had discovered yet another new area beyond. A land of vast fields, rolling hills of grass. Naturally, they sent news of this discovery to the rest as well, but they didn't stop there. 5 years after the discovery of the land to the south, one group of halflings made a startling discovery that would change history. As they were walking through the plains, they saw a distant group of strange creatures. Their upper bodies were that of a giant person, while their lower bodies resembled creatures often used as mounts in the north. The leader of the family group, a wizened old halfling named Stjorn Tanglefoot, saw these strange creatures and immediately knelt down. He had pulled a fresh piece of leather, and drew a rough image of them. Then, he handed the leather to his eldest son, who passed it to a large, 8-legged insect that they had befriended in the forest. Since their encounter with it, the insect had become their default messenger due to its quick running speed. More importantly, few creatures in the forest seemed eager to attack it, making it their safest means of communication with the rest. After sending the messenger off, the group decided to approach these creatures. Having a body similar to theirs, but larger, meant that they should be able to see reason. Furthermore, Stjorn could make out leather satchels hung over their shoulders, similar to the packs the halflings themselves wore. Intent on starting a peaceful dialogue, Stjorn himself went forward. If, by some chance, these creatures were not intelligent, then they could at least befriend them as they did with many other monsters and beasts. "Greetings, friends," he called out in a high-pitched voice, drawing the attention of the creatures to himself. "I am Stjorn of the far lands. I have traveled many suns to find this place." When the creatures saw him, he thought that he saw a look of surprise on their face. Due to his hunter levels, he was able to clearly hear them making strange noises to one another as if they had gone mad. One of them pulled an item familiar to Stjorn from his back, a bow similar to what he himself used. However, the one wielded by this creature was several times larger than his own. The bow-wielding creature came forth with large strides. Pulling an arrow from the satchel on its back, it knocked it on the bow and called out loudly with that strange tongue. Stjorn could only frown, unable to understand the creature. Thinking it might be a matter of not being close enough, he hurriedly walked forward, much to the surprise of the party he was addressing. "I'm sorry, can you repeat?" His words were cut off when an arrow pierced through the wind and into his skull. This drew a gasp from the 5 halflings behind him. Very rarely would a halfling ever harm another halfling intentionally, and these 5 had never seen such an event. The idea of an intelligent creature willingly killing another was unheard of to them. There was one, however, who was not caught unaware. Stjorn's own companion, a feralic named Caborn, roared in anger. It stood back on its 2 hind legs, 4 thick arms raised up in hatred. Its body was covered in a golden fur, making it stand out among the growing grass. When Caborn fell back down to its hind legs, it began charging towards the creatures that had murdered its friend. This caused them to all pull out bows similar to the first one, all knocking arrows that flew towards the feralic. Yet, it continued its mad charge. Even when one of the arrows flew into its eye, it did not stop. Blood calls for blood, and so it arrived in front of the first enemy. Just as it was swiping one of its forearms out to slash its long claws at its enemy, the creature nimbly stepped back. It pulled out a leather scroll from its satchel and ripped it in half, causing a spear to appear in its place. Only when the spear had struck directly into the feralic's remaining eye did it fall. By now, the first of the halflings were starting to snap out of their daze. One of them pulled a small leather scrap from their pack and ran, hoping to get far enough away to send a warning to the rest. A warning to stay away, one which was never delivered. The hostile creatures easily caught sight of the fleeing halfling, their faces twisted in scorn. Before the scared halfling could escape to the next hill, a dozen arrows rained down upon his body. Unlike Caborn, this halfling did not possess the vitality of a feralic. The red line of his health almost entirely vanished in a single moment, and he fell to the ground. From the distance, the creatures could not see that final sliver of red that was slowly fading away, so they turned their attention to the remaining halflings. Seeing as they had started to recover, they likewise began fleeing, running in different directions. This caused their opponents to laugh, suddenly treating this like a hunt. Meanwhile, while his friends and family were being hunted down, Salvin, the one who tried to send the warning, slowly opened his eyes. He could feel his breath weakening, and knew that he had no time left. With his last breaths, he drew the symbol for danger on the leather scrap and grasped it in his bloody hand. Mackin, he called in a weak voice, causing the thin shirt on his chest to rustle. A fur creature, almost 2 feet long with 4 paws and a long bushy tail, crawled its way out of his outfit. This was Mackin, Salvin's lifelong companion, who had been hiding itself inside of his shirt when the arrows struck his back. Mackin looked up at him with watery eyes, knowing that his friend was dying. "Mackin, please, send this." He held the leather scrap out to Mackin. "Send it to the rest, please." With that, the light in his eyes faded, his body finally going limp. The small, furred creature let out a sorrowful cry as it pried the scrap of leather from his dead hands. On it, the symbol for danger had been all but erased. All that remained on it now was a single, bloody handprint. Still, Salvin had asked him to deliver it with his dying breath. And he was going to do just that. Unbeknownst to the creatures hunting the rest of the halflings and their larger companions, a small figure fled away within the grass, quickly disappearing from their field of view. All that was left was the laughter of the hunting party. As part of their regular pattern, Elter Grayman was leading his herd to hunt near the tall woods. Traveling beyond the woods was forbidden, as that meant leaving the domain of their god. Yet, being this close often proved to be a suitable hunting ground, large creatures sometimes leaving the tall woods to be hunted by them. Yet, this particular hunt had an unexpected outcome. While they were seeking out new game to bring back for the rest of the herd, they heard a shrill noise that caught their attention. One of the youngest, a buck with black hair, turned to the Grayman and respectfully asked, "Grayman, what are those things?" As for Elter, he turned to look at what the young buck had pointed out. Immediately, his eyes widened in surprise. What he saw was only half a man, barely half a child. While the upper body was that of a centaur, its lower body had been replaced by 2 small legs. "Is that a new type of cursed?" "Grayman, apologies, but that name has been forbidden." the young buck advised, glancing to the herd. With the reign of the first king Ashur, the variants were no longer allowed to be called the cursed. Instead, they were given their proper names, the unicorns, Pegasus, and even the rare Kylan. However, Elter was from an older time, and had grown up with the old names. Even though the king had passed into Trival's embrace, the laws left behind remained. You're right, old habits. Still, what are they? They carry none of Trival's grace, and if their path is true, they come from the tall woods. Do they not fear his wrath? After asking that, Elter pulled his bow out as well as one arrow. Leave this place. He shouted back to the tiny thing, slowly walking closer. Remove your blight from his land, or be cast in blood. As he spoke, he knocked his arrow, ready to fire if the thing did not heed his warning. While it did not have Trival's grace, it had the head of a man, so it should speak as one. Yet, what surprised Elter most was that this thing did not heed his warning at all. Rather, he ran forward, shouting some shrill cry. Thinking it a charge, Elter naturally fired his arrow. He had trained for many years, and had broken past the old limits of power. With his strongest powers being those of the archer and the warrior, his aim was true. The arrow pierced through the thing's skull before it could finish its cry. However, still more surprises came. It was only at this point that Elter noticed a small horde of beasts gathered a distance behind where the tiny one came. Among it were 5 other tiny ones, seeming even smaller than the one he had just killed. Yet, a roar caught their attention, a 6-legged golden bear charging towards them. Kill it. Elter said, no longer able to see this as anything other than an attack from outsiders. He pulled more arrows from his satchel, each one striking true on the bear. One even managed to claim its right eye, yet it refused to fall. When the bear approached, Elter wasted no time in hurrying backwards. Discarding his bow, he grabbed one of the promise scrolls in his satchel, tearing it to retrieve his spear. Calling on his power of the warrior, Elter pierced his spear into the bear's remaining eye as it stretched its large paw out towards him. Thankfully, the spear's reach was longer than the paw of the bear, allowing the Greyman to stay out of its range. When he looked up, he saw one of the tiny ones running back towards the tall woods. Shoot the running one. He will call for aid. After he spoke, he bent his knees to reach down and retrieve his bow. He could hear twang of the bowstrings as arrows were fired one after another. Like the first, this small creature also fell. Now the rest, let none escape. For the glory of Trival. For Trival. The hunting party gave a cheer, splitting off to chase the rest of the small ones as they ran in different directions. They would paint the grass in their blood, and remove them from his land. Chapter 68, The Bloodied Hand. Well, that went worse than I imagined. I said with a dull groan as I stood up from my computer, having watched the first meeting between the halflings and the centaurs play out on the screen. When I walked out from my room, I was surprised to find that the entire pantheon had gathered in the living room, their eyes glued to the television. Even the self-proclaimed shut-in Udina was there, though she was tucked away in the corner. On the screen was the same scene that I had just been watching, and the gods had different reactions to it. Most of them were simply disappointed that the first meeting had gone so poorly, but there were 2 with different responses. One was Oravi, who was leaning against Terra on the couch with watering eyes. The other was Trival, who stood behind the couch, his fists balled up in anger. When he saw me, he immediately made his way past the other gods to stand in front of me. "Milord, please let me go down and put an end to this conflict before it can proceed any further." As he spoke, Oravi looked up with hopeful eyes, and I could only sigh reluctantly. "No," I said, surprising most of the gods present. Only Terra seemed to have expected that answer, smiling approvingly. "What? But why?" Trival took a step back, shocked by my denial. "Surely, you do not support this fight between the races." Even Oravi's eyes seemed to turn cold when he said that, but I shook my head. "It is nothing like that. Really, I wish that they'd stop fighting as well. But, we can't have the gods interfere in this battle. If you want to get involved, you can only do so by using the heavenly game." Trival still seemed not to understand, his brows furrowing in confusion. "I request an explanation, milord. I simply cannot understand why you would not allow us to end such a bloody battle." Rather than answering him, I turned to look at Terra. "Correct me if I'm wrong, but the gods can't interfere with the invasions, correct?" She nodded her head in confirmation, so I turned back to look at Trival. "You've spent all of your time on the world below, so it is normal for you not to know about this. But, once this world becomes powerful enough, it will be invaded by others. These invaders will be seeking nothing less than the complete destruction of the world itself. Seeing the surprised gazes once appearing on several faces, I came to the conclusion that Terra had not told a few people about this matter. During these invasions, the gods cannot interfere with the fighting. But if we start using you guys to prevent wars now, they will become dependent on that. Most of the races will never figure out how to fight for themselves. And when the time comes that the world is invaded, they won't be able to fight back, thinking that you all abandoned them. Hearing my explanation, Trival took another step back, nodding his head. I understand, sire. After that, he turned towards Oravi, his gaze softening. I am truly sorry for the actions of my people, little one. Oravi didn't immediately respond to Trival, just looking pleadingly at me for a moment before nodding. It's alright, Trival. But, can I make a suggestion while everyone is here? When Oravi said that, everyone turned their attention from me to her. This is hard to say. But, no matter what happens, or what wars go on, can we all make a promise now that we won't let it come between us? As she asked that, she looked between every god and goddess in the room. I don't want our family to get hurt because of what is happening below. And maybe, just maybe, if we spread the word after these battles are over that we see each other as friends and family to our people, they won't want to fight each other as much. Seeing as she was the first victim of such a conflict, her words carried even more weight. One by one, the gods and goddesses began to nod in agreement. Terra even spoke up, reaching up to ruffle Oravi's hair. Since when did you become so wise, huh? Of course, this caused the halfling goddess to flail her arms about pitifully, raising a round of laughter from those in the room. Anyways, Terra said as she looked to me. You should fast forward a bit again. Not by much, just a week or two. We'll need to see whether the halflings choose to fight or to flee. After saying that, she looked towards Oravi. And don't interfere with their decision this time, okay Rivi? Like Dale said, they're going to need to get used to fighting like this eventually, so let them decide for themselves this time. Although Oravi looked like she wanted to protest, she nodded her head slowly. Okay. I don't like it, but okay. With that taken care of, Terra clapped her hands. Okay, then. Everyone who hasn't already started the heavenly game, feel free to pick a side to contribute to this battle. Remember, we want to minimize damage, not help one side win over the other. Hearing that, the others all looked away awkwardly. Wait. Did all of you already create an incarnation? Terra asked in surprise, closing her eyes and focusing on something. Lass. Tubrok spoke up first. It seemed too interesting a thing not to do. Several people nodded at his words, showing that they shared a similar belief. I needed to begin practicing and spreading martial arts. Bayana continued, giving her own reason. I only suggested the system in the first place so that I could learn more about magic. Riwan admitted with a nonchalant shrug. How about you, Terra? She asked mischievously to the catgirl goddess, whose ears flattened against her head. Well, I wanted to see what it was like to be mortal. She spoke in a quiet voice, causing the others to laugh. Surprisingly, Irina was the one to nod in agreement this time. Smiling at their reaction, I couldn't help but ask a couple questions. Is there a reason why you guys can only have one incarnation at a time? I didn't remember seeing that as a restriction for this system. Also, are you even able to make one that's not from your own race? Unsurprisingly, it was Terra that answered. We could make more than one, but even we can only split our minds so many times before we start slowing down mentally. Especially when most of those fragments have to move at a faster speed than what we have here. I might be able to support an extra incarnation because of my system knowledge being a substitute for training, but I doubt the rest of them can. I nodded my head, understanding that issue. If it were me, I might not even be able to split my mind once, with both moving at a normal speed. Let alone with one moving tens of thousands of times faster. For 2 days, Mackin ran as if his life had depended on it. It took him less than an hour to overtake the large spider that had been leisurely crawling along to deliver its own message, not even stopping to explain. He did not stop to sleep, or to eat or drink, using his own power and will to push through the journey. By the time he arrived at the rest, his own red bar of life had begun to gradually deplete. Seeing this, Saver quickly ran up to greet Mackin. Little one, are you alright? Saver was the hunter living in the rest, and thus would often take the messages from the beasts and monsters that delivered them. Seeing that Mackin was near death, Saver took out some food and water, slowly feeding them to him. At the same time, he accepted the message that Macken was desperately trying to push into his hand, opening it up to see only the red handprint, the blood having long since dried. Unable to understand the meaning of the message, he continued to nurse Macken back to health for a full day and night. Only when his health had recovered did Saver connect his mind with Macken. "Tell me, little one, what became of your friend?" After saying that, a blurred scene replayed within Saver's mind. Macken often slept in his friend's shirt, finding it more comfortable, so his first real sight of the creatures that attacked them came only after Salvin had been felled. All he saw were the strange creatures laughing as they shot down the halfling, and the expression of despair on Salvin's face as he handed the scrap to Macken with his dying breath. Seeing this, Salvin felt as if his mind had been struck by lightning. His blood began to boil with a rage he had never known. Unlike the young ones that were with Stjorn, he had heard of halflings killing each other before. Each time he received a message of such an act, he would send word to every rest within his reach, letting them know that person was not to be given shelter. As a people blessed by the goddess, to slay one another was the greatest betrayal. And yet, these creatures did so with such pride and joy. "Do not worry, little one," he said as he looked to Macken, who was curled up on the floor, resting to recover his health. "I have received your message." For the rest of the day, Saver began writing messages to every rest, sending back replies with every beast or monster that entered his rest. Blood had been spilled, so he sought to gather every halfling in the area. Any who would heed his call. And with every message, he would cut open his own palm, placing a bloody handprint on the back of the message. This would serve to remind them of the urgency, so that none would delay. Within 2 weeks, Saver's rest had more people within it than any rest had ever held at once. In the center of the rest, the buildings had been uprooted and moved to allow everyone to gather at once. There was a tense atmosphere as everyone waited for Saver to speak. When he stepped forward, they noticed that he had a bloody handprint across his face, causing many to be shocked. "Thank you all for coming in this time of need." Saver spoke in a heavy voice, turning to address his audience. "The blood of our brethren has been spilled, but not by beast or monster, but by the hands of another. Creatures with the bodies of man and beast in one, savage and untamed. They killed a family without cause or provocation." Several people in the audience gripped their fists at this news, beasts growling in anger. "I have prayed to the goddess for advice in this matter. And she is saddened by this loss. She spoke to me, saying that only we could resolve it. She will not turn her back on us, but neither will she aid us in the shedding of blood. Yet, this is indeed a debt of blood." This time, his words caused those around him to become nervous, as if they could tell what he was going to say next. "If a man kills another man, he shall be barred from all rests, given no help from his fellows. Then, what do we do about these creatures? They care not for our aid or our rests. How are we to seek justice for this blood debt, I ask you?" Nobody among the crowd would answer, so he continued. "I speak not for you all, but for myself. A debt of blood must be repaid. If we cannot shun them to repay it, then we must do so through other means. As of this day, I cast myself from this rest. I will shoulder the price for the blood I seek to spill." Again, shocked cries could be heard through the crowd. Saver was willingly banishing himself from his home and his people in order to seek justice for his fallen kin. "I do not ask for forgiveness, as I do this knowingly. If others seek justice, I invite you to join me. Know that this is an action that cannot be taken back. Although you would be my brother in this, we would have no home to return to. So I ask of you, who will stand with me?" There was a long moment of silence before one of the halflings pulled a stone dagger from his back. Gripping the sharpened edge with his hand, he then slapped his chest, leaving behind a red handprint. Afterwards, he walked up to stand next to Saver, declaring his allegiance. One by one, daggers or arrows were pulled out, and bloody prints were slapped onto the bodies of the halflings gathered. By the end, over half of those in the audience had sided with Saver. Seeing this, a warm smile was brought to the hunter's face. Finally, he turned towards one of the ones among the crowd who had not declared his allegiance. "Jadun, brother, I ask that you take my place in leading this rest. It is selfish of me to ask you to end your life's journey, but I am no longer suitable for this task." Jadun, a younger hunter who had known Saver since they were young, smiled at the other man. "I had a feeling you would choose me, brother. I accept this task, but know this. Even if you shed the blood of those beasts, this rest will not shun you. You will always have a home here." And so, the first army of the halflings were created. To remember those that fell at the hands of their enemy, they named their party the Bloodied Hand. Chapter 69, The First Battle. Savor stood, his back facing one of the last trees before he and his party would arrive at the lands of the crazed creatures. Before him stood halflings beyond measure. Whether it was the beasts or the men, he simply could not count them all. Remember, brothers. We are not here to create a blood debt only to repay one. If we see any of the creatures aside from our targets, we will not attack first. Those gathered nodded solemnly at his words. The arrangement had already been made long in advance, as they had made a trek for over a week through the forest to get to this point. Yet, this was something he had said to them every day. Not to remind them of their hatred, but to remind them of their mercy. While they were avenging their people, they were still followers of the goddess, and would not spill blood needlessly. However, Savor said, a coldness flashing in his eyes that caught some unaware. He had never added anything to the end of the warning before. If they attack us, we will not withdraw. Some of us may not return from this, but on my blood I promise that before this is over all debts will be paid. I will need to ask the larger ones to stay here for now, he said, looking around at some of the bigger animals, the Feralix and Tigrex. We are wandering into a den of beasts and we cannot journey around. I would ask one of my brothers to stay and watch over them, so that we may know that they are safe. At his words, one halfling stepped forward. A female, judging by the small lumps on her chest and her long, scraggly hair that had leaves and twigs sticking out of it. Like many here, there was a dried bloody handprint on her chest. If you would accept a sister, sir. Savor simply nodded, smiling slightly. Adra, this task shall be yours. We will send word when we can, but our leather is scarce. Hopefully, there will not be the opportunity to make more. The female halfling nodded her head, her hand slapping her chest open-palmed. Since the gathering, this had become an unofficial show of respect and loyalty between the halfling army. As such, Savor returned the gesture. Take care, sister. Now, we are off. He called out to the others. Let us walk through this lair of beasts and hunt those who would hunt us. At his words, there was a chorus of slapping sounds, as well as pained groans from the more eager. However, he simply smirked, before looking down at the furry creature that had been lurking in his shirt for the last few days. My friend, this is your chance. Help us find those that wronged you. The long, furry beast bobbed its head up as it looked at Savor, then quickly climbed out of his shirt. Looking back at the others, it gave a small squeak before running out of the forest. The hunt was on. Watching the scene unfold on the computer, I shook my head helplessly. I had been keeping watch on both sides as they had progressed to this point, fast-forwarding ahead days at a time. Yet, the two races treated the situation entirely different. For the halflings, this was a blood feud which would not end until the offenders had been slain. And, with the small army they gathered, they could easily take out one small herd of centaurs. That's not even taking into their various animals that they were taking with them. However, for the centaurs themselves, they had entirely forgotten about the event from several weeks prior. Not once had they mentioned it to another herd, even in passing. While the halflings were dealt a heavy attack, they simply saw it as an unusual event during a hunt. When I consulted with Trival, he said that they talked among themselves and decided that it was best not to tell anyone else. In the minds of that herd, the halflings were likely just another new type of variant. As such, if they told people what happened, they would be branded as killers. Although, they still considered it right to hunt them because they did not have Trival's grace. When I asked what exactly that meant, he motioned to his horse body. All centaurs, whether they are normal, unicorn, Pegasus, even the Kylan, have the same basic body shape. Yet, not only do the halflings have a drastically smaller lower body, even smaller than some foals, their lower bodies are entirely different. Thus, they consider them to be truly cursed, and believe it is their duty to purge them. Those were his words, and hearing them made my head ache. Apparently, this was the unifying aspect that the first king used to rally the centaurs together and stop discrimination. If I had known at the time that the halflings were anywhere near ready to explore the centaur continent, I would have made sure to tell my host not to let him use such an ideal. While effective at helping the centaurs reach a common ground, it was counterproductive right now. I glanced back down at the screen, fast-forwarding it again to the next clash between the two races. I intended to watch as much of this as I could, so that I could act as soon as possible should the need arise. As the halflings traveled through the tall grass, they utilized a walking method that had been ingrained in every child since birth. With their hands and feet on the ground, Spread out to keep their bodies as low as possible, they used their innate agility to quickly advance. From above, little could be seen aside from the rustling of grass and the occasional beast sticking its head up. Like this, they had moved for 3 days. With 5 different birds flying in the skies at different times to scout around them and Mackin leading the way, they went unseen. Whenever a herd was spotted, Mackin would slowly get closer to see if it was the right one. When they weren't, it would flee back to the others so that they could change their course. There was only one time that they were spotted before they reached their goal. Once when one of the tallest beasts they had allowed to join them poked its head just above the grass. "Do you smell something?" Ulfr Grayman asked, his head tilted back slightly as he sniffed the air. There was a peculiar scent, one which he could swear he had known before. Yet, he could not place it. Even among the Graymans, he was one of the oldest. His own herd had insisted many times that he take up rest in the holds, yet he refused. To him, the plains were his home, not a town of wood and stone. He was born on the plains, and he would die on them. His eldest son, Adrian Firehoof, furrowed his brow as he also sniffed. However, his face soon darkened. "Bows." He called out the word, causing the rest of the herd to still their steps. Of the dozen, all but Ulfr pulled their bow off their back, knocking an arrow in preparation. "What is it?" Ulfr asked as he looked to his son. Although he was the Grayman of the herd, he had left most matters of leadership to Adrian. It was the only compromise he was willing to give as he himself knew that his thoughts often left him. However, his son did not speak. With his bow in hand, he ascended the nearest hill. He could tell that the smell was coming from just beyond, and so he had prepared himself to attack if he saw any signs of an enemy. What he saw, however, left him speechless. His body shuddered, his hand releasing the arrow that had been pulled less than halfway on the bow, causing it to strike the ground beside him. When the other members of the herd arrived at the top of the hill, they had similar reactions. One among them even turned to the side, bending his body forward as he heaved, unable to accept the sight before him. This was a savage time, but never this savage. 15 spears had their bases stabbed into the ground in a row. Stuck to the top of each was a severed head, gaze stuck in either anger or hunger. Already birds had descended and were plucking at the softer tissues, the cheeks, the ears, the eyes. On the forehead of each was a small, red handprint, looking like that of a newborn child. The scene around them was no less gruesome, a field of blood and gore. Arms and legs were scattered about, bodies torn apart. It looked like a swarm of beasts had descended upon a herd, yet no beast would display the heads like that. Due to his shock, he didn't even notice the mound of soft, upturned dirt beneath his hooves, or the 6 identical ones next to it. Yet, when he did, he found that each pile had a large stone placed at one end with the same bloody print as the heads. What happened here? Ulfr couldn't help but ask. It was the tiniest mistake, yet it cost them so dearly. One of their scalers, 2-legged reptiles that looked like wide halflings, had stood up in surprise when it accidentally kicked a stone. This happened to be while Savr and his party were circling around one of the larger herds that they had seen. There was a cry of alarm from the herd as they noticed the scaler, and arrows soon arrived at their position. One of the arrows cleanly pierced the creature's head, while another went wide and landed on the thigh of a young halfling, causing him to cry out in pain. This only made the strange creatures more alert as they knocked more arrows. Savr tried to get them to stop. In his haste, he jumped to his feet and raised his hands up facing the creatures, trying to show them that he was not attacking them. After thinking about it, he had come to a few conclusions. 1. These creatures were fairly intelligent, enough to craft bows and spears, and use the questing scrolls. Yet, they obviously could not speak, at least, not in a way that could be understood. However, his action only caused more arrows to be fired at him and his group. Savr, having experienced his share of fights with the wildlife in his life's travel, deftly rolled to the side to dodge. But, in doing so, the wounded halfling he had been trying to save had taken an arrow to the chest. Savr felt his blood boil. Again, these creatures attacked without cause, and again it cost him the life of his kin. "There is a blood debt between us now," he spoke, his words seeming to spread out through the hill. Angered growls could be heard from the grass, though they were not from the beasts, as even they shrank back at the sudden ferocity of their friends. No, this was the angered growl of the halflings, which shook the very souls of the 16 creatures before them. When the first one sprang out, his feet moved like lightning, his body a blur. Yet, it was only the beginning. Among the halfling army, a total of 317 had been gathered. Counting the one left in the forest, and the one that had just been slain, those were the only 2 losses that they had suffered since they left the rest. Armed with bows and knives, they fought. The rogues among them moved mysteriously, their footwork always seeming to bring them closer to their target despite only appearing to move from side to side. The hunters and archers shot their small arrows while the monster tamers called upon their friends. The 16 creatures had been completely unprepared for the attack. Even the first blurred figure managed to slice open the stomach of the leading enemy with his knife, though he had been promptly kicked back by its hooves. Yet, even those hooves were not safe as a second rogue had appeared next to him, swinging his bone knife with all the force his body could muster. Although its leg had not been directly cut off, it was still cut deeply, causing it to reflexively stomp down. However, that action only served as the final straw that snapped the bottom half of its leg, causing it to fall to the side in a scream of pain and terror. By now, the rest of the herd was beginning to act. Savor noticed that one among them knew how to use ki, the strange power that a few halflings had managed to grasp. However, that only made him a more dangerous target. "Kill the monk," Savor called out, and his men obeyed. Although the monk had reared back and struck out with a kick that shattered the head of one of his assailants, he found himself the target of every knife and every arrow. His ki allowed him to defend for a few breaths of time, in which he grabbed one halfling of his back and tossed her to the ground, smashing her back under his hooves. He was quickly taken down. Beasts tore into the spear-wielding creatures, ripping limb from limb. Some shot out balls of fire or ice that blasted them, while others used their sharp teeth or claws. Even Macken showed his anger, pouncing on the head of the first dead and using its little paws to slap its head repeatedly. Of the 14 other creatures, only 2 managed to take someone out with them before they fell. One had not even tried to fight, instead running away as soon as the ferocity began. Some wanted to give chase after the rest of the herd had been slain, but Savor stopped them. Of the halflings, he had been fairly lucky, only having his cheek scraped by a missed arrow. Some of the others had arrows or spearheads sticking out of their bodies, the red bar of life slowly dwindling. He did not fight or harm us, so we have no debt with him. For this herd, our debt has been paid. If there are any alchemists among us, I ask of you to help the wounded. For the rest, let us care for the dead. Chapter 70, The Final Debt. I sat there, staring at the screen in surprise. It wasn't anything too great that they had managed to defeat a herd with only so few losses, given the difference in numbers. What surprised me was their viciousness. When they decided to attack, they were like a swarm of rabid animals that had been unleashed. They even severed the heads of the centaurs to stick them on their own spears. According to Savor, that was to show the others that they brought this on themselves. Even more surprising was how they let the last centaur go, just because he hadn't attacked them. I had never expected the halflings to be so united when they had always been so spread out, to be so honorable after being so vicious. Then again, I could see how this could happen. They follow the goddess of love, so their connections with one another can't be underestimated. However, how much could this one band of halflings really do? Without reinforcements, they'll never really make any significant impact. As a band of barely 300, it's a bit illogical to expect this to turn into a full-blown war between the races. To confirm that, I once again checked the map for the halfling population. Most of them were too far north to have even gotten the message that the southern continent existed. At most, a third of them had gotten that message. Of that third, less than half actually made the journey, or were in the middle of making it. So, at most, the halflings had access to a sixth of their population if this did escalate further. However, their full population was quite a bit higher than the centaurs, but I couldn't see it being enough to make up the difference. In the best case scenario, they would find their target herd and take them out, then disappear into the woods. Unless the one that got away informed others and started a full-scale war, this should be able to end with just that. Of course, I had no doubt that he was going to do just that, as he was even deliriously saying as much while he ran. I was tempted to just have Trival go down there and get rid of him to indirectly prevent the war from getting too far, but I saw another herd already moving towards the site of the battle. The halflings had just finished burying their dead, and were once again on the move, so there was little risk of them being discovered. As such, I could only shake my head helplessly. Even if I were to have Trival dispose of the bodies of the herd, and then also kill the centaur that fled the battle, there was no guarantee that the halflings wouldn't encounter another herd and cause more problems. At this point, there was little we could do but watch, as any kind of direct interference would cause ripples that negatively affects both races in the long run. Pulling out the piece of paper Tara had given me, and began writing. Tara, did you make another incarnation yet? Recalling how she said she could probably handle one more, I had to go ahead and ask. However, even if she did, there was no guarantee that this conflict would last long enough for the incarnation to grow up. After a few moments, the words I wrote on the paper were replaced, showing that Tara had replied. Yes. I decided to make a halfling, since they are at the disadvantage here. I'll try to raise myself up to be a leader eventually to stop the fighting, if it lasts that long. I nodded my head, seeing that Tara had the same line of reasoning as I did. Even if the battle didn't last that long, then Tara would still be able to help with the recovery. As far as the halflings go, there is no real threat of extinction no matter how big the war gets. After all, they are spread out so far that the centaurs would need several centuries of active searching just to find them. The halfling party had searched for weeks, following the tracks that Macken had found until the rain washed it away. After that, they spread out more, relying heavily on their flying companions to assist with their tracking. Yet, over a month later, they had found the herd that they were looking for. It was hard for them to tell just how far into the plains that they had gone, but they knew that it would take several days of traveling in a straight line to make it back to the forest. They had done their best to stick to the areas with taller grass, making use of it to hide from the passing herds. There were some among the party that wished to make their presence known, but Savor would not allow it. Savor knew that the creatures were a bloodthirsty species. If they appeared before a herd, then the only possible outcome would be another battle. He had seen it in the ways that they hunted, so different from how the halflings did so. Although halflings did eat meat, they never actively hunted for it. If they came across a monster or a beast, they would attempt to calm it, either make it their friend or simply allow them to pass unharmed. It was only when the other party struck first that they would have meat that night. Yet, these savage creatures he was watching would actively seek out and hunt defenseless creatures. Even when they turned to run, their arrows would find them. If they tried to fight back, they would be met with spears. Such a manner truly reflected how the race had acted during their few meetings so far. Still, even though he knew this, he did not wish to kill them. He was here for a specific task, and would see it through to the end. After they returned, he would send word through the rests that this field was a forbidden land. It was only after they found the herd that they were looking for did he feel his blood begin to boil again. The young creature that had aided them so long in their tracking let out a tiny growl, his hair standing on end as it faced in the direction of the enemy herd. Savor hushed him with a quiet tone, placing his hand on Macken's back. "It is not the time," he said, shaking his head. He had found the herd, yet it was bigger than the information Macken had sent originally. Perhaps they were split up when they found Macken's friends, or they had joined a larger herd later. Either way, it did not matter. Now, he counted roughly 20 of the creatures, all traveling together as one group. Savor controlled his voice, using the skills he had learned as a scout and a hunter, projecting it only towards those around him. "We will attack when night falls. Remember our targets. Let them sleep, and then let them never wake again. Try not to wake the others if possible, but if it can't be helped, then so be it." Savor pulled out a bone knife that he had retrieved from one of the dead halflings after their first run-in with the creatures. The final debt is about to be repaid. Elter Grayman laid sleeping among his heart. While his lower half sat down on all fours, his upper body was bent forward, propped atop a contraption which had been introduced in recent years. Apparently, it had been invented by the first king, and he called it a bed. It was rather difficult to put together, but once one did they could use the promise scrolls to move them around. A frame of sticks, atop which was a soft hide to lay the body against while one slept. Admittedly, it was far more comfortable to sleep like this than it had been before, with their backs straight up throughout the night. Long after he fell asleep, he thought he heard a sound in the back of his mind, slowly rousing him from his dreams. Then, as he heard the screams of his sons, his eyes shot open. An attack, he thought to himself, shooting up to his feet. Before he even had a chance to register what was happening, his hand was already reaching for his bow. Soon, he saw the assailants. The same little abominations his hunting party had killed weeks ago had apparently returned with greater numbers. By the time he awoke, he saw that 2 of his sons had already fallen, knives stuck into their throats while they slept. If not for him being awoken by the startled cry of another, he would have joined them. Standing atop his bed was one of the little things, a bone dagger in his hand and a bloody handprint across his face. "Everyone, awake!" Elter shouted while he backed up, quickly pulling out a handful of arrows from his satchel. He had still yet to notice just how many enemies he was facing, or he would have perhaps chosen to run away. As he nocked his arrow, there were the startled gasps of the rest of the herd awoken by his call. Some grabbed for bows, others spears, but all quickly readied themselves for battle. The thing that had been standing on his bed called out in a shrill voice and lunged towards Elter with dagger in hand. More and more emerged from the darkness, joining him and causing the herd to pale in terror. Yet Elter showed his prowess with his bow. Pulling the arrow back, he quickly shot it and nocked another, firing it immediately. This was his power of the archer, the ability to fire multiple arrows and have them all land at the same time. For this, he fired 3 arrows, one directly at the lunging creature and one to either side. He had seen his share of agile beasts and was used to firing arrows to prepare for their dodge. What he had not prepared for, however, was one of the birds circling overhead to swoop down even faster than the arrow he had released. At first, he had thought that it was diving at himself, but soon found himself proven wrong. Instead, it intercepted the arrow which had been aimed at the thing attacking him. With this technique, the first arrow fired was always the slowest. But to dive down and catch it in mid-flight, when there were only a few lengths between him and his target, this was truly the first creature he had ever seen with such speed. However, a shrill scream brought him back to his senses as the thing that had been attacking him looked down to the fallen bird. Elter had thought that it merely caught the arrow with its beak or talons, yet it had actually used its own body to take the attack. Just what kind of loyalty was that? Still, he was not about to offer his enemy time to mourn. He kept knocking more and more arrows, each one flying along a slightly different path as Elter continued backing up. By the time that the thing had looked away from the dead bird, the arrows had already arrived in front of him. The night grew silent as 4 arrows pierced into the body of the small creature, causing its knife to fall from its hands. The rest of its fellows momentarily paused in their attacks as they looked over and saw the red bar of its life to rapidly dwindle. Soon, it had faded away entirely, and the thing fell to the ground dead. One cry after another emerged from the darkness, and an ominous feeling arose in Elter's heart. He continued backing away, even though he knew that he had already killed the enemy. His hand trembled as he saw the light of the moon reflecting off of eyes that emerged from the grass. They dotted the field like the stars above, their numbers beyond measure. He had known that there were plenty of enemies when they had first been attacked, yet he had not known that most chose to stay behind, not wishing to get in the way of the more skilled fighters. Now, however, they emerged. Each one wore a red print somewhere upon their body. Some carried weapons, smaller versions of what the centaurs themselves wielded, while others walked alongside beasts. Yet all of them had a single, murderous look in their eyes that struck fear into the Greyman's heart. When the first one ran forward, it was as if the ground began to shake, a signal for all of them to charge at once. Elter hurriedly fired his arrows into the crowd, slaying 2 more of their number before they arrived at him. He cried out in pain as he felt daggers, spears, and claws tearing into his body faster than he could have imagined. His feet bucked wildly as he tried to kick them away, to earn some space to run. Yet one of them had clung to his chest, slowly climbing up it until the 2 were face to tiny face. Elter trembled as he looked into the cold eyes of this creature as it said something in that same shrill voice, its hands on either side of his head. However, he could not understand its words, and would never have the chance to do so. He felt a strange energy flowing into the hands of the thing, before his vision faded. His head had been crushed between those tiny, frail-looking hands. Chapter 71, Make Him Proud. After the battle, the halflings were left to mourn their fallen brothers. First was Javier, Savar's companion. He was a swift wind sparrow, able to manipulate the winds to fly at extreme speeds. Javier had been with him through most of his life, and had chosen to block that fatal arrow for him. Then, while Savar was mourning the loss, he too was shot down. When Savar fell, the halflings couldn't help but turn their heads in shock. Savar was the eldest among the halflings, and as such he had chosen his target to be the eldest of the enemy creatures. Thankfully, they shared similar physical signs of age. However, one of the younger members of the party had not managed to cleanly kill their target, allowing them to wake up and scream for help. Perhaps luckily, the one that had made that mistake had also fallen in the battle, crushed under hooves as he was distracted with Savar's death. Otherwise, there is no telling if the ones remaining would truly blame him for the deaths of their kin. Yet, the majority of the deaths did not come from their momentary distraction. Rather, it came from the rage that followed. In their anger, the entire halfling group had charged the herd. More than a dozen of them were killed by either bows, spears, or hooves. Still, a dozen more of their animal and monster companions were slain in that same reckless charge. This time, there was no mercy, no escape for those that sought to flee. The halflings washed over them like a wave of death. Savor had held them together, had held them back from their desires to simply attack. And now, he was gone. After the battle, one of the younger halflings stepped forward. He had been the first to join Savor at the rest during the gathering. We need to head back to the forest. Whether we want to continue fighting or not, we have to go back. Several of the halflings turned to look at him as he spoke. They roam this field in greater numbers. Right now, we don't have enough people with us to fight back if more herds joined. Why would we continue fighting? Another halfling asked curiously. We have settled the blood debt. We can leave the plains forever, let them wander alone without her blessing. The first halfling shook his head with a bitter smile. Why would they stay in the plains? This herd was small when they first attacked near the forest, and then they met with a larger group. We may be known by many of them by now. If they wanted to seek us out, could they not simply enter the forest? This caused the confused halfling to fall silent. He had seen many creatures with similar lower bodies as these wandering the forests in his lifetime. Yet, before he could offer up another reason, the man continued to speak. We have already chosen exile from the rests when we followed Savor. If that is to be so, then let it not go to waste. Now, another halfling stepped forward, a younger girl. On her shoulder rested a white bird, similar to the one that had saved Savor. On her dirty face was a trail of tears, her eyes red. This was Savor's own daughter, who had chosen to accompany her father in his exile. You mean? She asked in a quiet voice, unsure of what this man truly wanted. We will create our own rest at the border of the forest. Since we can no longer take shelter with the rest of our kin, then let us do this for them. Shara, I am sorry about your father, but he would not want to leave our people open for their attacks. You knew him better than us. What would he have done now? At his words, the halfling girl lowered her head, thinking back on all the times she shared with her father. She was one of the reasons that he had chosen to remain in the rest and ended his journey. Her mother had been killed by a wild beast, and Savor did not want to travel again until she had grown up. He would want to keep everyone safe. My dad wouldn't want to see anyone else hurt. The halfling man nodded his head. Then it is decided. We will form a permanent home, one where we can defend our kin. He turned to look at the fallen bodies, slapping his chest with his open palm. No more blood debts. He spoke, barely a whisper. That battle was intense. Short, but intense. I thought I had seen how vicious the halflings could get when they met the first herd, yet they still surprised me again. However, I couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when I heard the words of the halfling that stepped forward. If it was just at the level of creating a city to serve as a first line of defense, that would not be bad for them at all. In fact, it may even give rise to the first halfling territory recognized by the system as a kingdom. I resumed my plan of fast-forwarding a bit at a time to watch their encounters, and quickly began to notice a pattern. Something had changed with the halfling party since they killed that herd. They seemed to be moving less stealthily, yet none of them seemed to notice. It was not about their movements or their tactics. Rather, they did not avoid crossing paths with a herd anymore. Their first encounter was only the day after the battle. After Dinar, the new leader of the group, received word from one of the scouting animals about an approaching herd, he actually had the group adjust slightly so that they would encounter each other. Naturally, this led to the centaurs starting another blood debt by attacking the halflings, though thankfully this time they only injured them. However, that was enough to make Dinar call for the attack, causing another herd to be slain. This pattern repeated itself again and again, with them encountering herds only to have to fight. When I focused on the group, I noticed that some seemed to question to themselves if Dinar was doing this on purpose. However, most were more angry with the centaurs for always starting the fights. Even if Dinar himself was leading them into the conflicts, never once had they attacked first. At least, not at first. As I watched the battles progress more and more, the number of halflings slowly dropping after each fight, I saw that the halflings started to take the initiative. Near the end of their journey back to the woods, when they found a herd, it was the halflings that struck first. Dinar smiled inwardly as he watched the herd approaching. His plan so far had been going better than he had hoped. With Savor dead, the halflings wanted vengeance, but he was a bit different. Even before Savor had died, He was among the people that believed the world would be a better place without these creatures. So, he came up with a plan. First, after taking control of the group, he started to lead them into confrontations with the various herds that they passed. While they hid nearby as the herd passed, he would simply wait. He wanted to show his kin how bloodthirsty these creatures were. Sure enough, anytime they were noticed, a fight began. Unlike most halflings, Dinar had led a harsher journey. He did not travel with his family, having always been alone. And because he was by himself, beasts and monsters were more willing to attack him. Aside from the smaller creatures, which now served as useful scouts, none had wanted to befriend him. This caused him to see a darker side of nature that most halflings didn't see. But now, things were changing. This group he was leading was starting to see those darker sides. They were being made to understand that not every creature could be reasoned with. And after every confrontation, they became stronger. Dinar was saddened by the losses that were suffered in this lesson, but he knew that it was for the best. If they didn't understand the brutality of these creatures, they would only be endangering their entire race. Now, they were less than a day's walk from the forest, but the change in the demeanor of the group was obvious. The moment that Dinar announced he had seen another herd, he could practically feel the anger and bloodthirst. Over the last 2 weeks of slow movement, they had lost almost a third of their number, yet the ones remaining were all far stronger than they had been before. It was to the degree that not a single halfling had died in their last exchange. Still, Dinar had to be cautious. What is it everyone wants to do? If we avoid them, we can surely make it to the forest without seeing another herd. This was their choice. He had shown them the darker side of nature, and now wanted to let them decide whether they wanted to hide or to fight. With this, he would be able to fully support their decision. Surprisingly, it was Shara who spoke up first. She had perhaps shown the greatest growth over these travels, as she had been fairly weak before leaving the rest. It was only due to her own luck and Savor's protection that she had survived this long. When she spoke, her eyes were practically red as she gripped her bone dagger, the same one she had taken off of her father's body. If they saw us, they would fight without hesitation. Towards these creatures, a blood debt has already been formed. Not just one herd, this is the fault of their entire people. So, I say fight. When she finished, there was a chorus behind her as others shouted to fight as well. Dinar nodded his head heavily, having expected this kind of response. Okay, then we will take the fight to them. After this, we can build a home to defend our people. Shara nodded to his words, bringing her fingers up to her lips and letting out a quiet whistle. One of the scouting birds from above, Shara's sparrow, flew down to her and landed on her shoulder. Lara, head back to Hadra. Let her know what's happened. The bird bobbed its head a few times rapidly, as if to nod in understanding. Afterwards, it flew up into the air, and moved to the north with a sudden burst of speed. With that taken care of, the halflings moved low to the ground, approaching the last herd. Since they were the ones attacking first, they had time to properly prepare their attacks. The archers of the group took their time to ready their shot, while the rogues and warriors stood with their weapons at the ready. A good portion of them had even managed to unlock the assassin class, granting them more powerful abilities to quickly kill a target. Dinar waited until he saw that everyone was ready. This was a fairly small herd compared to what they had seen so far, numbering only 9 creatures. He had no doubt that this would be an easy victory, yet it was important to their group. This was the first time that they had ever begun the fight themselves. Attack. He spoke to the group, and arrows were released by the dozen. The herd barely had time to cry out in alarm before they were pelted with arrows. Though, only 4 fell from these shots, as the arrows that halflings used were still quite a bit smaller than what the enemy creatures wielded. Nonetheless, even the 5 who survived the attack were shaken for a moment. By the time that they had been able to pull out their own weapons to fight back, the assassins had already made their move. With how thick-skinned the creatures were and their surprise from the sudden attack, they didn't even notice that each of them had an unfamiliar weight on their lower backs. With a quick, clean strike, the last 5 fell to the ground, bloody holes in the side of their necks. Dinar nodded his head in satisfaction at the effectiveness of the ambush. With a herd that small, there was not much need to have anyone but the archers attack. Only when their arrows did not prove entirely effective would the assassins make their move. And, if there were too many in the herd for that, the normal rogues, warriors, and monster tamers could join the fight. Walking up to the herd, Dinar greeted one of the assassins as she jumped off the back of her kill. Good work, Shara. Your father would be proud. Chapter 72. The Cycle of Pain. After fighting the final herd, the halfling troops, for now they could truly be called that, made their way back to the forest. What greeted them was a worried-looking Hadra who ran out of the forest to meet them as soon as they were within sight. Even she could tell at a glance that they had lost many people throughout their journey. "Is everyone okay?" she asked hurriedly. She had received news that they had suffered repeated attacks while fighting the creatures, and had even lost Savor when they finally found the herd that they were looking for. Naturally, the one that she sought answers from was not Dinar, who had led the group back, but Shara, who lost the most in this journey. Shara gently nodded her head, a calming smile on her face. "We're okay now. But we have changed so much. We can't go back to the rest." Even she herself knew that they had changed from the repeated attacks of the foreign creatures. She knew that Dinar had led them to the herds, but truly that was all he had done. He had not made them take any actions at all that would look provoking, and had even gone to measures to ensure that they would always have greater hiding spots each time. Yet every time they saw a herd, and the herd saw them, those creatures would open fire. Even though she knew that Dinar led them to the herds, she had to accept the fact that it was the herds that chose to battle. What was even more worrisome was that it was not merely one or two herds. If that was the case, then she could dismiss it as individual hatred, like they had originally done for the herd that they had entered the plains to hunt. This was not simply a matter of one small family being hateful towards the halflings, but rather the entire race. Seeing Shara's thoughtful look, Hadra hesitantly asked, Are you sure?" Truthfully, she had not come to terms with the mission that they set out to do in the first place. That was why she so quickly offered to stay behind when a volunteer was called for. She hated the fact that one intelligent being would willingly hurt another, and she let that hatred fuel her decision to join the Bloodied Hand. Shara saw Hadra's look and nodded her head slightly. "I'm sure. We may have strayed from Oravi's teachings, but let us still be of use to our people. We will not fault you for wanting to return to the rest. But if you do, I ask that you pass along a message for us." Taking a deep breath, Shara spoke with conviction, placing her hand gently against her chest. "We have seen the darkness that lies within the plains. They are creatures of both intelligence and hatred. We gave them every opportunity to pass us by, and yet they chose to attack every time. In our defense, we have shed blood. In our hatred, we struck first against an enemy that we knew would see us dead." Hadra let out a small gasp, covering her mouth with her hands as her eyes shook, but Shara only continued speaking. "These creatures are great in number, greater than what we possess in these woods. There is no guarantee that they will keep to their plains, and they may one day journey here in search of us. So, the Bloodied Hand will build a rest here at the very edge of the forest. We will take in those who would help to defend our people, but like the other rests we offer no shelter to kinslayers." At this point, Shara's resolute gaze softened, and she looked gently at Hadra. "Go, and tell them that we are here. And until we are all safe, this is where we will stay. If you want to return, you will always be welcomed here." Even though Shara said that, it was clear from her face that she did not believe that Hadra would return. They had simply strayed too far from the teachings, and had even spilled first blood. Hadra was too pure, much like Shara herself had been before they first left the rest. Hadra hesitated again, yet eventually nodded her head. I will tell them. And I will pray for you. May Mother watch over you all," she said as she lowered her head, closing her eyes. During the few days that they had traveled to the edge of the woods from the rest, she had truly developed a good impression of Shara. To know that the sweet girl from before, who had only come along on this endeavor because she was following her father, was now talking about spilling blood as if it were water. She really couldn't imagine what they had been through. Like that, she walked with them back to the forest and allowed the beasts and monsters she had been watching over to return to their halfling companions. Those that were still alive, at least. For those that had passed away on the journey, they were either taken in by another halfling, or allowed to wander freely. Once that was taken care of, Hadra departed alone, taking with her only her own companion. Her companion was different than most, as it had a rather strange body. Due to its lack of legs, she would often let it rest on its head, its green translucent blob of a body jiggling with every step she took. Although slimes were notorious for being weak and unintelligent, she had become good friends with this one, and had been caring for him for a while. Back with the Bloodied Hand, Shara let out a relieved sigh as she saw Hadra go. It was just too dangerous for anyone to stay here without being able to fight. Next, She turned towards Dinar and the others, a warm smile floating onto her face. Well, Dinar, shall we begin building? Dinar chuckled slightly, shaking his head. Why are you asking me? He asked with a similar smile, which only caught Shara by surprise. With how he had led them back, and even taught them the darker nature of those creatures, she and many others had suspected that he would take it upon himself to lead them when they settled down. Truthfully, they would not have even had any objections if he did so. Well, aren't you? She asked, confused, unable to finish her question. Again, he shook his head, glancing back to the plains. My work is done. Although it was not my goal to do so, I led many of our kin to Mother's embrace. If I had tried to lead us back without fighting, perhaps we would not have lost any more people. Yet, I felt that you all needed to see how cruel they were. Turning his gaze back towards Shara, he held a gentle smile. I am no better than a kinslayer right now, though it was not my hand that killed them. This rest has no place for me anymore, it's in your hands now. I only ask that you stay true to your words. Protect the others, and do not allow these creatures to harm any more of our kin. After saying that, he let out a sharp whistle, calling his bird back to his shoulder, and began walking off. The thought of staying and leading them had crossed his mind, yet Shara's words when she spoke to Hadra had hit him in ways he did not expect. He realized that she was right, the bloodied hand's rest had no room for kinslayers, and that was exactly what he was now. So, like Saver had done before him when he gathered the group, he cast himself into exile, leaving behind a confused party. Shara stood motionless for several seconds as she processed what he had said. His words were true, and yet she did not want to accept them. There were only two people in her life that had ever taught her truly valuable lessons. One was her father, and the other was Dinar. And now, both were gone. Her mind was spinning, trying to find the words that would make him stay, yet she found none. Dinar's figure had nearly faded into the foliage when she suddenly stepped forward and yelled. We will call for you. Your work is not done yet. When battle comes, we will call. And you will answer. She shouted, her eyes red. You don't get to just leave after all of that. There were a few among the bloodied hand who nodded their heads slightly at her words. Dinar had caused nearly 100 halfling deaths, more than any single kinslayer, all to teach them about the cruelty of these creatures. To them, he had lost the right to give up now, it was his duty to pay back each of those blood debts. Not with his own blood, but with that of their enemies. In response to her words, there was a somewhat happy laugh ringing out from the direction that Dinar had walked. She was right, he had no intention of just ending things there. He would join them when called, when it was time to fight, but he could not live among them. He had caused too many deaths to allow himself that. Finally, his hooves had carried him to the city of King's Hope. Ryard had been traveling almost non-stop since his herd had been attacked. Though his pace had been slowed due to having to hunt and rest lightly, he had still made it here as quickly as possible. The large stone walls, at least a dozen heights tall, showed the remarkable craftsmanship of the city. It had not been crafted by the hands of man, but by nature itself when one of the knights of the round ran the city's perimeter. Standing guard at the gate were two centaurs, each of whom wore leather armor and carried a wooden spear. On the left was a normal centaur, while the one on the right had white wings attached to their lower body. This was a mark of the capital, a place where all centaurs were treated equally. Never would only one race hold dominance in any area, save one. What troubles you? Asked the Pegasus centaur, his face showing concern as he looked to Ryard. The man's body was full of untended cuts, most of which had begun to heal. He was not an alchemist, and had no knowledge of how to heal his body through anything but time. My herd. They were killed. Ryard said, panting for breath as he approached. He had come all this way to deliver this message, and even the bar of life above his head showed the severity of his journey. This time, it was the left guard that spoke. Oh. And what manner of beast killed an entire herd, but let one foal escape? He asked with a sardonic smile. In this man's eyes, Ryard had simply been a coward that ran away from a fight while his herd was fighting some monster. And he had no idea how true his suspicions were. Please, I must speak with the king. Ryard insisted. These were no normal monsters. They possessed weapons like our own, and a viciousness that would put any beast to shame. I could not tell how many there were among them in the group that attacked me, but it was bigger than any herd I had ever seen. The guards' faces darkened as they listened to his words, the genuine fear in Ryard's voice enough proof that he was not lying to them. The two of them looked to each other and nodded. The Pegasus reached into his leather satchel, searching among the promise scrolls that all guards carried on their shifts. When he found the one that he was looking for, he tore it, much to the relief of Ryard. It was foolish for the guards to leave their posts, so every pair of guards was given a promise scroll with an impossible promise. Upon tearing it, their captain would be notified and send people to investigate. As expected, 2 more guards approached the gates from within before 5 minutes had passed. This time, it was a normal centaur and a unicorn acting in unison. When they approached, the newcomer guards asked the Pegasus that tore the scroll, "What's the matter here?" Obviously, this centaur had something to do with their summons. "This man needs to be taken to the knight's court. He has news that must reach the king's ears." The Pegasus answered, nodding towards Ryard. This was the best that they could do, as only the Knights of the Round had the authority to demand an immediate audience with the king at any time. The faces of the new guards showed surprise as they again examined Ryard more carefully, before nodding their heads. "Very well," one of them said. "We will guide him there." The 2 of them parted slightly, turning to the side to allow Ryard to walk between them. Naturally, as this was the reason he had come, Ryard did not hesitate to follow along. As they walked through the city, he could not help but marvel at his surroundings. As one of the herd, he had never been to the city itself. He had only heard rumors of it and its location from passing herds. Wide buildings made of wood and stone lined a dirt road, and centaurs of all types could be seen interacting pleasantly with each other. There was barely any hint of the tension that had once existed between the cursed and the blessed. Now, they were all one people. And those that did not agree with this view were free to wander the plains to seek Trival's guidance. Soon, he was led to the tallest building within King's Hope. Located at the very center of the city, it was likely built as one smooth, circular wall of stone. There was only a single gate in or out, though there were many windows to see into the outer halls of the building. And just like the gate to the city, there was another pair of guards stationed here who glanced curiously to Ryard as they approached. "What is going on?" one of the guards, another Pegasus, asked. Although one of the duties of the Knights of the Round was to be forever ready in case of an emergency summons, such things were very rare. "There is need to convene the court. Call the knights, there is urgent news that must be delivered." The normal centaur among Ryard's guards spoke in a heavy voice, catching the other 2 by surprise. They had expected Ryard to at most be some criminal needing tried, not thinking he had some dire news. The 2 centaur guards hurriedly nodded their heads, pushing open the wooden gates to the court. Inside were 3 halls, one to either side and one directly ahead. With the 2 guards from the entrance to the court replacing those that had guided him there, Ryard proceeded down the direct path towards the center of the court. Soon, they arrived at another large wooden door, which took both centaurs working together to push it open. Ryard had to wonder where they managed to get the wood for these doors. Did they send people beyond Trival's lands to harvest the tall woods? Or did they simply harvest from every tree within a day's gallop? When they entered the court, the Pegasus cleared his throat and shouted loudly, "Knights of the Round, there is need of your presence in the court." His voice carried through several holes in the wall, instantly echoing throughout the entire building. The court itself was circular, with 12 elevated stone windows evenly spaced along the single wall. Though, these windows did not lead outside, as was evident when one of them displayed the form of a wizened old unicorn. Beneath his window was an engraving of a horn. Likewise, every other window had an engraving beneath it as well. One was a dagger, one was a crown, one was a face, and so on. Each window marked the seating area for one of the Knights of the Round stable, and soon they appeared in their windows one by one. The last to appear was the one within the window marked with a crown, a normal centaur. This was the one area where variants and normal centaurs were not equal, for there could only be one successor to the crown, the Knight of Leadership personally chosen by the king himself. "The knights are gathered, the court may begin." The Knight of Leadership spoke with a heavy voice. Each of the knights here represented a voice. 12 voices for 12 different aspects of their culture. Among them, 6 were normal centaurs, while 4 were Pegasus and 2 were unicorns. "What brings you here today, young buck?" asked the Knight of Fellowship, marked by 2 intertwined lines. "My herd was attacked, knights," Ryard explained, "by beasts I have never seen." He then went on to explain how his herd had been trotting about when they saw a weird, scaled beast among the tall grass. Finding it similar to various deadly snakes, their graymen immediately acted and shot the beast for the safety of the herd. The knights all nodded at this, believing that action to have been wise. However, after this, they heard how a shrill cry was heard from that same grass. Preparing to shoot again to finish the beast, what they saw was the body of a man sticking out. Though, it seemed to be a man smaller than any centaur, as his entire body did not even reach their waist. Unlike what they had just shot, this man-thing had no scales covering its body, and even wore clothes. Again, however, the Greyman shot his arrow, causing the man-thing to dodge. Among the knights, several frowned when they heard about the second shot, while others nodded as if it made sense for the safety of the herd. But the words that came next were what truly startled them, making them doubt the truth of the story. After the second shot, there was another cry, this one of pain. And then, it was as if they poured out of the grass. I could not even count their number, but my Greyman was slain within seconds. Still more were coming out, and I knew that we could not win the fight. So yes, I was a coward, I ran. Ryard admitted, lowering his head in shame. I ran to King's Hope, praying to Trival that those here could help. I have no doubt that it is too late for my herd, but my herd is not the only one that wandered his lands. He said, glancing around to each of the knights, his eyes pleading. I beg of you, send help. Do what you want with me, but do not let my herd have died in vain. Chapter 73, Dire Decisions. Shortly after Ryard pleaded his case, he was dismissed from the court so that the knights of the round could discuss among themselves and reach a conclusion. Well, then. The Knight of Leadership looked around at the 11 other windows. What say you all? The first to speak was the Knight of Strength. We must strike back. These creatures bear none of Trival's grace, and have invaded our plains. They have killed our people with greater numbers. Who knows how many other herds they have killed without us finding out until now. The Knight of Tradition shook her head at that. By the man's own words, they were defending themselves. They did not provoke the attack, they merely responded to one. We can't simply judge them by their appearance, as we did in the old times. Her words caused the Knight of Strength to flinch back slightly. His grandfather had been one of the advocates for fighting and killing the cursed when the herds were on the brink of war. The fact that he was even allowed on this council showed how much he had been trying to redeem the mistakes of his family. We must know more. The Knight of Wisdom, a fairly young unicorn, said. Ryard's journey was long, and this is the only report that we have heard of these creatures. Either they are hiding peacefully and do not wish to disturb us, or he is the only survivor from their battles. Several of the others nodded their head, agreeing with that. The Knight of Wisdom was the only son of the first king's aide, the one that originally held that position until he went to Trival's embrace. In the years he has held his position, his insight had again and again surprised them. It is decided, then. The Knight of Leadership spoke. We will assemble a team to investigate. Let the Pegasus and those blessed by the wind hurry forth. This matter requires both speed and care, but we cannot afford to delay. Trist, you will be in charge of forming this team. The one that had been addressed, the Knight of Fellowship, nodded his head. Very well. I will get to the bottom of this. Whether these beings can live alongside us or seek death, we will soon see. The Knight of Leadership nodded his head in agreement to that. If they wish to coexist, we shall strive to do so. But, if they have been spreading death across the plains, then let there be war. Are we in agreement? Agreed. 11 voices echoed out, before the knights took their leave, walking down the ramps outside their stables to go down to the ground level. Trist immediately assembled a team of 10, 5 Pegasi and 5 centaurs blessed with Wind Ki. Wind Ki was known as the fastest among the 4 known elements, and was the only one that would allow them to keep pace with the flying variants. With the team assembled, they were given the promised scroll of death. In the event of their death, the promise of the scroll will be completed, and Trist will know immediately that something went wrong. Due to the lingering friction between the wandering herds and the variants, he created 2 of these scrolls. One he gave to the leader of the Pegasus troop, and the other he gave to the leader of the normal centaurs. With the Pegasi flying overhead, they quickly made their way in the direction that Ryard had come from. Asking for detailed directions was meaningless at this point, because Ryard confirmed that he had run in a near straight direction the entire way. And, they were not only looking for Ryard's herd either, as they needed to check the entire area as well. Although it had taken weeks for Ryard to make his way to King's Hope, it only took the group of 10 a single week to make their way back to where his herd had been killed. Along the way, they stopped and questioned every herd they passed if they had seen anything unusual. Most herds knew at a glance after looking at the organized party of variants and normal centaurs that these were the soldiers of King's Hope, so they answered the questions as best as they could. What the group learned disturbed them. Roughly a day before they arrived at the location of Ryard's herd, they began to hear reports from the herds that they passed. Several herds had found locations of battles where spears had been stabbed into the ground in the midst of a field of gore. Atop each spike was a severed head, and on the forehead of each was a tiny bloody handprint. By the time that they reached Ryard's herd, or what was left, they had heard reports of 3 such encounters. 3 different herds that had been attacked and mutilated by the tiny creatures. As such, they did not stop after finding the site where Ryard's herd had been buried, but continued flying in that direction, towards the tall woods to the north. This journey took several more days as they kept hearing more and more about those gruesome scenes from almost every herd that they passed. As soon as they reached the tall woods, they immediately turned around and traveled back towards King's Hope at their top speed. They needed to deliver this information that showed that the creatures had indeed been killing more and more herds. They even knew the general location of the creature's base, due to something that they had seen when they reached the tall woods. Along a row of trees, spanning an hour's gallop, each was marked at the base with a red handprint. It looked like a warning, a sign left by those that hunted the herds to mark their territory. When the knights of the Round Stable heard these reports after the group returned to King's Hope, their faces darkened. Even the normally calm Knight of Wisdom felt his anger rising. Looking around and seeing the faces of his companions, the Knight of Leadership spoke. "This is not the result I was hoping for. But, since it has come to this, then let there be war. Let those with their objections speak, for this may be the last chance before more blood has been spilt." His voice echoed out throughout the halls, causing the other 11 knights to look at him. The Knight of Leadership was the one who had the king's ear, and was the one most suited to call for war or peace. It was only the tradition set down by the first generation of the Knights of the Round that required him to first ask for objections. "Wait, Lordran." The Knight of Faith spoke in a rushed tone, worry on his face. "The little things are within the tall woods, outside of Trival's domain. None of our kind have ventured there, because doing so would mean leaving Trival behind." This had been a belief set down since the very first centaurs, to never leave the land governed by their god. And this belief caused the Knight of Leadership to hesitate, uncertain of his decision. Then, "I ask of you to speak with him. Pray, and seek permission to leave his lands. Else, the best we can do is to build another city near the tall woods, one where we can keep watch and limit the damage these creatures can bring to us." Lordran spoke, nodding to the Knight of Faith. If Lordran himself had the king's ear, then that man instead held Trival's ear. None other was more qualified to speak to him, or on behalf of him. The Knight of Faith heavily nodded his head, closing his eyes and crossing his arms in front of his chest. "Trival, I seek your counsel. There is a plague lying beyond your lands, spreading death among the herds. To fight it, we must leave your plains. This has never before been done, and we seek your permission to journey beyond this land." There was a long pause, during which the 11 knights were staring at the Knight of Faith. What he said next would ultimately determine the coming weeks. And, soon enough, Trival's voice entered the knight's mind with an old, tired sigh. "I have never forbidden my children from journeying beyond the plains. Wherever you go, I will be there. My only wish is that you carry my teachings in your heart. Never forget what fellowship truly means." After hearing Trival's voice, the knight spoke quietly. "I understand." He then opened his eyes, an awkward expression on his face for a brief moment before he calmed himself. It was true that nobody had ever actually asked him if they could leave the plains. It had always simply been assumed that this was Trival's realm, and that they were not meant to leave. "What did he say?" the Knight of Leadership asked, looking directly at him. He said that we have permission. Centaurs are not bound to the plains, and he will go with us wherever our hearts take us. He only asks that we never forget his teachings." In truth, unknown to them, Trival himself had a hard time deciding what to tell them. He could easily have asked that they keep to the plains, and none of them would question his decision. However, in doing so, he would be forever confirming that they were not to travel beyond this one tiny corner of the planet. Taking that into consideration, he had no choice but to grant them permission to leave. The most he could do was ask that they keep to his teachings, to keep the idea of fellowship in their hearts. If they did, maybe they could find a way to end this war without the need for the gods themselves to act. "Very well then." Lordran's voice rang out once again. "Knights, gather your people. When everything is ready, we leave for the tall woods. With him guiding us, we shall ensure the safety of our people. I must speak with the king about this matter to request his consent. Once I have it, I will notify you all so we can make preparations." The other knights all nodded their heads, and once again dismissed themselves from the court. This was the dawn of war, and there were many things to take care of before the day was done. After Hadra returned to the rest, she delivered Shera's message. Many halflings had chosen to stay behind at the rest, pausing their journeys to hear the outcome of this situation, yet what they heard startled them. Halflings had willingly chosen to spill the first blood. If the fallen was another halfling, they would have written off the entire bloodied hand as kinslayers. Yet, the rest of the message caused them to hesitate. From what Shera had said, they faced the herds time and again, doing their best not to fight. It was only when they had been backed into a corner, when they had truly believed that every herd had the same murderous mindset, that they struck first. And if what Hadra said was true, they had every reason to believe that to be the case. Ultimately, it was Jaydun that spoke about this matter, deciding the fate of the bloodied hand. Although they have committed dire sins, I believe it was not without reason. I knew Shera for most of her life, and she would not have done such things lightly. For her, and for her fallen father, I cannot simply turn my back on them. There was a murmur among the crowd as he spoke, but he quickly continued. However, I also cannot easily accept their decisions. If anyone wishes to join them, I will not stop you. Nor will I announce you or them as kinslayers without cause. I will make myself known. I will not support the bloodied hand any further. Jaydun glanced around at the others, shaking his head. If the creatures from the plains truly attack, truly seek to spill blood, I may reconsider. But I cannot offer aid to those that calmly take first blood. With Savor gone, I will do my duty as hunter of the rest, but as things are right now I will not interfere with the bloodied hand, either to help or hinder. His words seemed to cool the minds of those gathered. There were some who detested the bloodied hand for what they did. Others, who arrived after Savor left, admired them for their actions. Those few left the rest after Jaydun declared his decision. They would join the bloodied hand, even if it meant being left behind by the other rests. After all, like Shera had said, they were defending the people in this forest. This was not a cause to shun or hate them, but one that deserved praise. By the time that they arrived near the edge of the forest, they found several small buildings already erected. Normally, a single rest was built by barely a dozen people over the course of months, but the bloodied hand had access to over 200. Even though this rest was larger than normal, it was still well underway. When Shera saw the people arriving, she couldn't help but smile, realizing that Hadra had indeed delivered the message as she was asked. She was surprised that more people came to join them, but she would not turn down the extra hands. As they came, they were put to work cutting down branches, creating small houses around the trees, or even just sent to gather food and water. Looking at it from the outside, it hardly seemed as if they were preparing for war. Instead, they looked like a happy family working together to build a new home.